off. I suddenly found that out. They said they was cold. That's why Robertson and he's open. Two of our best bowlers.
That's what it was. Yeah, we're slightly more equipped this time.
Thank you so much.
It took 2 days.
Do you want the road?
It's not. It's on mute. But it is working. It's sensitive.
Good.
Give it a second. Okay, we all good? Yeah, okay. If we kick off with James first.
Hi Ben, good to see you back. A lot's happened over the last 2 weeks, a lot's been said, written. Can you just give us your perspective on what's occurred and how it's all unfolded?
Oh yeah, pretty interesting couple of weeks. But look, I think the main thing about me being back, Gus being back, is for us to obviously focus on the main objective, which obviously is the cricket this week. There has been a lot going on, there's no doubt about that, there's no hiding away from that. But as I say, one of the big things about me coming back into the environment and Gus coming back into the environment is making sure that, you know, we try our best to get the team's focus onto what the most important thing is, which is what we need to go out there and do this week. You know, it's 1-1 in a series, we've got one more game left, and the importance of the result of this game, I think, is the one thing that we need to be concentrating on.
It must have been a tough period for you, particularly when it first became public knowledge. Did you feel supported by Brendan McCullum, Rob Key and the ECB?
Oh, look, I think you look at the whole situation, it's affected, you know, quite a lot of people in many different ways. You know, it's affected Rob, it's affected Brendan, myself, Gus, and also the team and, you know, fans of English cricket as well. So Look, we've been through the process. We've got to the end of it. Me and Gus are back here in the team now. I'm back in my role as captain. Gus is back in his role as one of the senior members of the team, and we know that we've got a big role to play this week in trying to get the series win, and that's obviously the most important thing for us going into this week.
Did you fear you might lose the captaincy, and did you consider stepping down?
I think there's been a lot of speculation flying around over the last couple of weeks. The process has been done, we've finished. Me and Gus are back here now, doing what we do, doing what we love. And yeah, we're ready to focus on this week, which is to go and win this game.
And how's your relationship with Brendan McCullum? Has it been affected at all?
There's been, I think, a big misconception around this with me and Brendan. Me and Brendan obviously have a professional relationship in terms of Brendan being head coach, me being captain, but then we've also got a relationship away from that. You know, we generally are very good mates. We've built a rapport and a relationship away from that, and we've been through, you know, some testing times. We've been through some great times. Do we agree on everything? Absolutely not. Do we have discussions around things? Absolutely. And those discussions are the things that end both of us getting to a place where we can make a good decision. And not agreeing on everything shouldn't be you know, seen as a divide between me and Brendan. You are allowed to have discussions, you are allowed to have disagreements, but I feel like you need to get those things out there to each other to end up being in a place where you can make a good decision. But me and Brendan, our relationship goes beyond him being captain, me being captain and him being coach.
He said last week at the Oval he was worried about you. Why do you think that was? Because it created a bit of uncertainty about your future.
Well, friends care for each other, don't they? Just like I think anyone else would. If someone was worried about one of their friends, then how they portray that in front of, you know, quite a lot of people, it's not an easy thing to do, I don't think. You know, so look, I think just think give Brendan a break on all that. It was a hard thing for him to do, to come up here and speak about that, I'm sure. I knew what he was meaning. He cares about me. He cares about members of that team as well. So, yeah, I think don't read into his words too much.
But you feel good mentally, physically. You've been through a lot. You feel ready to go again?
I feel great. I think that's also one thing for me. It's over the last 2 weeks, there's been a lot going on. And the support that I felt like I got from, you know, the fans of not just English cricket but cricket in general was actually quite overwhelming, and that sort of is something that I don't want to be overlooked. The sort of the love and support that I felt, although there was a lot going on and a lot of speculation over the last couple of weeks, I don't think that should take away how the reaction from, you know, teammates, fans, even you lot to a certain extent was actually quite nice. So yeah, look, I'm looking forward to getting back into it for a few different reasons this week.
And finally, from me, just on the point of the curfew, did you know it was in place, and do you support it going forward? Because the tests have finished, haven't they?
Look, I think as again the process of this whole disciplinary thing has been done from 2 different angles, and you know the outcome of that. So that's all been done. Me and Gus, we're back here playing cricket. I'm captaining this week. He's back in the team as a player, and we're going to go out there and try and win this game.
You back the curfew? You understand the need for it?
Just answered that.
Okay, thank you.
Rory? So you said then that you're captaining this week. Have the discussions gone further than that? Are you captain until you're not?
Look, again, I understand that there's a lot of questions that you guys probably want to ask and want to hear from me, but I hope that you respect that. In terms of this whole week, I'm focusing on this week. This has been, you know, something that has happened and has obviously taken a lot of attention away from the series. but I want to make sure that my focus is where it needs to be. Right now, my focus is on the team, on the series. Look, we're 1-1 in a 3-match series. This week is, massive for this team, regardless of what's going on. We've always had some very good series against New Zealand. Look, we're back at Trent Bridge, where we've done some pretty special things. Funnily enough, we had another special memory here against New Zealand 4 years ago. So, look, that's where my focus is at right now. I understand that there probably is some questions, but right now I'm here as captain of this team, and all I'm trying to do is get the team focused on winning the series this week.
Yeah, I suppose that does invite the notion that it's one game that you're looking at. You're contracted right through to the next Ashes. You're very clear that you're focused on the week, the 5 days ahead.
I'm very clear on, and I think I just made that, I'm very clear that I'm very focused on the outcome of this week, because we've got a series to play for.
And then just on Gus, you mentioned him a couple of times there, but he's at a different stage of his career to you. This is the first time probably he's found himself under the glare for not for his bowling, basically. In various points of your career, you've put your arm around people in difficult moments. Have you had to, even though you're in the glare of it yourself, have you looked out for him and feel like he's shaping up okay? Yeah, definitely. Look, I think, I spoke with Gus quite a lot over the period, and, it was something I said to him, look, it's not my first rodeo being in something like this, mate. It is tough, it's hard to go through, but it will be all right. So, take my advice on, just let time do its thing, because it is, I guess, when you're going through something like this for the first time, like Gus has done, you don't really know what it's going to be like. Even though I know what it is like, it still doesn't make it any easier. But I made an active decision to make sure that I tried to keep in contact with Gus as much as I could, and just sort of trying to reassure him that eventually everything will be okay. Even though probably initially it didn't feel like it would be. But look, he's the same as me. We spoke about that and just said the most important thing for me and you this week is getting back into the team and making sure the other team members know that me and you are totally focused on the team and the result of this week.
Okay, Lawrence, then John.
How useful did you find it to play that innings for Durham?
How what did I...
Useful.
Useful?
For your own batting rhythm.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's good to get some runs, to be honest. It was nice to get out there and feel, just sort of things that I found like I've been, trying to find. And when you simplify things, it's actually amazing. It was like, I look back on it and I thought, well, the thing that I was trying to find is probably something that wasn't there, if that makes sense. I just cleared my mind of everything, and made it pretty simple. Just go out there and react to the ball, whereas maybe... Well, no, definitely I could say before that, I think I was thinking about too much before the ball actually ended up coming down, and then I wasn't thinking about, really what you need to do when you're batting, which is watch the ball and score off it, and if you can't, try and not get out to it. It's a pretty simple game if you think about that. I wish it was that simple, but I was maybe just overcomplicating things a bit before, whereas, just had a real clear mind going into my training this week with Durham, going into the game this week with Durham, and I always try and take the positives out of some things. Maybe being on the front pages for the wrong reasons could be good for my cricket.
Hey, John. Chris next.
Ben, I just wondered how difficult it was watching events unfold at the Oval from 300 miles away and not being able to do anything about it.
Yeah, it's always difficult, like I was obviously playing for Durham and obviously watching how things were going, and I guess for me, like, I think Joe Root in particular is someone who, we've known each other since we were kids, and he got put into a situation which he never thought would probably have to be bestowed upon him again after walking away from captaincy. But I think that in itself just shows, not only is he one of the greats of the game in terms of on the field, but I think it shows a lot about his character, and seeing, I think, him stand up and take that responsibility on last week showed a lot about his character. But then also from the other side, from me as his friend, it was hard to see the reaction that that he got, and for me, that's something that hurt me because I'm very, very close with Joe, and as I said at the start, when something happens, it is obviously going to affect someone else, and seeing the effect that I had on Joe from public opinion was hard to see and read from my point of view, if that makes sense. But that shouldn't take away the courage that Joe showed in taking that on that week. It would have been very, very easy for him to have said, "Nah, I don't need this." But yet again, he put the team first. That he's done on multiple occasions. So it was tough to watch from a few different angles. Obviously, watching the guys lose and go through the motions of losing the test match, it's never nice because I know what that feels like losing. But then seeing some of the reaction that Joe undeservedly got again was something that I think hurts you as not only as a colleague but also as a friend. So yeah.
Chris?
Hi Ben. It's often said, you find out who your friends are in times of adversity. Are you and Brendan actually closer for what's happened over the past couple of weeks?
It's a good question, that. We certainly haven't drifted apart, as there's been a big speculation about it. I guess when you do go through sort of some difficult times, you do, I guess, find another side to a relationship, maybe that you never thought you could have. You don't plan on going through something like this together in a professional environment. But yeah, look, me and Brendan were talking, pretty much every day, especially in the initial period. And then when the game started, it was sort of obviously concentration of what Baz needed to concentrate on moved over to the team and that week. So, but yeah, look. Again, maybe this would, in the future, we look back on this and go, this did bring us tighter, it did bring us closer. But look, this rift, this drifting apart, that's been a thing. We certainly haven't drifted further apart than what people are speculating.
Ali, and then Nick, and then to the front there.
Ben, I imagine when everything was kicking off, the emotions were running high. Is it accurate that you kind of put it out there that you might even jack it in and retire from international cricket?
Again, just so much speculation over the last couple of weeks, Ali. This week is, probably a lot more riding on it than it normally would be, going into a final game of a 3-match series being 1-1. But again, yesterday, the important thing for me as captain of the team was making sure that I was letting the lads know that I am back properly as the captain of this team. I did need to obviously say a few things and acknowledge a few things to the team and the team only. And I feel like I voiced those quite well to everyone. I feel like I've also let them know that where my concentration is, and it is thoroughly on what we need to do this week. Everyone in the dressing room is fully aware of the responsibilities as them as players who've got the call up this week, and I'm fully aware of the responsibilities as me as captain to lead this team in a pretty important game. Yes, we didn't get the result we wanted last week, but we can't change that. What we can affect and decide on is how we go about this week, and we're desperate to get the result. I'm desperate to get the result, and I think I've made a pretty good effort at making sure that the most important people know that, which is the team.
Hurt you not to be there last week when the team lost. I just wonder whether you actually apologise to the team for not being there last week when they obviously they needed you.
Yeah, of course. That was one of the first things that I had to do as a captain. You look at a situation and it obviously affects more than just myself. It affects a lot of people, and it definitely did have an effect on a lot of people. It affected Joe, it affected the squad, it affected the people outside of the playing environment. it no doubt had an effect on lads who were making their debut. You know, that should have been all about them, but unfortunately a situation outside of their control took sort of precedence over, you know, their big days of making their debuts for England in Test cricket. So, you know, it'd be stupid and naive for me not to acknowledge that and not to address that. And it's something that, you know, you do have to do as someone who's, you know, got the responsibility of being a leader within a group. It's all fine and well, everything being fine and dandy when it's all going well, but, you know, you need to take responsibility for things as well. And if that is you who needs to take that responsibility, then you need to be big enough and man enough to be able to take that upon your shoulders and look everyone in your eye who it's affected and apologise how you need to apologise, and that's something that I did.
Yeah, sure. Hi Ben. Just knowing what you achieved here when you played New Zealand last time, how special is it to be back with that memory in mind?
Yeah, it's great. Look, and I think, again, I'm glad someone's asked me about the cricket. That's good. We've got some special memories here, not only just sort of under my captaincy at Trent Bridge, but also just as an England cricket team. You know, I remember when I was younger, looking back, this is where we won the Ashes in 2015. This is where we gave, you know, English fans one of the most, I guess, enthralling days. If you were here watching live, if you were watching on the TV when we did that run chase against New Zealand. So this ground has some great memories for us as this group, under myself and Brendan, but also away from that. And I think just, you know, that's how excited I think we are, is that when we walk out there tomorrow, you know, to sing the anthem, we can take some very, very fond memories of this ground. And again, focusing on the cricket and having good positive vibes around, you know, results that we do have at this ground as a team, it does help. Generally it does. So yeah, like, thanks for asking about cricket. So yeah, look, I'm very excited about what this week has got to go, because I know how big this series is. It's always great to play against New Zealand, and we're desperate to get the win.
All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you. Sweet, cheers, thanks.
sent a message from someone else at Sky saying, can we make sure no one comes up 6 between 5 to 12 and half past 12? Which their team are talking to each other.
No, but they're obviously...
Because Sky recall... No, Sky are now speaking to Stokes upstairs. So they're like, they don't want anyone to see this. So we've got to wait half an hour. Because they're going to be here in just less than 10 minutes. Oh, well. I don't know who the contact is. Shall I just go and see them at 12 and say... Just message Rob on upstairs.
Whereabouts is the bar?
Just a bit at the outside bit of 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the... Yeah. Thank you. It's the Fox Road side, so that's the one we're looking at Lad Road on the...
And Caroline Eshe, abuser, was granted a lenient sentence because the abuse occurred before 2005. And my constituent Tina Nash, who was beaten, assaulted and blinded, now feels insufficiently protected and supported because from either the parole board or the victim contact scheme. Can government ministers please do more to support them?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman who raises two incredibly powerful and distressing cases. I want to share with him my sympathy for those affected, for all that they have been through, for the harm that they suffered. And I'd be more than happy to discuss it further with him or to make sure a minister meets with him to hear his constituents' views.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The EHRC guidelines were to provide clarity. However, washing facilities adaptations will be difficult and costly for businesses, and providers like guides risk potentially being sued for being inclusive. Small, vulnerable minorities do need our protection. How will the Secretary of State monitor the impact of the guidance on trans and disabled people to ensure they're not left without services and they're not scared to go out?
I thank my honourable friend for this important question, and I would just say to her the code is clear that nobody should be left without the services that they need, and the EHRC is clear that they will be monitoring the impact of the code.
So, Secretary of State Clerk Coutinho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's Islamophobia definition is already being weaponised to shut down free speech, just as I warned it would. South Wales police tried to use it to effectively criminalise people for criticising Islam, something that ministers promised us time and again would not happen. Does the Secretary of State understand how divisive this is? And if so, will she finally withdraw this dangerous definition?
Mr. Speaker, South Wales Police have paused their plans. It is right that they have done so. There are no blasphemy laws in this country. But it is right that we take action against hatred, prejudice and racism wherever we find it. And we have seen shocking examples of where Muslims in our country have been targeted on the basis of their faith and because of who they are. And we need look no further than the Shadow Justice Secretary, who engaged in appalling racism towards Muslims in our country and rather shamefully was not sacked by the Leader of the Opposition for those comments.
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, asking officers to record examples of illegitimate criticism of Islam is nothing short of an assault on free speech. So let me try another issue. Last night, Labour MPs voted to give children as young as 11 powerful puberty-blocking drugs that could leave them infertile for the rest of their lives. She is the Cabinet Minister for Children. She knows that children in the care system are overrepresented in this group. This cannot sit right with her. So will she do the right thing and tell the Health Secretary to stop the puberty-blocking trial?
Mr. Speaker, when Dr. Hilary Cass published her review, we endorsed all of those recommendations, as did the party opposite. And an important part of what Dr. Cass set out was that it is essential that healthcare is available to children and young people who are experiencing gender dysphoria or incongruence, but that it must be safe, evidence-based and clinically appropriate. We have always been clear about the red lines regarding the MHRA's trial and the prescription of puberty blockers, and the safety and well-being of children must be at the forefront of everything that we do. But the review by Dr. Cass did conclude that whilst not enough was known about the safety of puberty-suppressing hormones, it was necessary to take forward a trial.
That completes question. We now come to questions to the Prime Minister. Clive Jones.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by saying my thoughts are with all those injured in the rail collision last Friday. I was deeply saddened to learn of the death of the driver of the Corby to St Pancras train. His family have requested privacy, and we should all respect that. I send my deepest sympathies to them at this awful time. My thoughts are also with those injured in the appalling attack in Edinburgh, which appears to be motivated by anti-Muslim hatred. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear, in this country, an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. We will not stand for it, and the perpetrator will face the full force of the law. Let me commend our emergency services who responded to both incidents with outstanding bravery and professionalism in very difficult circumstances. Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest privileges of leading this country is meeting our armed forces, celebrating their work and marking Armed Forces Week. And I want to thank them all for their dedication, their courage and sacrifice to protect our way of life. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. I shall have further such meetings later today. Not today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks? Prime Minister, the National Cancer Plan is something that your government can be really proud of. Cancer patients in Wokingham and across the country cannot afford for it not to be implemented or regularly updated. Will the Prime Minister leave a lasting legacy and support my Cancer Private Members Bill to ensure that future governments remain accountable for delivering its targets and ambitions?
Well, can I first recognise his personal experience and pay tribute to his campaign? I'm incredibly proud of the National Cancer Plan, which sets out how we're ending the postcode lottery with more cancer specialists, paying the travel costs of children travelling for cancer care, and investing in technology to drive research into rare cancers. Thanks to our record investment in the NHS, we've the shortest waits for cancer diagnosis on record. He'll be pleased to know that in his constituency, waiting lists in his local care board are down by 40,000. That's thanks to a Labour government and Labour decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Max Hall is 14 years old. He should be worrying about school, football, friends and what he wants to be when he grows up. Instead, he is living with a high-grade brain tumour and there is no cure available to him. His parents, Jackie and Stephen, want to know, why are children still being diagnosed with brain tumours and told there's no treatment options available? Why has brain tumour research remained so underfunded when brain tumours kill more children and adults under 40 than any other cancer? And why are families like them left to search for hope themselves? This Prime Minister has done so much to strengthen our NHS. So does he agree with me that we need to move at pace and do much more to offer hope to Max and his family and families like his facing this unequally devastating disease?
Can I just say my thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House, are with Max and his family in what must be the most awful of circumstances. Through our Cancer Trials Accelerator programme, we'll make it easier to launch innovative new clinical trials and find new treatment. And for people like Max, that will mean make young people's cancer a research priority, make clinical trials more accessible, and pay for his travel costs for care. I hope that comes as some comfort, but as a parent, I can't imagine what his family are going through, given the circumstances that he faces. And I know that a minister would be happy to meet Max and his family.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate this side of the House with the Prime Minister's remarks on the horrific train crash, the attacks in Edinburgh, and, of course, Armed Forces Week? I want to start by congratulating the Prime Minister. He's the other party leader who won a by-election last week. Although I think I'm much happier with my new MP than he is with his. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister told the House that the government was funding defence and everything was under control. The very next day, the Defence Secretary resigned, saying the Prime Minister was unable and the Treasury unwilling to fund the defence of our country. What changed?
Well, Mr. Speaker, she references the by-election. I'm very pleased with our new Member of Parliament. Can I also say to her, in Gorton and Denton, the Tories got 1.9% of the vote. Can I congratulate her, because in Makerfield, they got 2.2% of the vote. Just edging past Count Binface. She says they're winning everywhere. At that rate, it'll take them 500 years to get back into power. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, back on these benches, we've delivered the biggest sustained boost to defence spending since the 1980s. That's £270 billion over this Parliament. That, Mr. Speaker, is a record. The Defence Investment Plan will take that even higher. That's about facing the future. We'll finalise the plan with the Defence Secretary and we'll have it published before the NATO summit.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Prime Minister forgot to mention that in Aberdeen South we got 50%. And he says that he's funding defence. The truth is, he wouldn't be in this mess if his Chancellor had found money for the Defence Investment Plan. The Prime Minister gave her the second most important job in Britain. She was the first female Chancellor. She lives next door to him, but wouldn't even come out to stand by him during his resignation speech. She was too busy getting ready for a selfie with the new leader. Does the Prime Minister feel let down by his Chancellor?
This is the Chancellor who ended austerity inflicted on our country for 14 long years. This is the Chancellor who got the economy growing, Mr. Speaker. She doesn't normally want to talk about the economy. That's because in the first quarter of this year, the UK had the fastest growing economy in the G7. Our growth was upgraded by the IMF and the OECD. Last week, unemployment was down. Inflation was better than better. That is because with this chance, we have the right economic plan and we can weather the global storms in the war that she wanted to jump into.
Mr. Speaker, they're cheering so loudly. If it's all going so fine, why is he resigning? The fact is, She did let him down. She's the one who snatched the winter fuel payments. She's the one who announced a disastrous budget that killed economic growth. And because of her, once again, a Labour Prime Minister is leaving office with unemployment higher than when he came in. But the Chancellor isn't the only person who let him down. The Energy Secretary is putting up bills and killing jobs. He was, he's not here, is he? He was a failed Labour leader, rejected by the electorate, brought back from the wilderness by this man, and when the going got tough, he jumped into bed with the Mayor of Manchester. Yeah, it's not the first time he's betrayed someone close to him, is it? Yeah. But does the Prime Minister think that this treachery should be rewarded by being appointed Chancellor?
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor and I picked up our party 6 years ago from the worst defeat since 1935. We turned it around and we made it face the country. And we won a landslide general election, giving them the biggest drubbing in their history. To this Chancellor, we've delivered the fastest fall in NHS waiting list for 17 years. We've the money for new rights for renters and working people, and we're lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, the test for every Prime Minister is handing over the country in better shape than you found it. I know I can do that, which is more than can be said for her predecessor, her predecessor's predecessor, and her predecessor's predecessor's predecessor.
Mr. Speaker, once again I have to ask, if it's all so fantastic, why is he resigning? And I think it is very generous of the Prime Minister to stick by his ministers, because they didn't stick by him. He can say what he likes, but the people of Aberdeen gave their verdict. They gave their verdict on his Energy Secretary by voting Conservative. But to be fair, Mr. Speaker, to be fair, they're not all traitors and deserters. Some of his cabinet have been loyal and incompetent. Hands up if you think the Education Secretary is doing a good job. Even she doesn't think she's doing a good job, Mr. Speaker. Even she doesn't think she's doing a good job. Someone did. Just for those who raised their hands, the two people who raised their hands, yesterday a poll found that 0% of teachers think the Education Secretary is doing a good job. 0%. She taxed private schools to pay for more teachers, but the number of teachers has gone down. Yeah. It turns out appointing a spiteful class warrior as Education Secretary was a disaster. Yeah. Does the Prime Minister agree that he has been let down by her incompetence?
Prime Minister. The Education Secretary grew up in poverty. Yeah. She knows exactly what it means to grow up in poverty. She was once reluctant to tell her story. I know her story. It's an incredible story of social mobility and success. I'm so proud that she is sitting there, and so should everybody in this country who cares about social mobility. She knows that for poor children, education is absolutely vital, and that is why it drives every single priority and value that she has. I would have thought the party opposite would recognise and understand some of that, but they've fallen so low they don't.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that if she knew so much about poor children, she wouldn't have given them fewer teachers. Teacher numbers have gone down. Teacher numbers have gone down. It's amazing. I've never seen this much excitement on the Labour benches. Yes, cheering so loudly while there are 400 knives stuck in his back. Shame on them. Shame on them. They don't like it up them, but they know that what I'm saying is true. And Mr. Speaker, there were times when the Prime Minister tried to do the right thing. He did try to cut welfare. And who stopped him? Those MPs behind him. In the words of the Welfare Secretary, his MPs only want to know who they can tax to fund more benefits. They are not Labour MPs, they are welfare MPs. Does the Prime Minister feel betrayed by the people he got into Parliament?
Sorry, Prime Minister. Can I just say, let us think about the language we're using. I think that'll be the first to leave, please. Can I just say, think about the language we're using, because when we leave this chamber, don't be surprised when constituents feel they can use the same language against each other. Let us show a little bit more decorum and respect to each other. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to do all of this with as much good grace as I could, but I shall certainly miss these exchanges. I'm very proud of every one of our MPs who, with a landslide Labour victory, coming from all different backgrounds, from all different places across the country. We inflicted the biggest loss on the Tory party opposite in the history of their party. We picked up our party, we turned it around. We had to address what went wrong. We turned it around. We won a landslide victory. She won't even address or even talk about their failure after 14 long years.
Can we bear or not?
Mr. Speaker, he is the one who is resigning because of his MPs. There's no point trying to distract from it. And let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has made many mistakes, otherwise he wouldn't be going. But he has also been let down. I'm only saying what his staff have been briefing. He has been let down by an energy secretary who is killing industry, let down by a Chancellor who is killing jobs, let down by backbenchers who don't understand that government is about tough choices. He U-turned again and again and again to appease them, and now they've abandoned him. And what for? A pair of eyelashes and a black T-shirt. Isn't the truth that whoever is in charge, Mr. Speaker, isn't the truth that whoever is in charge, the real problem is the Labour Party?
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago I walked into Number 10 and found a broken economy, broken public services and broken trust in politics. Because of our decisions, my decision, the country is moving in the right direction, a stronger and a fairer Britain, ending austerity, investing in our public services, the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years, more rights for workers, more rights for renters, standing with Ukraine, Britain's reputation restored and 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty. Change promised by a Labour government, fought for by a Labour government, change delivered by a Labour government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Hendon constituency is proud to sit at the heart of the UK's largest Jewish community in the London Borough of Barnet. But today, many of my constituents, many of that community, are living in fear. In northwest London, in recent months, we've seen Jewish charities firebombed, synagogues attacked, Jewish people stabbed in the street, and all that against the backdrop of a daily drumbeat of abuse and intimidation. I know everyone on these benches is determined to defeat this despicable hatred, and I welcome the actions the government is taking to root out the poison of our anti-Semitism. Can the Prime Minister tell this House what the government is doing, not only to protect the Jewish community in Hendon and Barnet, but to make sure we can live full and proud Jewish lives free from fear?
Well, I thank him for his question. Anti-Semitism is a poison. And that is why I drove it out of the Labour Party. In government, we're acting to drive it out of society. New powers to ban repeated protests, new plans to root anti-Semitism out of our schools, universities and the health service, and new prescription-like powers to clamp down on malign state activity which incites hatred and violence. And we will take further steps. I'm proud to lead this tolerant, decent country and will always fight for the security, safety and freedom of British Jews.
Sir Ed Davey, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself and my party with the Prime Minister's remarks about the horrifying train crash in Bedford and the appalling attacks near a mosque in Edinburgh? Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. And can I mention, Mr. Speaker, today's review of Nottingham's maternity services, which is truly shocking. I hope the government will rise to this moment and implement Donna Ockenden's recommendations in full without delay. Mr. Speaker, can I also recognise how difficult it was for the Prime Minister to make the statement he did on Monday, it's an important reminder as we debate issues robustly in this House that we are all human, and it's something that everyone should remember. Mr. Speaker, as we all know how hard it is when relationships break down with close friends and allies, when even our next-door neighbour barely speaks to us some of the time, has the Prime Minister's experiences opened his eyes to the need to rebuild Britain's relationship with our European friends and allies? Will he advise the right honourable gentleman, the member for Makerfield, to put his EU red lines in the past and adopt our plan for a new growth and defence partnership?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the fact that we've reset our relationship with the EU and we're bringing it closer together. That is in the best interests of our country, and I know he understands that. And I know that, like me, he's been reflecting on his own career. Given that he had revelations, he turned down a job with MI6. I think the whole House will be wondering what might have been. 00 David.
Sir David. Mr. Speaker, it's very tempting to respond to that, but I've signed the Official Secrets Act. But I have to say, on Europe, when history looks back at the Prime Minister's time in office, I fear that clinging to those old red lines will be judged a mistake. But, Mr. Speaker, moving on, as we swelter through this dangerous heat wave, we see the damage caused by extreme weather and climate change. Schools closed, travel chaos, lives at risk, massive costs to our economy and society. And with our Met Office already warning that future summers will regularly break 40 degrees at even greater human and financial cost, is he alarmed that some parties in this House still follow Donald Trump with policies to send temperatures soaring even higher? So will the Prime Minister warn his successor not to listen to Conservative and Reform voices and instead back our plans to cut bills and tackle climate change?
Can I thank him for raising climate change, because it is one of the most significant challenges of our time, and the weather today reminds us just how important it is. And it used to be common ground across this House, actually, that climate change was the generational challenge, and common ground that the UK should be a leader globally on it. And I remember not so long ago the party opposite leading in the COP summit, something that we were able to support. It is a shame that in order to chase reform votes, they've changed their mind, and we haven't got that consensus across the House. But I will always maintain that we must be global leaders on climate change, and we always will be.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, a mature street tree fell on my house. No one was hurt, but it is another reminder of the results of this extreme heat that we're facing. Today is the hottest June day ever on record. Extreme heat and flooding are becoming more normal, and the government need to stay ahead of this, in our homes, in our workplaces and in our farming. As Chair of the Environment APPG, I'm conducting an inquiry into government preparedness. Can the Prime Minister tell the country what actions he is taking to step up our resilience?
Well, thank you for a question, and it's clear that severe heat waves are evidence that climate change is impacting our country. And we've been working, Mr. Speaker, to coordinate the response, and I urge people to follow the guidance from the Health Security Agency. We're making our country more resilient for the future by modernising building regulations so homes are cooler and better ventilated, building 9 new reservoirs to protect water supplies, and investing record amounts in flood defences and sustainable farming. While Labour is doing that, Tories and Reform want to rip up the Climate Change Act. That is the wrong approach for our country.
Ms Savile Roberts.
Yeah. Diolch yn fawr iawn, Lefarydd. The end of the Prime Minister's premiership comes close on the heels of the end of Labour's 100-year dominance in Wales. People simply didn't feel that his party stood up for them, and it's irrefutable that this too is part of the Prime Minister's legacy. There is a tradition, I believe, of leaving notes on desks for successors. So, will he leave a useful note to the incoming Prime Minister that respect and understanding go a very long way, and that democratic choices, including those of devolution, can't be dismissed.
I shall leave a note saying what we delivered for Wales in these 2 years was the largest ever devolution settlement, the UK's first small nuclear reactor in Anglesey, investing £14 billion in Welsh Rail, a pay rise for 170,000 workers across Wales, and I'll end the note by saying we're lifting 70,000 Welsh children out of poverty. Sir Keir Starmer.
On the bar.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent, Jake McGregor Howe, a 16-year-old with everything to live for, has been diagnosed with Friedreich's ataxia, a rare neurodegenerative condition which is cruel and swift-acting. The average life expectancy of people diagnosed is just 37. Despite the NHS's founding principle being that care should be based on clinical need, not ability to pay, Jake's father is crowdfunding to pay for treatment in Germany with a new drug, omavaloxolone, which has received clinical approval here but is not available through the NHS. Assessment by NICE has stalled. The condition is not classed as an ultra-rare disease, yet is rare enough that any drug to treat it will struggle to meet NICE cost-effective criteria. So the family constantly have to raise enough money to pay for each round of treatment. And shockingly, Jake has recently undertaken a PIP assessment and been turned down for much-needed support. Families should never have to crowdfund for treatment abroad for a life-threatening disease. So will the Prime Minister arrange for me and other colleagues who have constituents with this cruel condition to meet the Health Secretary and discuss a way forward?
Can I start by sending my best wishes to Jake and his family? The changes we've made to the way NICE evaluates medicines is already increasing access to innovative new medicines. I will make sure that she gets the chance to meet the Health Minister to discuss Jake's case and the related issues.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Mr. Speaker, I hope there's still time in which the Prime Minister will be able to enlighten his party as to the moral of the cautionary tale of Jim, who ran away from his nurse and was eaten by a lion.
Well, can I thank the right honourable gentleman? He's always most generous. And, Mr. Speaker, I'll never forget that just a few years ago I went on holiday in his constituency with my family, and I was in the kitchen of the place we were renting when somebody leant through the open door, and it was the right honourable gentleman with a bottle of champagne saying, "Welcome to the New Forest," and then he took time to speak to my family, including my wife's elderly father, and to my children. I thank him for his generosity in that.
Paula Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Prime Minister for his leadership. One of the concerns that I hear most often from my constituents across Erdington, Kingstanding, Castlevale and South Oscott is about the rapid growth of exempt accommodation. Properties refused HMO licences in my constituency and across Birmingham are opening anyway as exempt accommodation with very little scrutiny, which undermines local community and decision makers. Will the Prime Minister, I've forgotten what I was going to say. Will the Prime Minister confirm when will this new legislation be brought forward and will it fill the loopholes? Also, will this legislation and its regulations be applied retrospectively so that communities like mine are protected?
Can I thank her for her question? And everyone deserves a safe place to call home. The Housing Secretary has the power to introduce locally led licensing and will consult on these regulations in the summer. Under our proposals, national standards for supported housing will be enforced by local authorities. I'm proud of the action that we've taken to back renters, abolishing Section 21 evictions, expanding the Decent Home Standard and Awab's law to cover the private rental market.
Jack Rankin.
Mr. Speaker, the first duty of His Majesty's Government, indeed the Prime Minister's first duty, is the defence of the realm. The Prime Minister is not responsible for the worsening geopolitical situation, but he is responsible for this country's reaction to it. It is imperative that we can outline to our allies at the Ankara NATO summit early next month how we will meet that situation. There were reports yesterday that he was being pushed to delay again the defence investment plan by the new member for Makerfield's Outriders. Will he confirm to this House that he will push ahead with its publication, confirm that it is fully funded to the level the Chief of Defence Staff said is required, and not to the level his former Defence Secretary resigned over, and in doing so, fulfil his first duty to defend the realm?
That's the first duty the last government spectacularly failed at, because they hollowed out our armed forces. We've already delivered the biggest sustained boost in defence spending since the 80s. That's £270 billion over this Parliament. We will increase that with the Defence Investment Plan, which will be published before the NATO summit.
Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following last Friday's train collision south of Bedford, the emergency response from Bedfordshire Police, British Transport Police, Bedfordshire Fire and Rescue Service, the East of England Ambulance Service, Magbas Air Ambulance and other counties' air ambulances, our local NHS hospitals and, of course, railway staff. Their response was swift, professional, compassionate in supporting those who were impacted, especially in such distressing circumstances. This was public service at its best. Will the Prime Minister join with me in thanking all of those involved for their outstanding work in the aftermath of this tragic incident?
Can I thank her and the thoughts of the whole House with the family of the driver who lost his life and those that were injured, some of them extremely seriously. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday I spoke to the CEO of the East of England Ambulance Service to thank his team for their professionalism in responding. And we talked through the nature and the scale of the challenge that they faced in relation to that crash. They were outstanding in the most difficult of circumstances. And by the time I called him on Saturday morning, he assured me they were all back at work and they were all back on duty, dealing with whatever else might happen that weekend, having delivered those that needed to be delivered to the hospitals. I found that humbling. And it is a real tribute to those that responded, as they always do, including, I must say, the local community in this case. But I also want to thank the brilliant NHS staff who are still caring for those who are seriously injured.
Mr. Speaker, my children, like millions others, are kicking every ball of the England World Cup campaign. But I, as a parent, are really concerned about their security in this country, along with other Muslim parents. Let me explain why. When a Sikh lady got raped in Warsaw, the perpetrator repeatedly called her an effing Muslim bitch. Whilst there was no condemnation from the Minister from the dispatch box, no outcry from members in this chamber who openly call out these matters when the perpetrators are of a different colour. When we had the Unite the Kingdom march calling openly for the expulsion of Muslims in this country, there was no ministerial statement condemning such statements. When this weekend we had 5 members of the Muslim community stabbed on the streets of Edinburgh, there was no ministerial statement of condemnation, no Cobra meeting and no solidarity. Can I ask the Prime Minister, what does this silence say to my children as they wait with abated breath for Harry Kane to bring it home?
I want his children to feel safe in this country, and I will do everything to make sure that they are. We will all fight anti-Muslim hatred with everything that we've got. An attack on one is an attack on all of us. That is what I said at the top of PMQs, and I hope he heard it.
Mr. Speaker. The coal industry social welfare organisation CISWA. It's a miners' charity that was established in the 1920s to support the miners in their communities. It's carried out some incredible work with some incredible employees, but the current leadership team is increasingly detached from its founding principles. Miners' welfare, sporting facilities, community facilities have been allowed to rot, they've been allowed to close with little or no support from CISWA, the charity. And at the same time, CISWA has amassed £30 million in the bank. 30 million, Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister agree that it's time that the charity faced not only a Charity Commission inquiry, but also a serious reform into the policies, the practices and finances, and should benefit the former mining communities it was founded to serve, instead of constructing a £30 million ivory tower for the future.
Can I thank him for raising this important issue? I know members across the House have raised issues with the organisation directly. It is imperative that these communities are listened to. I understand that the Charity Commission has opened a compliance case. I'll get that confirmed for him. I'm proud that this government has stood up for mining communities, including ending the injustice of coal pension schemes, increasing the pensions of over 150,000 former British coal employees, and I thank him for raising this case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. US big tech has exploited us for far too long. So I'm delighted that the Met Police followed my advice and pushed Apple and Google to implement the stolen handset blacklist, curbing resales and cutting mobile theft by almost half. Likewise, does the Prime Minister agree it's time to stand up to social media companies and reclassify them from platforms to publishers, holding them responsible for the harmful and addictive content that they recommend, promote and profit from?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank him for his question. He will have seen the action we're taking in relation to social media. The social media ban for under-16s, which has been welcomed by families across the country, strengthening the Online Safety Act to tackle intimate images, abuse and cyber flashing, and closing loopholes in chatbots, and taking on Grok. But there's more to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Aldershot and Farnborough, thanks to this Labour government, this week we are bringing the National Armed Forces Day celebrations back to the home of the British Army. Yay! But in a week when we salute those who have served and are serving our country, elderly Gurkha veterans were assaulted in the park by our war memorial and told to go home. Will the Prime Minister and the House join me in standing against this despicable attack and commend the heroism of our Gurkhas? And does he agree with me that now is the time to resolve the long-standing issues on Gurkha pensions, as we have been working towards, because the Gurkhas have given so much for our country?
Can I thank her for her question? She's a great champion for our armed forces, and the fact that the national celebrations are returning to Aldershot this week are a testament to her campaigning. The racist attack she describes is utterly disgraceful, and I condemn it, and I hope the whole House will condemn it. We stand with our Gurkhas, who have made an incredible contribution to our armed forces and continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, on Gurkha pensions, ministers have met her, veterans and the Government of Nepal for constructive discussions. These will continue, and I pay tribute to her for her dedicated work on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by wishing Scotland well tonight in their match against Brazil? Following the conviction of former SNP Chief Executive Peter Murrow for embezzlement, serious questions about governance and oversight remain unanswered. The Scottish Government is refusing to establish an inquiry despite clear public concern. The law does provide for UK inquiries into devolved matters where there is a wider public interest. So as the Prime Minister prepares to leave office, will he set up an inquiry with the powers needed so we can uncover the truth?
Well, can I wish Scotland well as well in the upcoming match, and of course England in the third match, a little better than last night, hopefully. But, Mr. Speaker, on this question, it is really a serious set of questions that need to be answered by the SNP and the government, and they simply refuse to do so. They call for transparency and accountable for everybody else when they have giant questions of their own to answer. Nothing to see here, don't want to know, don't want to have an inquiry. Totally the wrong approach.
Speaker, this government's commitment under the leadership and influence of the Prime Minister to tackle violence against women and girls is a commitment that is really shared by many of my constituents. On Saturday, I was out in Llangollen for a Welsh Women's Aid fundraiser organised by community champion Moira Gleed. Llangollen's most Wuthering Heights Day ever saw me join 230 plus Cathys, learn a dance routine, all dressed in red, and perform in a streamed performance that went across the world. We've even had some fans from Japan get in contact. I know, thank you. Will the Prime Minister join me in recognising the hard work of Moira, her daughter Rowena, and all of the organisers, volunteers, and importantly, the performers for making this really important event happen.
Well, can I pay tribute to her and all of those that took part? And I'm really glad that it got noticed around the world, because this is what raises awareness. I thought she was going to ask me to join her in the next dance, but if it's simply to pay tribute, I'm very happy to do so.
Richard Ford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tony Blair suggested that at the beginning of his premiership, he was at his most popular and least capable. Blair talked about ending his time in office at his least popular and most capable. For the sake of people in the South West and across the country, what tips can the Prime Minister offer his successor?
Well, I think the first one would be don't ever inflict austerity on the country. And since he's a Lib Dem, I'd probably add, don't wear a wetsuit.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, you will be aware that on Monday it was Windrush Day, founded by Patrick Vernon, to celebrate the contribution of migrants to our community. Could I ask the Prime Minister to outline exactly what this government is doing to recognise and serve the Windrush generation who did so much to play a vital role in our country's history?
Well, can I join her in marking Windrush Day and thank her for raising this? Because this is the opportunity to thank a community that made an extraordinary contribution to our country and remember the injustice that they faced. I'm proud that we've overhauled the compensation scheme to deliver faster access to compensation and justice, providing £1.5 million to organisations supporting claimants, and appointed the first ever Windrush Commissioner to rebuild trust and deliver justice. I'm incredibly proud to lead a country that's built on dignity and respect, and where everyone is seen and everyone is valued.
Wendy Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From slashing winter fuel payments to surrendering the Chagos Islands, this Prime Minister has got every major decision wrong. It's no wonder even his own MPs are now looking elsewhere for the answers. So as this may be one of, if not his final appearances at the dispatch box, will he make one final U-turn? Will he scrap Labour's disastrous grey belt policy and help protect the precious green belt spaces and green areas across Aldridge Brownhills? And if not, his legacy will be one that he was the Prime Minister who destroyed so many of our local communities.
I do like the Right Honourable Lady, and when she talks about destroying and legacies, I remember she was the Chief Whip, I think, to Liz Truss. I'm very proud that we are building the houses that we need so that everyone has a base camp for their opportunity and their aspiration, something the last government failed on and we're succeeding on.
Final question, Alistair Strather.
Mr. Speaker, Gareth Southgate's documentary last month spotlighted some of the heartbreaking ways we're failing too many young men growing up in Britain today. But it was heartening to see the inspiring work Hitchin youth worker Dan Gaze was able to carry out with young men in my community who found themselves in hard times. Both Dan and the boys at Hitchin Loud Boys School who were interviewed as part of the documentary I thought were an absolute credit to my town. But how can we make sure we're encouraging more men into teaching and youth work roles so that every young man growing up in Britain today can benefit from these positive role models across their community?
Well, can I join him in paying tribute to the inspiring community members like Dan, who truly represent the best of Britain? Having an inspiring role model is vital for young men, and that's why we're investing £500 million in our National Youth Strategy, which includes launching 50 new young future hubs, creating more mentoring and youth worker opportunities.
Let the front benches change over. We now come to the urgent question. Nigel Huddleston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport if she will make a statement on the publication of the Media Green Paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for bringing this to the House and giving us the opportunity to discuss this important advancement. Yesterday, the government published a green paper, Watch This Space, to set a new strategic direction for media policy in the UK. The way we consume broadcast media is changing, and television is undergoing a profound transformation, having moved away from a system of traditional channels to a far more fragmented system where people access TV on demand and on video sharing platforms. Young people in particular are far more likely to access media on their phones and tablets through streaming services and platforms. And we believe, as a government, that we are not equipping that generation adequately with access to high-quality media. There are three key areas where we intend to act. The first is around digital prominence, where we're exploring legislative options to require social media platforms and connected TV interfaces to make public service media content, particularly trusted news, highly visible and easy to discover. This is not about promoting government narratives or only the BBC, but it is about ensuring the brilliant journalism from many of our news publishers, both local and national and broadcasters, can get in front of the public. For that reason, we're also opening the conversation about how we define public service broadcasting in the modern age. Secondly, the transition to internet TV is where we're outlining plans for a managed shift away from terrestrial broadcasting to internet-delivered IPTV. We know this is an essential switchover, both in terms of access and cost, but we want to make sure that this transition is managed responsibly and that nobody is left behind. We're therefore consulting on two dates for the switchover: 2034, when current licences expire, or 2044, with any date contingent on a full and watertight transition plan. Finally, we are protecting major sporting events. This will add on-demand and streaming rights for major sporting events like the World Cup and the Olympics to the listed events regime, protecting free, universal fan access as viewing habits shift online. Taken together, these proposals set out a vision for future TV and media policy where everyone can access world-leading public service broadcasting content, including children's and news programming, away from the mis- and disinformation that's defined too many of our online lives. This government will ensure that no matter where you access your TV, you're given access to high-quality programming that informs, educates and entertains, and this paper is the next stage of our ambition.
Well, thank you for granting this urgent question, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with much of what the Secretary of State just said. And there's much to be applauded in the media strategy. And the overall intent is noble, to ensure everyone has access to trustworthy news and to counter misinformation. The challenge and the potential danger is how do we do that? But in terms of positive elements of the strategy, as she mentioned, I also welcome the government's intention to add on-demand rights to the free-to-air listed sports regime. But there are many other controversial aspects, and as she mentioned, the plans to close down digital terrestrial transmission by 2034 or 2044, which is a major concern, especially those living in remote or rural areas. The strategy also covers interventions to support media literacy and promoting the questioning of the accuracy of news. But by pushing such an onus of responsibility on media companies themselves, this may reduce the responsibility on schools or indeed on parents, and I'd like her thoughts on that. We then come to the thorny issue of prominence. The government is proposing interventions to make trustworthy news providers easily discoverable in order to counter misinformation. And this includes national and local news publishers and broadcasters. But who decides what a trustworthy news provider is and what trusted content is? Is it an approved list? Is it an algorithm? Is it a human being? We need to be careful about descending into some kind of Orwellian society. Freedom of speech and freedom of the press is vitally important to our free society. And the concern of some of the press is that in order to qualify for prominence, a newspaper may need to sign up to a state-backed regulator. Can the Minister rule that out? The proposals in the Green Paper to support our public service broadcasters, such as the BBC, ITV and Channel 4, is well intended, especially in an age where there is undeniably so much misinformation online.
but a requirement for third-party platforms and social media entities to make such broadcasters' content prominent is problematic for the obvious reason that their content is not always to be trusted or unbiased either. So who decides whether it is? Many people question the BBC's coverage of politics in general, of trans rights, of Israel and so on. The BBC doctored a video of President Trump. It fails to call Hamas a terrorist organisation. It has pushed highly questionable content through BBC Arabic, and it reprimanded a newsreader for saying pregnant women rather than pregnant people. Now, there may be plenty of people who like the idea of legislation to push woke or lefty content online. I'm not one of them, and there are many people who agree with me. So can the Secretary of State provide more details on how trusted content will be defined and who will ultimately be the arbiter? And finally, can she confirm how extensively she has engaged with industry to come up with these proposals?
Secretary of State.
Yeah, can I thank him for that? He asked a series of questions. I'll do my best to answer them all as swiftly as I can. Firstly, he talks rightly about the importance of getting the transition right and choosing the date well, 2034 or 2044. He talks about the particular challenges in remote and rural areas which this government recognises. There are also, as he knows and we've discussed before, particular issues for older people, for people with disabilities and others. And we're working with industry to put together a plan that is watertight to help people to make that transition, to ensure that nobody is left behind. That is precisely why we're asking these questions now, to make sure that we're ready and that we don't leave people behind. On media literacy, look, I think he's right to say that the onus can't just be on media companies alone. There is a responsibility on all of us, including schools, including those of us in public life, to make sure that we're equipping our young people with the skills that they need to be able to navigate a completely transformed media landscape from the one that we had in this country when he and I were growing up. And I do want to reassure him that this is not about pushing all of the responsibility onto media companies and letting everybody else off the hook. We've all got to work together in order to achieve that. And it's not just about young people either. Actually, there's serious challenges with people from every generation seeing information online that just simply is false. When it comes to who defines trustworthy news, I think this really is one of the most challenging aspects of the consultation that we've put out. Who decides what is trustworthy news, how we decide what is trustworthy news. He'll know, of course, that the definition of public service broadcasting is set out in law, but trustworthy news is a separate matter, and this is precisely why we've asked the question. I would gently push back on some of the sort of narrative that he advanced about the BBC. It is still the most trustworthy source of news, not just in this country, but across the world. And on Monday, I was on Newsround explaining this and the social media ban that we're introducing to that generation of children who will be most affected by it. And it strikes me that there is no other country in the world that has quality programming like that through their public service broadcaster. And so I think we should be careful about not trashing the BBC, whilst he and I have shared serious frustrations about some of the specific issues that he suggested, and we should always demand the highest quality content. I still believe and firmly believe that the BBC is one of the best broadcasters in the world.
Dr. Rupert.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this bold green paper. And this emphasis on page 52 talks about access to accurate news, informing and entertaining content that reflects the diversity of the UK and brings audiences together. So would my right honourable friend do all she can to uphold the practice of independent, rigorously researched journalism in this world of sort of algorithmically driven clickbait content that monetises hate? And given the record fines that it's had from Ofcam, is there any way of sort of reining in GB News and maybe even look at how effective Ofcom is?
Can I thank her for that? She asked a number of questions. I'll try and address them. First of all, in the Green Paper, we have deliberately broadened out access to good quality, trusted news and content to include potentially print media as well. It's not lost on me that after the during the Southport riots that people were seeking out the Liverpool Echo and other local news outlets to try and find real information as opposed to the mis and disinformation that they were seeing online. And she'll know that alongside this, one of the things that this government has done is publish the first ever local media strategy to try and support that industry to be able to continue to provide high quality news. I would also, she mentioned algorithms. I think one of the reasons that we are particularly keen to make sure that there is prominence of quality, trusted and high quality content online and on platforms such as YouTube is because at the moment the algorithms decide what children in particular see. I do want to commend YouTube for the work that they've done on YouTube Kids, but we need to see more of this because at the moment we're putting up with a situation where the older generation tends to be watching traditional television on television sets and they can easily find good quality content and trusted news. The younger generation tends to be on devices online and can't, and that is not acceptable.
And as the main Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, the Green Paper rightly recognises the severe financial challenges facing our public service broadcasters, which have been vividly exposed by recent devastating cuts at the BBC. The Lib Dems have long proposed that the BBC World Service should be fully funded directly from FCDO budgets, protecting its vital global footprint while freeing up £221 million a year to be reinvested at home. So will the Secretary of State take on board our proposals, and what urgent conversations has she had with her Foreign Office colleagues to make this a reality? Mr. Speaker, turning to online spaces, the proposal to highlight trusted news sources on social media is welcome. But unfortunately, this is just a sticking plaster over the fundamental issue that big social media platforms are already rigged against truth, fairness and impartiality. The real threat to our democracy is these harmful platforms themselves, which use algorithms deliberately engineered to amplify foreign disinformation while systematically choking out trusted journalistic sources. Should the Minister not be focusing the full weight of her department and that of her colleagues in DCIT on cleaning up social media platforms once and for all, rather than fighting a losing battle against bad actors on systems that are built to work against us?
Yeah. Can I thank her for that? She talks about online regulation rightly, and she'll know that that is primarily the responsibility of the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. But my colleague, the Secretary of State and I work very closely together on it. We have to make sure that we both take action to deal with the scourge of mis and disinformation online, which she rightly talks about, but also make sure that we give people access to trusted news, news that they can genuinely trust and much more readily available. And so the two things should be seen together. I apologise, my honourable friend also asked me about Ofcom. She'll know that we recently appointed a new chair of Ofcom. We believe that Ofcom must do more in order to act decisively and quickly in this space. And when it comes to the BBC World Service, she'll know that we have already stepped in as a government with the support of the FCDO in order to ensure that it continues to be funded. But colleagues across the whole House will have seen recently the funding cuts that were announced at the BBC. She rightly says that one of the pressures on broadcasters like the BBC is the fact that they're currently trying to broadcast through two distinct channels, and so it is important that the government grips this issue. And she'll know that the Charter Review is running in parallel to this process. We wanted to look at it all in the round, but it is our intention through that Charter Review to make sure that the BBC is adequately funded, that it goes on not just to survive but to thrive until well into the latter part of this century. And she'll also know that we recently announced that through that process we will put the BBC on a permanent charter so that it exists for all of us forever.
Natasha Irons.
Mr. Speaker, I must declare an interest. I work for a public service broadcaster, and my husband still does. And as somebody who understands the sector a bit, it isn't just about public service, it's about recognising Britishness on our screens and in the media and protecting what it is to be us, essentially, and providing opportunities for people to get into the sector. So I really do welcome the thinking on this, but can the Secretary of State just give us a bit more detail on how these changes will ensure that our public service media is protected for the future, and how it will continue so that people can continue to access high quality, not just news, but content in general, and access to opportunities?
Yeah. Can I thank her very much for that? And I strongly endorse what she said. we've lost many parts of our civic realm, whether it's the town centres where people come to, thriving town centres where people come together, whether it's the social clubs that used to exist all over our country that no longer exist, the youth clubs which we're busy rebuilding, and I'd like to thank her for all of her help and support on that. But I believe that the media is, and public service media in particular, is an essential part of that civic realm, whether it's VE Day or Remembrance Sunday or the World Cup that we're all currently enjoying. The public service broadcasters provide these shared moments where we all come together as a nation and celebrate what it means to be us. And so we are determined to grip these issues, not to allow us to drift into a transition, but actually grip these issues so that our public service media is adequately funded and is able to continue to do that.
Dame Caroline Down is Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State knows as well as I do that the media landscape is changing so quickly that no sooner was the ink dry on the last Media Act, it was almost obsolete. We know that for the first time YouTube has overtaken the BBC in audience reach, and that's why this paper is really welcome. But I wonder if this is the first step towards a new media bill, a more extensive one that reflects the nation's viewing habits, that reaches a kind of definitive definition of television. The paper talks about new television when it talking about the video sharing platforms and YouTube and what have you. But we need a new definition of television to reflect technological change. And then finally, the consultation refers to media literacy. But surely if we are really planning to future-proof this, we should be talking about AI literacy as well, and not just for children.
Can I thank her for that? On the question of legislation, we'll of course keep that option open and won't hesitate to legislate should we need to. We deliberately drew the parameters and contours of this Green Paper very broadly so that we could have that very open discussion and work together to ensure that we then take the action that we need to take. I would just say a slightly more reflective point that we also have, on the point that she makes about the ink not being dry before the landscape had changed, I think that's particularly true in the online space. And rather than thinking about a piece of legislation, I think my colleague, the Secretary of State at DCIT, and I have been reflecting that we think we're probably going to need to legislate quite frequently in order to keep pace with change. When it comes to the media literacy, I agree with her about AI as well. I think there's two parts to that. One is about making sure that we have the right regulation so that people can trust what they see and that we don't do anything in the AI space that prevents good quality journalism from being able to thrive. And the second issue is making sure that we're equipping people of this country and empowering them with the skills and the ability to navigate that.
Speaker. Right now, Britain's adversaries around the world are investing heavily in disinformation designed to disrupt democracies across the West, and we are seeing the impact of that here in this country as well. So I welcome the regime set out to promote truthful content on social media, but promoting good content is not the same as tackling the bad, and I worry that actually there's quite a disparate approach across government to this with Ofcom and DCMS, the Defending Democracy Task Force. What will the Secretary of State do to pull together across government to address mis- and disinformation from hostile states around the world?
Can I thank him for that, and can I reassure him that I'm working very closely not just with the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, but also with the Home Secretary and with the Communities Secretary as well, who leads the Social Cohesion Task Force that is specifically looking at mis- and disinformation and how we join up across government to tackle it. I have to say that I think, we've had a huge debate in this House recently about the defence of our nation, and rightly we are stepping up to invest more in defence spending in the current global climate that we're in. But there's a war being waged in our communities, actually, on our streets, online, on social media, that we've got to take as seriously as equipping our armed forces with what they need as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This House ended the licensing of the press on the 3rd of May 1695 when it declined to renew the relevant legislation. That does make the definition of news sources difficult, and perhaps that is why in the Green Paper it talks about prominence for PSM and potentially for local and national news sources. But would she agree that it is unthinkable to have a situation where you would be promoting, say, the BBC and Channel 4 News, but not our major national newspapers and trusted local news sources?
And that is precisely why we've asked the question, because there are different ways of approaching this. He's absolutely right. One of them is you could quite simply say public service broadcasters. We think that we may be missing a trick there, and that's why we've asked the question in the consultation.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary's dedication to trusted news and promoting public service media is really welcome. But I'm sure she shares my concerns that recent announcements of brutal cuts at STV and the BBC will dramatically undermine this, as thousands of jobs and programmes are at risk of being lost. So will she urgently intervene in these issues to protect jobs and the future of public service media?
Can I thank her for that? And obviously, as a government, we've also been talking to the journalism trade unions about to make sure that when those cuts are made, that people are protected and that we do everything that we can to protect really good quality, not just journalists, but some of the technical staff and others, particularly across our nations and regions where they feel very vulnerable to those cuts. Can I say to her as well that the cuts at STV and the BBC are precisely the reason that we need to manage this transition and we need to get it right. We can't duck the question of when we make the transition, because the costs that it's placing on public service broadcasters are incredibly onerous in what is already a very tight funding landscape. But as she'll have heard me say to my honourable friend, the honourable gentleman earlier, we are determined to make sure that we manage this transition well and that nobody is left behind.
Dr. Al Pinkerton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the recent bombing of Tehran, when a power outage hit that city, 20,000 bots promoting the cause of Scottish nationalism went off instantaneously. And I don't say that in any way to question the legitimacy of a political position, admittedly one that I disagree with, but it reveals the extent to which our country is under daily assault from those who would seek to tear us apart. So can I ask the Minister what plans she has to build out from this media green paper, to take a whole of government approach to enhance media literacy, to bear down on the conduits that are driving disinformation in our society, but also to ensure that our armed forces and our security services have precisely the resources that they need to secure our integrity as a nation.
Can I thank him for that? He asked a number of questions, but I think the essence of what he's saying is something that I strongly agree with. I think there is a war being waged in our communities and on our streets and on local online forums as much as national. We saw it in the recent Makerfield by-election, where overnight, when that by-election was triggered, we saw the targeting of people in my town of Wigan with mis and disinformation that went through the roof. And we know that that is often deliberate, and it's often triggered by foreign state actors and can have an extremely disruptive influence on communities, and it's something that we need to deal with. This Green Paper deals with questions of media literacy and prominence and other measures that we think will help to deal with that, but nobody in this House should take that as the beginning and end of the conversation. I'm working closely with colleagues across the House, including in Defence, to make sure that on every front we're equipping us for the war that we find ourselves in.
John Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary should be aware that terrestrial television is not just an entertainment platform, it's a resilient form of communication that reaches into communities where digital or broadband or mobile signal quite simply doesn't have the reach or the reliability. Does she share my concern that the switch off of terrestrial TV in either 2034 or 44 could cut off communities in my constituency from that resilient communication platform? And will she meet with me to discuss my concerns?
I'm absolutely confident, having heard him championing his constituents in this House before, that he would never allow that to happen, and neither will we. And of course, I'd be happy to offer him a meeting with the relevant minister.
Sir Julians.
On a similar theme, undoubtedly near the top of the Secretary of State's to-do list today is to answer written question 11584, which is due for answer tomorrow. And this is about the threat posed by the BBC World Service apparently discontinuing its long-wave transmitters at Droitwich, Burghead and Wester Glen. And what we want to know is how will closed societies like Russia
be able to receive news information when they are subject to the suppression of all the internet-based routes.
Can I thank him for that? I will, of course, make sure that he gets the answer to that in a timely fashion by tomorrow, and I'm more than happy to follow up and discuss it with him.
Amanda Martin.
Mr Speaker, I welcome the Green Paper's focus on media literacy so that people in Portsmouth have the skills they need to identify mis- and disinformation. But as viewing habits change and technology develops, can the Secretary of State reassure the House and my residents in Portsmouth that any transition towards internet-based television will be carefully managed, particularly those who may be less confident online and who have limited access to digital services?
I'm really happy to give her that assurance. That's why we're getting on the front foot now and working with industry in order to manage that transition. Access is obviously extremely important, but so too is affordability, and that's something that we're looking closely at.
Robert Jenrick.
So let me get this straight. The government is planning to decide either a minister or, even worse, unaccountable civil servants, which news providers are deemed trustworthy and which ones are deemed untrustworthy, and then the government or unaccountable civil servants and quangos are going to give priority to the services which it deems to be trustworthy and reduce the prominence of those that they don't like and they consider to be untrustworthy. This sounds quite dystopian to me. How can this be seen as anything other than a very serious attack on freedom of the press and freedom of speech?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to take any lessons from him and his disgusting party with the way that they spread mis- and disinformation. What I would say to him is that this House has already come together to define what public service media is in law. That is a definition that was passed by Parliament, and I don't recall there being a lot of concern about that. It's something that has been enormously beneficial. One of the ways that we could define trusted news is to follow that definition, but we could also, for example, align with the editor's code. There are lots of different options for doing this, but to somehow claim that this is about the government controlling what people see is just absolute nonsense.
Smith.
Mr Speaker, can I warmly welcome the publication of the Green Paper? None of us have all the answers when it comes to the fast-moving media landscape, but setting out the challenges and some principled way forward is really a good start. And can I especially welcome the focus on a duty for media literacy? My personal view is that a public purpose for the BBC on media literacy might be better than one on growth, but that's a debate for another day. But is she slightly disappointed, as I was, in the tone of some of the contributions from the opposition about the prominence for trusted news? We already have a prominence regime in place. We just need to update it for the modern age. And when, in an era when misinformation and disinformation are rife, isn't it more important than ever that people get access to trustworthy news? And isn't that what a prominence regime allows?
I mean, I really agree with him, and I think in particular we are letting down a generation of young people who, as I said to my honourable friend earlier, are often consuming media very, very differently from my generation and the generations before us. And it cannot be right that my generation, who are often going on to consume broadcast on television sets, are able easily and quickly to find high-quality content and trusted news, but a younger generation is not.
Bob Black.
Thank you, Speaker. Hostile state actors are routinely broadcasting to our young people misinformation and radicalising them in their own homes. And I agree completely with the Secretary of State that we have to take action. The problem is that primary legislation will never keep pace with technology. So can I urge her to consider a media bill with wide-ranging powers that can then have a position of secondary legislation that can keep up with those changes to technology?
Can I thank him for that? Very similar to the point made by my honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee. I think he is right to push us to think about how we can very rapidly adapt to what is a very rapidly changing landscape. There's obviously the question for this whole House about how much oversight the House will want to have and scrutiny that they'll want to give to any measures that we bring forward. So it's a question that the House will have to answer together about whether the use of secondary legislation in this space is something that we collectively believe is acceptable. But I think there are merits in what he proposes.
Matt Turby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former employee of the BBC for 15 years, I know how important those Reithian principles to educate, inform and entertain are at the core of everything that organisation does. Dissemination of fake news and misinformation online is a genuine risk to our democracy. And does she agree with me that even if people are going to trusted sites and sources online, such as the BBC, ITV and Channel 4, the mix of slop around it is a real risk of polluting people's ability to see accurate information, and that this demonstrates the absolute need for trusted news sources online.
So State.
Can I thank him for that? As I said to my honourable friend earlier, during the Southport riots, there was an increase in people going to the BBC and going to the Liverpool Echo to get information. We saw something similar actually after the Manchester Arena bomb, where people were seeking out the Manchester Evening News as a really trusted source of news. He'll be aware that many of those trusted sources are under serious financial pressure, and that is one of the reasons why we acted, particularly around the local media strategy, to make sure that those are available. We want to make sure that they're more prominent and easier to find online, but in order to do that, we've got to make sure that they actually are there in the first place.
Pete Wishaw.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The proliferation of misinformation, invidious algorithms and harmful context are the defining features of the current media landscape, and they are causing real harms and divisions within our communities. We need bold action to tackle this, and that surely includes taking on those who direct and abuse these situations. So how will she promote trusted sites when there's people even in this House prepared to undermine them, and we're losing jobs and services and public service broadcasters?
I mean, that's partly what this TV Green Paper is designed to address, although, as I said to my honourable friend earlier, it's one part of the whole. Getting regulation online right, getting the enforcement of that regulation right, and being far more proactive through Ofcom in enforcing the law that already exists is an essential part of this, as well as the measures that he'll have seen that we're proposing around prominence and other areas.
Bob McKee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome this Green Paper? I think it's both timely and forward-looking, and I think the government is right to respond to the fact that people get much of their news from social media nowadays. But can I ask, as more and more people turn to AI chatbots for news and information, what work is the government doing to make sure that trusted sources are given prominence in the sourcing of that information?
We've done a number of things in this space. I mean, the first is obviously that there is real pressure that AI summaries online are putting on existing publishers. My honourable friend, Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, and I have met with the publishing industry to discuss how we better protect those original sources, which are often far more accurate than the AI summaries that draw from their work. As I said to the chair of the Select Committee, we also, when it comes to media literacy, we need to equip not just the younger generation, but all of us actually with the skills that we need to navigate AI.
So Oliver Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I urge the Secretary of State to keep a genuine open mind with this consultation, and if the evidence doesn't stack up, be prepared to drop measures. In particular, I think the concept of prominence is going to be very difficult to translate from a linear age to the age we're in now without imposing excessive costs and bureaucracy on broadcasters. And as we've seen, this trustworthy news concept is very problematic, because one person's trustworthy news is someone else's propaganda. And just look at this debate between the BBC and GB News. There's plenty of my constituents, frankly, that would trust right now GB News over the BBC. We cannot allow this to be an echo chamber for liberal left groupthink, because otherwise it will further undermine trust and confidence in this place.
Can I thank him for that? And he's absolutely right to say that any responsible government will be careful about the way that we navigate this landscape, because the definition of what is considered to be high quality and trustworthy is contested, and we need to protect the plurality and the diversity of our news and broader media industry. I guess I would just say to him, though, that I believe that for a long time now we have been failing to empower and equip our own citizens with the ability to navigate the new landscape that we find ourselves in. And in particular, as a government, we are really concerned about the blurring of news and fact with polemic and opinion, and that is a space in which we intend to act.
Sir Keir.
Speaker, given we are in a world of fake news and given the impact of that on public trust, I really welcome the Minister's work to modernise the prominence regime. The BBC is the jewel in our national crown, and people have mentioned the cuts, but I think it is a real shame that we've got cuts to shows like Moneybox Live, which are really important consumer shows, where we've got scams everywhere. These shows are really important to our nation. So can the Minister just comment a bit more on the BBC and that importance of it to our nation?
Yeah, and I'll say to her very candidly that I am also concerned about the cuts that were announced, and I did raise those concerns directly with the incoming Director General, because obviously we've got the Charter review process ongoing, and what I would not want to see is the BBC dismantling good structures, dismissing good journalists, and closing down good programmes at a time when we're seeking to work constructively together in order to ensure that they're properly and adequately funded going forwards. But I would also say that there are significant pressures on all of our public service broadcasters at the moment, and that's one reason why we have to grip this issue about transition and make sure that we work together in order to ensure that we can do that with nobody left behind.
I'm Malton.
Mr. Speaker, in a similar vein to the honourable lady who just spoke, I was really concerned to hear of the cuts at the BBC. The World Tonight's going, today's being cut back. This falls on the heels of cuts at Newsnight as well. It seems to me that the justification for this is that the programme is being reoriented towards young people, which is obviously, a good thing in and of itself. But when I was 18, I didn't listen to any of those programmes, and now I'm in my 40s, I listen to all of them. Do these cuts not undermine the BBC's mission to educate and inform? And in this age of disinformation, is it not vital that we keep them?
As I said to my honourable friend, the elephant in the room is funding, and the BBC hasn't been adequately funded for quite some time. He'll know that fewer and fewer people are paying the licence fee, and that is becoming a major challenge for the BBC. So through the Charter process, we'll set out a range of options that are designed to tackle that and make sure that we protect the really high-quality programming that he rightly commends.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One, we welcome the Green Paper today. We know from the misinformation, disinformation rise right across our country, and it was shown in the recent Makerfield by-election from the Social Market Foundation, where they saw a quadrupling of fake news and 1 in 6 posts on all the local Facebook groups as fake news. We've seen it in my constituency where a fake news article went rampant across our town about a woman and child being attacked at a train station, which never happened but caused fear and anxiety. So I warmly welcome today, but how can we get more trusted support into our local news services, our local papers and our local broadcasters, because they're the ones that residents, as you rightly point out about the Liverpool Echo example, turn to in times of crisis and where they don't get the information they need.
Thank you for that. I was really struck by the SMF report, and it's certainly something that I recognised as happening very close to home, and he rightly says that that's not new. In fact, my local police say the biggest challenge that they have is the mis and disinformation online that leads people to believe that there is more violent crime than is actually happening, that streets aren't safe, and causes serious challenges to social cohesion. He'll know that earlier this year we published the local media strategy. That is the start of our ambition for local media, not the floor, not the ceiling. There's more that we need to do, particularly in the online space, in order to be able to ensure that publications like the Liverpool Echo are able to thrive.
John Cooper.
Former journalist, I salute the Secretary of State's noble ambition to leave no one behind, but as the honourable member from Hexham pointed out, that the death of terrestrial television risks leaving a lot of people in remote and rural Scotland behind. My constituency, Dumfries and Galloway, has a lot of not spots, and terrestrial television is a key source of news and also entertainment. So can I ask the Secretary of State to use her influence in the forthcoming Northern Powerhouse Cabinet to get broadband rolled out properly across this country?
He's absolutely right to talk about the centrality of broadband access, and digital exclusion is one of the things that we're looking at really carefully. We will make sure that this transition doesn't leave his constituents behind, and I'm looking forward to working with him on that to make sure that we get it right.
It's Swallow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week we had a powerful reminder of how important trusted news broadcasting is when the BBC reported that arson attacks targeting the Prime Minister and his family had been orchestrated by Russia. Not stopping there, Russian-backed bots then spread homophobic misinformation about those attacks. We know how the Conservative Party responded to that. Their vice chair went on national TV and laughed. We can now see how this party, this Labour government, is responding to that issues. So can I urge the Secretary of State to go even further on supporting trusted news sources as a powerful response to mis and disinformation online, a lot of it fuelled by our foreign adversaries.
Can I thank him for that? And he's absolutely right to say that we should demand the highest standards from people across this House and across our public life, and I share his absolute horror at the way that the Vice Chairman of the Conservative Party responded to that.
Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I absolutely welcome this Green Paper. I think it's a really good step forward. We're having this national debate, and I hope in that debate Leveson will not be forgotten and the proposals within it. But she will be aware that the younger people, the majority of the population in fact, do not watch mainstream television, do not read newspapers either in printed or online form. They rely entirely on social media for their news, their information, their opinions, and so on. Much of it is sent behind the cloak of anonymity. Often it is dangerous, often it is racist, often it is abusive, and we have a whole generation growing up with their only source of information anonymous stuff put on social media. I realise it's a very difficult balancing act between controlling access to what is a wonderful technology and ensuring that there is some degree of accuracy and accountability within it. Is she aware, I'm sure she is aware, of this huge problem, and does she feel that there is a way forward within the debate about the Green Paper of dealing with this conundrum?
Can I thank him for that? He mentioned Leveson, and I can update the House that I met the families of the victims of press intrusion very recently. We've always acted with care in this space in order to ensure that we protect a free and fair press, but he is absolutely right to say that action is needed to better protect people in this space, and this government is determined to ensure that we do. And secondly, on the point that he makes about young people and the way that they consume news, I do share his serious concern about that. That's partly what this Green Paper is intended to address, but also one of the key driving forces behind the social media ban that my colleague, the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, announced recently. We haven't done enough to protect young people online, and we need to do more.
Well, we come to the birthday boy himself, Chris Vence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 21 again. Can I thank the Secretary of State for her response to this UQ, particularly her emphasis on the importance of online literacy, which as a former teacher, Chris Vence Bingo in full force today, is really important. Can I also pay tribute to Michael Casey, editor of Your Harlow, an online newspaper that prints tens of thousands of articles every year and has filled the hole left by Harlow Star when it closed down. But to build on my point by my honourable friend from Glasgow South, who talks about the more and more people are using AI summaries to get their news and not relying on those trusted sources. Is there not a danger if we don't provide those support to those trusted sources? And also the AI companies themselves provide that the support to those trusted sources. Those trusted sources will not continue.
Well, on the point about trusted sources, I've been working with the publishing industry to make sure that we protect them and don't allow what is higher quality content to be undermined by AI summaries. We'll bring forward more proposals around this to this House, but it is a concern that we absolutely recognise and share. And secondly, on independent news providers, we've seen lots of very good quality independent news providers spring up around the country. It's great to hear about his local one in Harlow, but there are too many news deserts, local news deserts across our country, and that's precisely what the local media strategy is intended to address.
Martin Vick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who's been relying on the BBC to deliver news since the days when Jack D'Manio was presenting the Today programme and John Snagg was reading the news, I still rely on the BBC to a considerable extent. But it does annoy me intensely at times, and in particularly in relation to the cuts that were announced and the programmes that they are cutting, which seem to be public service programmes, not ones delivered necessarily by the commercial sector. And on top of that, the demise of news coverage on local radio. Would the Secretary of State assure me that she will convey those views to the BBC and hopefully they'll have a rethink?
Certainly very happy to do so, and he's right to mention the importance of local radio.
Davis.
Oh, sorry, such a shock. Thank you. Can I thank the Secretary of State for her answers and for her informed answers. The new media green paper highlights the importance of continuing universal access for good quality, trusted television. And of course, part of maintaining that access is to make the content in the first place. And with the news that the BBC Cymru Wales will see £9 million of spending cuts by the end of 27-28, it's inevitable that Welsh commissions already on the decrease will decline even further. So can the Secretary of State set out how she will protect Welsh and Welsh language content from such sweeping cuts, especially considering that access is already limited to us?
Can I thank her for that? I was recently at the BBC in Cardiff, and the importance of Welsh language content is not lost on this government. It's something that I've discussed with both the interim Director General and the new Director General as well. And can I also say to her that we have been very keen to impress on the BBC the importance of protecting that regional footprint that across all of our nations and regions that was pioneered by the former Director General Tim Davey. Through the Charter Review process, we're ambitious for more power, more funding to be dispersed out of London in order to ensure that the BBC becomes the engine of the nations and regions and is truly able to produce content that reflects our entire nation, all of our nations and regions, and not just some parts of the country.
Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I add my voice to those already expressed in concern about the transfer to TV over IP? Technology moves very fast, and I accept at face value the Secretary of State's commitment that no one will be left behind. But we've had 20 years of change from fibre to cabinet and now fibre to premises, yet there are still some of my constituents on copper to premises surviving on 2-3 megabit download, which would not be capable of getting television into their homes from whether it's 2034 or later switchover. So can I urge her, before any decision is made, to work very closely with DCIT that no matter what the core statistic says about how many homes have fibre to premises, in rural communities particularly, there will still be people left behind. And added to that, in many villages where there is only one fibre provider and no competition, there's fibre and there's fibre, and not all of it is as reliable as it looks.
He's absolutely right. I'm happy to give him that assurance. He will know that the Minister for Media is also a DCIT Minister, so I'm sure he will be working very closely with himself and his colleagues in order to make sure that we address those concerns.
Reynolds.
Speaker, over recent weeks, one of the most frequent adverts served to me and many others on social media platform X was an AI-generated fake image of a member of this House fighting with the Governor of the Bank of England. Now, when half of adults include social media as one of the sources that they get their news from, can the Secretary of State confirm what conversations she's had with colleagues in DCIT to make sure that these fake news social media adverts do not become our news?
I think he's right to raise that specific issue, and I have discussed it with my honourable friend, the Secretary of State in DCIT. She and I collectively are determined to make sure that we properly regulate the online space so that we protect people from those sorts of fake generated images.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents in Epping Forest are very worried about proposals to stop terrestrial TV broadcast from 2034. Like with local radio, for many in both urban and rural areas, and for older and more vulnerable people, they rely on terrestrial TV as a lifeline in their daily lives. Please, can the government have a strong rethink about this?
Well, as I've said in previous answers, we do have to manage this transition. We can't just drift into an unmanaged transition. And that's precisely why we've brought these proposals forward early, with genuinely open questions about the date of that transition. But I'll reiterate to him what I said to many honourable members, which is that we are absolutely determined to get on the front foot about this and make sure that nobody is left behind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm confident that everybody in this House wants freedom of speech, freedom of expression, but we're all against freely available misinformation, disinformation, whether that's about the lack of integration in certain neighbourhoods or whether that's on international footing. There's clearly a distrust, so something needs to be done, and I certainly welcome the Minister, the Secretary of State, in bringing forward a Green Paper. How will the government ensure that those with the deepest pockets don't get prevalent when we look at mainstream media?
One of the things that we're trying to do is to protect the plurality and diversity of our media, and also to make sure that people have better access to high quality sources, not just of news but of content as well, things like children's programming that are really important. But he's right to recognise we've lived through a revolution in media and media consumption, and we just haven't been quick enough to respond, and that's partly what this TV Green Paper is designed to address.
Sure. Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Green Paper from the Secretary of State? Many of my constituents in Stockland, Bristol and Fiddington continue to endure very poor or non-existent broadband coverage and mobile signals. So they are concerned at her proposals to stop terrestrial broadcasts by 2034. So will she ensure that those proposals do not cut off my constituents in rural areas?
I also represent a largely rural constituency, and I absolutely recognise the challenges that he talks about in relation to not just broadband, but also he's right to say mobile signal as well. I can't get reception in my own house, to be honest, so I think there's a real challenge there, but that's precisely why we've brought forward these proposals now with a genuinely open question about 2034 or 2044, so that we can work with industry to ensure that his constituents aren't left behind.
And finally, Jim Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for her answers and for her positivity in the questions that we've all asked. Mine is a very specific one to Northern Ireland, and I think the Honourable Lady, the Secretary of State, will be quite perturbed when I give her some figures for Northern Ireland. With the new Media Green Paper pushing for a total IPTV transition by 2034, what specific guarantees can the Secretary of State give to the nearly half of all households in Northern Ireland, some 370,000 people, whose homes still rely entirely on digital terrestrial TV via an aerial, so that all of our rural and vulnerable communities are not left in a digital blackout as a result of the potential paper proposals? Thanks so much.
Yeah, he's absolutely right to say there are particular challenges in certain parts of the country, and Northern Ireland is very firmly at the forefront of not just my mind but the Minister for Media as well. I'd be more than happy to discuss it further with him, but we will work together to make sure that nobody is left behind.
And that concludes the urgent question. I'll just give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Statement on the publication of the report from the Independent Maternity and Neonatal Review of Nottingham University Hospitals NHS Trust. Secretary of State.
With your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will make a statement on the Independent Review of Maternity Services at Nottingham University Hospitals NHS Trust. Madam Deputy Speaker, Donna Ockenden's review is the largest ever into a maternity service in the history of the NHS. The nature and sheer scale of the failings it exposes are horrific. It uncovers dangerously and tragically deficient care at almost every turn. Its findings and conclusions are chilling. The report covers 13 years, including accounts from 838 members of staff, and crucially, it captures the experiences of 2,536 affected families. I met a small number of those affected families last week. I felt numb after hearing the depth of their pain. I felt even more numb when I considered how many families not in the room went through such a trauma too, and the forgotten children who survived but live with the consequences of failings in maternity care every day. And I felt devastated that so many women and babies, as well as their fathers and other family members, had suffered injury, death, and lasting trauma whilst under the care of the NHS. Now, having met the families and having seen the report, I feel appalled by the neglect, incompetence, racism, discrimination, contempt, and harassment that so many suffered. And I feel heartbroken to know that at so many times when they tried to raise the alarm about their care, they were ignored, sneered at, disbelieved, blamed, and lied to. The question, Madam Deputy Speaker, is how on earth could this have happened? There is no single answer, but Donna Ockenden shines a light on what was going on. First and foremost, women were not listened to. Staff shortages and a lack of training in Nottingham were amongst the worst Donna Ockenden says she has ever come across. Bullying by doctors and senior midwives was rife, which meant staff who tried to speak up were intimidated and ridiculed. There was a culture of cover-up at the highest levels of the trust, and there were ineffective and inadequate responses from regulators. And perhaps most damning of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, for years the trust ignored evidence of clinical and cultural flaws from both internal and external reviews that it had itself ordered. When I met Donna Ockenden last week, she told me that those inquiries were diligent and of good quality, but they were effectively swept under the carpet by the board. That refusal to act is unforgivable. Madam Deputy Speaker, Donna Ockenden and her team deserve huge credit for their forensic and compassionate approach to this review, as does my honourable friend, the member for Sherwood Forest, herself a harmed mother, as well as members in neighbouring constituencies who have walked side by side with their constituents through years of anguish and struggle. But the driving force behind this review, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been the affected families themselves. They have demonstrated more patience, more courage, and more tenacity than one might imagine is possible from those dealing with broken hearts that will never mend. And whilst each of their experiences is unique, one feature is common. At the very moment that they were at their most vulnerable, they placed themselves and the lives of their unborn babies in the hands of the NHS, and the NHS failed them catastrophically. To all of those who had suffered so appallingly, I say today, on behalf of the NHS, I am sorry. I am sorry not just for the failures or the heartless and undignified treatment, but also because your cries of concern went unheard for too long. And so the government will act. We will act by taking immediate steps, including to expand Martha's Rule to all maternity and neonatal settings so that parents can demand a second opinion if they feel their concerns are being ignored. Now, I know that some people may want me to accept all the recommendations in the review today, but too many recommendations in the past have been accepted and then sat on a shelf gathering dust, and we have seen more deaths and more suffering. I do not want to let the families I met in Nottingham or bereaved parents anywhere else in the country down. I want to use the National Maternity and Neonatal Task Force, which I chair, to create a comprehensive action plan to be published by the end of this year, which will address all of the national level recommendations from this review and others. And I am confident that work will be welcomed by all those midwives, obstetricians, paediatricians, and other healthcare workers who strive every day to make sure that babies are born safely and that women receive outstanding levels of care. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear that in case after case, families felt that regulators, including the General Medical Council, the Nursing and Midwifery Council, and the Care Quality Commission, were more concerned with protecting clinicians than providing accountability. That is damning and that is wrong. As one grieving mother told me, they put the fox in charge of the hen house. Clinicians and trust leaders must know that their behaviour will be properly scrutinised and that their actions will have consequences. We must meet the test of the Nottingham victim who told me last week that accountability drives action. We are making changes to the CQC, one of which is to extend the cut-off period to initiate proceedings from 3 years to 5, so there is more time for families to bring cases. And I will be calling in the Chair and the Chief Executive of the GMC to hear directly their account of the failures at NUH. And let me be clear, if their response falls short, things at the GMC will change. From speaking to families in Nottingham, I know that there is a real and understandable anger that some leaders and clinicians at the centre of this review were able to avoid giving evidence. And so today, I am making a commitment that when passed, we will use the Hillsborough's Law's duty of candour to ensure that witnesses in upcoming reviews of maternity service failures, including those in Leeds and Sussex, can be forced to provide evidence. This change will make sure no one is able to refuse to cooperate in the search for accountability and justice ever again. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is so much in the stories of the families in Nottingham that is shocking and heartbreaking. But the way the bodies of their loved ones were handled by hospital mortuary services revealed a level of disrespect and a lack of humanity that, I'll be honest, left me utterly aghast. The details are disturbing, but they need to be heard to understand the gravity of what families were confronted with. Deceased babies referred to as a specimen or a sample. A baby placed into a mortuary space already occupied by an unknown and unrelated adult. A baby disposed of as clinical waste against the express wishes of their parents. And a baby kept in a domestic fridge in a bereavement room. The emotional and psychological effect of these dehumanising failures was to layer the most profound disrespect on the most unbearable distress. There is also evidence that the Trust actively decided not to report failings in mortuary care to families. As honourable members will know, there is an active police investigation and arrests have been made, which limits what I can say. But as a start, I have asked NHS England to write to Trust to make sure these appalling experiences are not happening elsewhere in the NHS, and I can confirm today that the Human Tissue Authority will require all mortuaries to review internal records going back 10 years to ensure all incidents have been logged and reported. I have instructed them to report the findings directly to me by October the 16th. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I met the Nottingham families last week, they also raised to me the issue around what are known as secondary victims. In maternity settings, fathers, partners and others are actively encouraged to be present to support mothers through labour and delivery. However, the law does not allow them to bring their own claims for the psychiatric illness suffered as a direct result of witnessing their partner or baby suffer injury or die. And so I have asked David Locke KC to work with my officials to consider this important issue as part of his wider work on clinical negligence. Madam Deputy Speaker, Donna Ockenden acknowledges that NUH has not waited for her findings to be published to start making improvements. I will be speaking to the Chief Executive next week to interrogate the Trust response and to make sure there is a proper plan in place for implementing the recommendations speedily and effectively. But there is a long road ahead before NUH fully addresses all the issues it has faced and before it can possibly regain the full trust and confidence of the communities it serves. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to close where I began, with the families. Nothing can make up for what they have gone through, but this report is a tribute to their resilience and tenacity. And I say directly to them, you have had to drive this for so long, but you are no longer driving this alone. We are with you, and we will not stop until you have the accountability and the justice you deserve. I commend this statement to the House.
Yeah. Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement, and to Donna Ockenden and her team for the care and compassion with which they conducted this review. We had a meeting with her yesterday, and I have to say it was probably one of the most difficult meetings I've ever had. I also want to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Sherwood Forest. I can see how deeply personal this is and how painful this is, and I admire her and all of her colleagues from the region on what must be a very difficult moment. Let me say from the outset that I want to be constructive in opposition when it comes to this issue. We need to work together. We have got to see improvements. And I begin with the women, babies, fathers, partners and families whose lives sit behind its findings. To them we owe a profound apology for failing them when a family should feel safest, most supported and most able to trust the care around them. For too many, that trust was broken. Women were not listened to, families were not believed, warning signs were missed, some suffered the deepest loss, others left physically unsafe, others psychologically scarred. No statement can repair that pain, but it can mark the point at which testimony becomes responsibility and responsibility becomes action. The painful truth is not only that the failings occurred, it is that the themes are familiar. Women not heard, families dismissed, poor communication, misdeterioration, weak governance, and people unable to speak up. Maternity and neonatal safety has challenged governments of both parties, but it would be wrong to let that history soften the urgency. Women and families are tired of telling their story, hearing promises and seeing the same themes return. So the question is whether the system will move because of this review. And so I'll put 3 tests to the Secretary of State. The first is the listening test. Women and families were not consistently listened to. Their concerns were too often dismissed or not acted upon. That is not a soft issue. It is a safety issue. So how will the government embed listening as a clinical discipline? How will trusts measure whether women feel heard? Will complaints and near misses be treated as information for improvement? The second is the culture test. The review describes bullying, hierarchy and poor psychological safety affecting staff's decision and willingness to escalate, and I pay tribute to those who were brave enough to do so. In maternity and neonatal care, minutes matter. If staff cannot challenge, then safety is weakened. Staff cannot provide the care they want if they are exhausted, unsupported, or where hierarchy matters more than candour. So I ask, how will boards be held accountable for that ward culture? The third is the delivery test. Harm rarely followed one error. It usually followed a chain: poor communication, weak risk assessment, delayed escalation, staff pressure, inadequate governance and missed learning. The response cannot be a single announcement. It must be accompanied by a delivery plan. So will the Secretary of State publish a national implementation plan with named accountability, delivery dates and regular updates to this House? That plan must address workforce so staff have the support and information they need to fulfil their roles to the ability they wish to do so. It must design services for today and the future and not assumptions from the past. Women are having children older. Pregnancies are more complex. More women enter pregnancy with pre-existing conditions, previous loss, fertility treatment, mental health needs or circumstances shaping care. That means the need for practical, personalised care, informed choice and women treated as a whole. The review also requires us to confront inequalities. Safety of a patient must not depend on confidence, class, ethnicity, language or ability to fight through the system. And the issue around our mortuaries is really shocking. The horror of the stories we've heard must never happen again. So could he tell us if he's working with colleagues in the Department of Justice to see what more needs to be done to overhaul? Finally, we must recognise the psychological harm caused through silence, poor communication, lack of bereavement support, the battle for honesty, and knowing that our mortuaries need to have the highest standards. Compassion after harm is not a courtesy, it is a duty. Madam Deputy Speaker, trust is rebuilt when women feel the difference in the room, when words change decisions, staff speak without fear, risk is escalated in time, and boards are judged by results. Where the government acts to improve safety, accountability, staffing and family voice, it will have our support so that we can see this through together. And where it does not, it will face our scrutiny. This review began with families who had to fight to be heard. The task now is to make sure no family has to fight so hard again.
Secretary of State.
Let me thank the Shadow Secretary of State for not only the content but also the tone and the approach that he's taken. I very firmly welcome the collaborative approach because, as he rightly points out, this is one that we should work across party, across this whole House to address. I also felt that his summary of some of the really key issues which we must address through the work that we're doing around ensuring, first and foremost, women are listened to, around the cultural changes we need to see, and around the delivery test, recognising that this is a chain of failure, are all points very well made and in line with where I and the department are coming at this from. As I mentioned in my earlier remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, the National Task Force that I chair will bring all of the recommendations from today's report and the recommendations from the national report which Baroness Amos has been working on, as well as recommendations from other inquiries and reviews of maternity services failures. All of those recommendations will come into the task force precisely to deliver that delivery plan, that comprehensive plan of action, which we will make sure is published by the end of this year, and which we as a government, working with the opposition, can ensure is delivered across this country.
Michelle Welsh.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Secretary of State for his statement. For openness and transparency, I have been campaigning on this for 6 years and I'm a harmed mother at Nottingham University Hospitals Trust. I want to start by thanking the brave families, my friends, and Donna Ockenden and her team. What has happened is horrific. Bullying, cover-ups, racism, discrimination, and appalling practice. The way babies have been treated at birth and then at the end of their life is a national disgrace. One of the most uncomfortable truths in this report that it was not a regulator, a policy, a protocol, a law, or a government department that brought us this inquiry. It was families, bereaved families, harmed families, having to speak again and again about the most horrendous and traumatic experience for more than a decade. That does not signify a system that is working. The report identified avoidable deaths, harm and profound failings. The publication of this report is simply not enough. What is required now is action, accountability and change. Can the Secretary of State therefore assure the House that there will be a plan, robust oversight, questioning of regulators and senior staff, and will he work with Nottinghamshire families and Nottinghamshire MPs to ensure justice is truly and fully delivered? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for her questions, and let me put on record again how much I have appreciated her advocacy, her support, her sharing of her own experience and her standing up for so many hundreds of families in the area where she represents. Her contribution is invaluable to this most important work that we are doing as a government. And I think that when she spoke, she talked about families driving this report, that families being those who have made sure this report happens. And she's absolutely right. And when I met some of those families last week in Nottingham, the feeling I left with, as well as feeling numb at the depth and the breadth of the pain, was also a sense of almost exhaustion at having fought for so long to be listened to and to get this into the open. I think our responsibility as a government and as MPs is to say that now it is out in the open, now all of this is for all of us to see. We all bear a responsibility to help them carry this forward. And that is a responsibility I take with the utmost of seriousness. My honourable friend asked about a plan to change maternity services in Nottingham and across the country. There will be specific local recommendations in Nottingham, and I'm meeting the Chief Executive of the Trust next week to pick that up directly with him. But there are more recommendations in this report which will have national implications, along with the recommendations from the national review currently underway. And it is crucial that all of those recommendations are formed into a plan of action. And that's where the task force that I chair is so crucial in making sure these are not recommendations that get accepted and sit on a shelf gathering dust, but they form a plan of action which we can stand behind as a government. Finally, my honourable friend mentioned the importance of action, accountability and change. And I repeat what I said earlier in my statement, that one of the phrases that stuck with me so powerfully from my meeting with Nottingham families last week was when one person said, accountability drives action. Without that accountability, you cannot have a guarantee of action. And that's why that accountability that the families seek is something we must seek as a government to deliver that change.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by acknowledging the Honourable Lady for Sherwood Forest, Donna Ockenden, and the Secretary of State for the statement, for their hard work, and the Secretary of State for the actions that he has proposed so far, which I think are the first tangible actions we've heard in this place. I must also, though, acknowledge the incredible courage and resilience of the Nottingham families who have been instrumental in bringing about this review, because no one can imagine the pain that they've gone through. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am distressed and I am angry to be stood here once again speaking about babies who should not have lost their lives and mothers who should have not lost their lives and trauma that families should not have experienced. Review after review has led to 748 recommendations since 2015, but birth injury and mortality rates have continued to rise. These reviews all reveal similar issues: unsafe staffing levels, lessons not learned, issues not escalated, insufficient training, and women's concerns ignored. 4 years ago, after the Shrewsbury Review, we found that over 200 babies had died unnecessarily in Shropshire, and yet things have got worse. Donna Ockenden's Nottingham report reveals new and extremely distressing revelations about serious failures to protect the dignity of the deceased in after-death care, something which must be addressed through proper regulation. Liberal Democrats have put forward a maternity rescue package which would guarantee one-to-one midwifery care and introduce a National Maternity Commissioner to oversee vital improvements. And it would be nonsensical for the government not to take a strategy forward. Will the Secretary of State pledge to implement every single one of the Nottingham report's essential actions and work with us to deliver the essential investment we need to make Britain a safe place to have a baby and end this shocking cycle of failure? Because anger isn't enough. Mothers, doctors and midwives are sick of seeing review after review and being met with stasis. The same failures repeated over and over again. This must be the moment we say enough.
Secretary of State.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her words there, and I think when she spoke about ending this cycle, she sums up a feeling I think many of us have of the cycle of inquiries, investigations, revealing what has been happening in maternity services, leading to recommendations which are accepted, but then things don't change enough. Action is not taken to address all of the issues which are raised. That is the cycle that we need to break. And the National Task Force, which is established and which I chair, will take all of the recommendations from Donna Ockenden's report, as well as the recommendations from Baroness Amos's national review, which will be published shortly, as well as some of the other hundreds of recommendations which the Honourable Lady mentioned, and ensure that that produces a comprehensive action plan by the end of this year, because I think the challenge for us is not simply to accept recommendations, but it is to produce and deliver that action plan.
Michael Payne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's publication of Donna Ockenden's report into maternity services in Nottinghamshire is a difficult and deeply emotional moment for families across our county and city. I want to place on record my thanks to Donna Ockenden and her outstanding team for the care, compassion and thoroughness with which they have exposed these devastating families. Let me also place on record my thanks to my honourable friend, the Member of Parliament for Sherwood Forest. She is a fearless and formidable campaigner for justice and has walked this journey with the families every step of the way. And I know just how proud her son Billy would be watching her from home today. My thoughts are first and foremost with the families whose lives have been changed forever by the loss of babies and mothers harmed who should have received safe care. Behind every page of this report are families who have endured unimaginable grief and who have spent years fighting simply to have their voices heard. I pay tribute to their courage, dignity and determination. In the face of heartbreak, they refused to be silenced. They fought not only for answers about their loved ones, but to ensure that other families would not suffer the same pain. Can my right honourable friend confirm that he will consider all options available to deliver justice and accountability for those families who have waited far too long for answers? And will he assure me and the whole House that the lessons identified in this report will be fully implemented and embedded throughout maternity services in Nottinghamshire and around the United Kingdom, so that no family has to endure what far too many families have already endured?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for his comments and his questions, and let me echo his words about paying tribute to the courage, dignity and determination of the families who have driven this report, who have driven these shocking failures out into the open, so that we can all see the scale and the depth of what has happened. He asks me about embedding the lessons from this review, and let me assure him that my priority is to make sure that the local lessons around the situation in Nottingham are embedded, and I will be meeting the Chief Executive of the Trust next week, but also that the national recommendations, those recommendations that have implications about national maternity services, are taken directly into the task force that I chair, along with recommendations from other reports, and that we produce that plan of action by the end of the year. And let me also reassure him that in that search for change, for justice and for accountability, I will take nothing off the table.
Chair of the Select Committee, Leila Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too would like to pay tribute to those families who came forward with their stories, but also to those thousands, if not tens of thousands of families across the country who are hearing these stories today and are triggered because it reminds them of their own, including in my own area in Oxfordshire. I was struck most in this report, I have to say, by the section on leadership and culture, and how when midwives and staff members were raising the alarm, they didn't have access to the board, and board members were not curious enough to ask the right questions. I'm also struck in the Secretary of State's answers, and I think he's right to point to the national recommendations that are yet to come. Our understanding is they're coming next week. But what he fails to mention is whether there will be any pot of money to make sure that any recommendations that need double running in order to happen quickly will have the resource to do so. Can he assure this House that not only will his task force seek to implement these recommendations, but that he will ensure the money exists for staffing, for training, for buildings, so that they get implemented as quickly as possible, so we don't have to sit here crying on these benches on behalf of our constituents anymore?
Secretary of State.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her comments, and she speaks about funding, which is, of course, a very important part of the response that we need to have to the failings in maternity care. We're investing £25 million, as I'm sure she's aware, in tackling the causes of maternal death, to enhance bereavement facilities, to improve triage facilities, as well as £145 million through the estate's safety fund to address safety risks in maternity and neonatal estate. But I think that, for me, this is not just about funding. This is exactly as she says, around culture as well. And when there is a culture of mothers not being listened to, of midwives not being listened to, of the board, in this case, commissioning reviews and then ignoring them, that is where the problem lies. That is what we need to change. It is not something where there is a single lever we can pull or a single change we need to make. From top to bottom, we need to make sure that maternity services are overhauled to be fit for the future.
Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I want to thank the families who were bereaved and harmed by Nottingham University Hospitals Trust, some of the most courageous and selfless people I've had the privilege of knowing, including my honourable friend, the member for Sherwood Forest. They have for years relentlessly pursued the truth, justice, accountability and real change, often at great personal cost, not only for their own families, but to prevent future families enduring similar trauma and cruelty. I also want to express my sincere gratitude to Donna Ockenden for her service to Nottinghamshire. I'm so thankful that it was her who led this review. The scale and magnitude of the systemic failures uncovered by this review are truly harrowing. Mothers and babies were harmed and even died through the most shocking negligence and indifference. Families were lied to, disbelieved, blamed and gaslit. Mistakes were covered up and regulators failed to do their jobs. One of my constituents included in the review summed up well where we go from here when she told the Secretary of State, we need immediate action and we need long-term accountability. So on immediate actions, will the Secretary of State set out a timeline of when he expects to be able to implement the recommendations in full? And on accountability, is he open to a statutory inquiry, provided it does not delay criminal proceedings?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for her comments and her questions, and as well as her thanking the families for what they have done to drive this report forward. Also to thank Donna Ockenden for her work, her critical work in making sure this report has been produced. And may I add my thanks to those expressed by my honourable friend. She asks about the timetable for action and the national task force, which I referred to, that I chair, which will draw all of the national recommendations, all of the recommendations from Donna Ockenden's report, as well as the recommendations from Baroness Amos's report and any others into maternity services failures. All of those recommendations will go into the task force, which will report by the end of the year. And that will be the timetable for us ensuring there is a comprehensive plan of action. In relation to a public inquiry, I know that through my conversations with families, some families have wanted a public inquiry, others have had different views, but I can be very clear that for me, no options are off the table.
Sir Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a matter of profound shame on all of us in this House that in a society that we call compassionate, a baby's body could be disposed of as clinical waste. And I want to add my thanks and salute the courage of the families, including the Honourable Member for Sherwood Forest, but also Jack and Sarah Hawkins in particular, but all the families who've shown such courage in coming forward with these utterly appalling stories. I commissioned a number of maternity reviews, and I'm afraid I have to say that I feel today a terrible sense of déjà vu. And I worry that a lot of the recommendations and a lot of the things that the government will, I suspect, end up doing amount to central direction and central control when we know that that usually doesn't work in the NHS. And I was very encouraged that the Secretary of State in his thoughtful comments used the word accountability, because I think the core problem here is a lack of clinical accountability. So will he consider, in terms of his solutions, a complete overhaul so that every mother, the moment she knows she's pregnant, is given a small team, including doctor and midwives, and told this is the team, this is the person who is responsible for the safe birth of your child. So she always knows who to go to, because that is where things are falling between the seams at the moment. And I think doing something like that, making sure people always know who to go to, who's responsible, is the only way that we are actually going to stop this happening time after time.
Secretary of State.
Well, I sincerely thank the right honourable gentleman for his comments. He is someone who, as he knows, I have a great deal of respect for, and so I very much appreciate him raising the suggestions that he's put in that manner. I'd also like to add to what he said around Jack and Sarah Hawkins, who I met last week in Nottingham as well, and their sheer determination to push for accountability and justice is something that is incredibly humbling, I think, to see. The right honourable gentleman mentions the importance of clinical accountability, and I think that does get to the very core of how to drive change in the NHS, which, as he knows and I know now, is not always possible through central control or central instructions being sent out from the Department for Health or NHS England. It is a question of making sure the entire system is structured in the right way to provide that accountability to drive change and to drive action. And so for his suggestion about how that might be achieved is one that I would take under careful consideration.
Steve Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's publication of Donna Ockenden's report has laid bare absolutely appalling and systemic failures in maternity services in Nottinghamshire, with thousands of families suffering avoidable harm and in many, many cases feeling ignored, dismissed, let down by the very institutions that were put in place to protect them. And the report identifies profound failures of leadership, governance, accountability, and an ability to learn from mistakes. Given the scale of the failings and the repeated concerns that have been raised in previous maternity reviews, is it not now time for the government to establish a full judge-led statutory public inquiry with the power to compel witnesses and examine whether wider NHS and regulatory failures have allowed these tragedies to occur over such a prolonged period of time?
I thank my honourable friend for his comments, and he raises the very important issue of compelling witnesses to give evidence. And, although many members of staff contributed towards Donna Ockenden's review, the fact that so many senior leaders did not, I found shocking, and I think is unacceptable. We will change that by making sure the duty of candour, which is due to come in under the Hillsborough Law once that is in place, will apply to future maternity reviews, including those taking place in Leeds and Sussex. And to his wider question around a public inquiry, as I said a few moments ago, there are different views amongst different families about whether a public inquiry is what they want or do not want. But for me, I am not taking any options off the table.
Robert Jenrick.
Can I put on record my admiration for the 2,500 families across our county of Nottinghamshire who came and gave evidence to Donna Ockenden and shared was undoubtedly the most personal stories that one could ever imagine sharing as a parent. I'll never forget a family coming to see me at my surgery who said that they'd been told that their time was up when they were sitting together with their baby and were asked to leave. They went to the cafe and then they sat on the floor, on the curb, in the car park and cried together. They said that it was like being shooed out of a restaurant by a rude waiter, not literally the most heartbreaking moment in your life. I was very disturbed to read for the first time the revelations about the mortuary service at Nottingham, which is frankly astonishing, and it seems as if the right steps are being taken, but I think we all hope that those responsible for this feel the full force of the law. Nationally, I hope every hospital trust reading this report now treats it as the emergency situation that it truly is. It is absolutely astonishing that the NHS is spending almost as much on negligence claims as on maternity services themselves. And of course, the money is nothing compared to the misery and pain that's been inflicted on families. With respect to our own hospitals in Nottingham, to the extent that improvements have been driven, it seems to be through ensuring that there is now regular and good quality training, which was sadly very absent for a long time. Can the Secretary of State assure me that that mandatory and regular training is being ensured in all maternity hospitals now across the country?
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his remarks, and the story that he told there was yet another horrific and harrowing experience that a family has gone through in relation to this scandal. He asked about whether the focus on regular and high quality training is something that we want to prioritise and make sure is happening across the country. I think that training is essential to make sure is in place. Whilst I don't want to prejudge the action plan that the task force I'm chairing will produce, I cannot imagine a world where training is not a key part of that. I think I would also say, though, that my strong feeling, having seen the report and spoken to Donna Ockenden and spoken to families, is that there is not one single action we need to take which will transform the system of its own. It is a comprehensive plan from every angle that we need to truly transform maternity right across the country.
Joe White. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My mum was a midwife, and as a child I lived vicariously the life of a maternity ward. And she worked to the very highest standards possible, and she used to come home and talk to me about sloppy standards, falling standards and insensitivity. But what has happened at NUH is the lowest of the low. Can I give my thoughts, condolences and pay tribute to the families and the staff who tried to whistleblow, because the memories of their babies must never be forgotten, and it's our responsibility to ensure that those memories live forever. But I also want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Sherwood. She came here with the dedication, the commitment, desire to make sure that this report happened. So often she spoke to me about it. So often she's had conversations with her Nottinghamshire colleagues about what she's doing. And we have tried to support her all the way through. And I am so proud to be with her today. I believe this House should congratulate her for her commitment and dedication to what happened to her child, but also to those lost babies and the support she's given to those families. But my ask of the Secretary of State is to follow this through, and that when we have the recommendations, that they're implemented, reported on and monitored. And I also welcome his announcement that he will use the Hillsborough law to ensure that those who have failed to give evidence, those who've failed to come forward, that they're forced to do so. Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for her comments and welcome her support for our decision to make sure that the duty of candour introduced by the Hillsborough law will apply to future maternity reviews like those which we know are due to happen in relation to Leeds and Sussex. I can reassure her in terms of the process of what happens next and the implementation of the changes that we know need to happen, that the National Task Force that I chair will produce by the end of this year a comprehensive plan of action which will be based on consideration of all of the recommendations that apply nationally in Donna Ockenden's review, as well as the recommendations from Baroness Amos's review and any other reviews which have issued recommendations on the subject too.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and if I can thank the Secretary of State for his statement. The issue of neonatal and maternity services was not something I was that familiar about until a constituent of mine, Mr Thomas Hender, contacted me about the tragic loss of his son Aubrey. And he highlighted the battle that he and his family have gone through, but so many others have been going through. And it's sadly not just Nottingham. It's Morecambe Bay, it's East Kent, it's Shrewsbury and Telford, it's Nottingham, it's Leeds, it's Sussex. There's been 6 further reviews and investigations that have been carried out. I really value the fact that the Secretary of State said he had an open mind to a public inquiry. But I think we really do need to move in this direction. It wasn't until the review of care in mid-Staffordshire became a public inquiry that we're able to address some of the issues. And I think this is something that doesn't just mention those areas I've mentioned. It touches on so many other corners of this country, and I think only a public inquiry can address that.
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his comments and for telling us some of the story of Thomas and his son Aubrey. In terms of the need for action, what I intend is that the task force that I am chairing, which will consider all of the recommendations from Donna Ockenden's report and other investigations into failures in maternity services, that task force will produce a comprehensive action plan by the end of this year, so we can make sure, as I said earlier, these recommendations do not sit on shelves gathering dust, but they are put into action. I take on board his points around a public inquiry, and I know that his views are shared by some of the families. I'm conscious that other families have different views on this matter. What unites them all is a desire for action, accountability and justice. We need to find the best route to deliver that for them, because that is above all the most important thing. But I can reassure him, as I have others in the House today, that for me, no options should be off the table.
Juliet Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd first like to thank the Secretary of State for his statement. But I'd also like to pay tribute and give my admiration to the families that have fought so very hard and have been so very strong at this time in their lives, where they've had to repeat over and over what they've been through. Their fight for justice and accountability is truly fought. I want to also pay tribute to my friend from Sherwood Forest, who has not stopped this fight and has continued the story, and I want to commend her for everything that she's done. Madam Deputy Speaker, the findings of the Donna Ockenden review are harrowing, and it is indefensible that babies, mothers, fathers and families in my constituency have suffered injury, death and lasting trauma under the care of the NHS. The Ockenden review has made it clear that mothers' voices were not listened to and that families were not treated with dignity, respect or compassion. That is not only what they deserve, but it is what's expected from our NHS. The indifference that people have shown to families is undefensible. Madam Deputy Speaker, the public listening at home today will understandably be wondering, how are we here again? And asking, when will things change? So I ask the Secretary of State that let's not treat these recommendations as just another set of recommendations to put on the shelf. But let's look at them as a catalyst for change and improvement. Looking at inequalities and making sure that they are addressed. So can the Secretary of State outline what immediate steps the government will be taking on the most urgent recommendations in this review and how they will be monitored on and reviewed?
I thank my honourable friend for her comments about the family's role in fighting for justice. In terms of the recommendations of this report, and indeed the recommendations of Baroness Amos's report, which is due out shortly, and other reviews and inquiries into maternity services, she is absolutely right that these recommendations and others must not simply end up on the shelf gathering dust. And that is why the process, which I've spoken about today, of the national task force that I chair to produce a comprehensive action plan by the end of the year is so important. And that will give us the right forum to develop a plan across all aspects and all angles on this horrific scandal, including the inequalities for different families of different backgrounds that my honourable friend alluded to. And I agree with her wholeheartedly that this moment and this process that we are now going into must be a catalyst for change.
Freddie Van Mierlo.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for the way in which he's delivered the statement today and the apology he's issued, which I think will be received as being sincere and heartfelt. Hearing the details in this report, I'm ashamed. I'm not angry, actually, I'm ashamed. Ashamed that women and babies have suffered so grievously in this country at their most vulnerable moment. It's a moment of shame for all of us. The report in the Secretary of State speaks of failed regulation as well. And I was shocked to learn that a good rating can be issued by the CQC even when there are still ongoing failures at a trust for safety. So does he agree with me that no trust should be labelled as good if they still requires improvement in safety?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his remarks. He makes a very important point around regulators and the regulatory system that we have. And I think that what the report exposes in this case is how completely unacceptable it is that regulators have protected their own, and what a serious matter this is. We need to make sure that the regulators are doing their job properly, that they have the right mandate to do so, that they have the right instructions about driving up performance in trusts across the country, because I think otherwise we're on the risk of being in a situation in the future where again we're confronted with what he very accurately described as shame.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to put on record my thanks and respect for the resolute campaigning of the Nottingham survivors, especially my constituents Jack and Sarah Hawkins, who have worked so hard to bring these issues to regional and then to national attention. They have made sure that baby Harriet's death was not in vain. I'd also like to pay tribute to my honourable friend from Nottingham South, who was their MP for many years, and due to her ministerial role today will not be speaking, but she too deserves recognition for her steadfast support to them as a family, and of course to other families from Nottingham South. And of course I would like to pay thanks to Donna Ockenden, who in addition to supporting thousands of families has invested so much time in Nottingham and Nottinghamshire MPs to make sure that we understood the systemic failings that she was working so hard to identify. This is undoubtedly a shameful day for the NHS. Another fearless campaigner from Rushcliffe is Ashley Harper, who has been in touch with me about the maternity and neonatal task force and its perceived failure to recognise and support families who have been harmed. She would like to see a family expert for harmed children on the task force and a family expert for harmed mothers on the same task force. I know that these asks have been raised by my brave and honourable friend from Sherwood Forest, who has done so much for the Nottingham families. But can I ask the Secretary of State today whether this is something that he is actively considering?
I thank my honourable friend for his comments, and let me repeat what I said earlier about my humble admiration for Jack and Sarah Hawkins in their campaign for justice over baby Harriet. I think my honourable friend is also absolutely right to talk about the failings here as being systemic. This is not a handful of cases or a handful of problems. This truly is a problem that affects the entire system, the culture, the systems which are in place. That is what has let people down, and that's why our response must be so comprehensive. He mentioned about the input of families into the task force, and his constituent Harper, who had raised that as well. I'll be very happy to discuss with him after this meeting how we ensure the task force represents the views of all families.
Sir Julian Lewis.
When whistleblowers tried to alert society to what was happening, was any action taken against them? And if it was, does that indicate that there needs to be strengthened protection for whistleblowers? And at the other end of the spectrum, those clinicians who refused point blank to take part in the review process, are they going to be named?
Yes.
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman for his questions, and he raises an important part of the dynamic which has been exposed through Donna Ockenden's review around people not feeling able to challenge what is happening, feeling they are being intimidated or feel forced to stay silent even when they want to raise issues of great importance. We must make sure the right structures and culture are in place so that not only women and their families can raise their concerns, but also staff, midwives, others working in maternity and neonatal services, that they have the confidence to raise their concerns in whatever mechanism is most appropriate in the circumstance, but they must have that confidence, that mechanism to raise their concerns too. He also spoke about clinicians who have refused to take part in Donna Ockenden's review in Nottingham. As I said earlier, although over 800 clinicians or members of staff did contribute towards her review, I was appalled at the number of senior clinicians who did not agree to take part in that, and that is why it's so important that we change the law on this to apply the duty of candour through the Hillsborough law to make sure that can never happen again.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Secretary of State for his statement and for the confirmation that he will expand the Hillsborough law to ensure those clinicians that didn't speak should have spoken. I also want to put on record my thanks to the member for Sherwood Forest for her leadership and courage. And also my heartfelt sadness that so many families endured so much harm. This report has been so thoroughly and expertly delivered by Donna Ockenden and has to be the watershed moment. A key feature of this report and in every meeting with Donna and with the families has been an overwhelming sense of failure at every single level. Failure to listen, failure to react, and failure to prevent harm. The experiences of the harmed families will stay with me forever. Can the Secretary of State outline how the immediate and essential actions, including the first one, which was listening to women and families, be the catalyst for change that we need? And what steps will he be taking in his first day of taking forward this report to make sure we don't have Nottingham repeated elsewhere?
I thank my honourable friend for her remarks, and she asked about the immediate actions that we are taking as a government in response to Donna Ockenden's review. And for me, what the review highlights above all else, above all of the detail, all of the shocking, harrowing detail, is the fact that women simply were not listened to. And that comes up time and again. I know it comes up in other aspects of healthcare as well, but in this report it came up so strongly to me as underlying so many of the shocking failures which have occurred. And so as a first step, extending Martha's Rule to all maternity services across the country means that where women or their family members are concerned that they're not getting the treatment or the care that they need, they can get a second opinion, they can get an urgent independent review. We think that is an important first step to take. But this must be a watershed moment which does not rely simply on one action or a small handful of actions. There must be a comprehensive plan to tackle this issue from every angle and to ensure we have that systemic change which so many members today have spoken about being crucial.
Rosie Duffield.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in the 25 months since Theo Clark and I produced the first ever parliamentary report on birth trauma and nearly 4 years since we discussed the East Kent Kirkup report in this place, we've seen more and more reports, more and more scandals, more and more heartbreaking stories and several health secretaries. Campaigners are of course grateful to the brilliant Donna Ockenden, but frankly expectations are pretty low about ending this crisis in maternity care all these years later. Does the Secretary of State agree that, as well as training, we have to end this patchwork postcode lottery of care, introduce basic nationwide standards and accountability across all NHS trusts?
The Honourable Lady makes an important point around families' fatigue, weariness, exhaustion at so many recommendations having been made, accepted, and then not put into action. And that is, to pick up on the point made earlier, I think by the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, that is the cycle that we must now break to make sure that the recommendations don't simply get accepted and sit on the shelf gathering dust, but they feed into this plan of action, which then produces the change that we need to see. And as she also referred to, that change must be nationwide, because although today we are rightly talking about what happened in Nottingham, we know that Nottingham is far from the only place where such failures of maternity and neonatal services have been seen. We know this is a national problem that needs a national solution.
Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by saying my thoughts are with the families and the babies that have died, and also I'd like to say to the Honourable Member for Sherwood, I'm sorry you had to go through this. It shouldn't have happened, and I'm angry. And the reason I'm angry is because as a member of the Health Select Committee, we did a follow-up review last year on black mental health. And in that, the same things kept coming up over and over again, which was racism, equality issues, women being silenced, lack of governance, women not being heard, unavoidable deaths, lack of accountability. Where does it stop? Lack of training. The system is failing our women. It is failing our women. We have had over 70 recommendations. That's what we found last year. And every time we say enough is enough, what happens? We have yet another review. So before I say that, my daughter had a baby a few years ago. And if I wasn't with her, she'd have lost that baby, because it was as if she was invisible. And it wasn't until somebody else went into that room with her and said, enough, were they really willing to listen. So these failures are systemic. And what worries me is there is no ring funding with maternity services. The funding is not ring fenced, so it can go anywhere in the system. So the question I'd like to ask the Secretary of State is, what is going to be done to ensure that if when you've done this review, or whatever will be done, let me get this right, that the funding will follow what the recommendations are saying. Because it's no good having the funding there if it's being run by local organisations that are using it to plug holes. It's got to stop. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank my honourable friend for her comments and for talking about the shocking situation that she managed to avert with her daughter's baby as well. And my honourable friend also spoke about the inequalities, the racism, the fact of women being silenced, all of which come through very strongly in Donna Ockenden's report today. As I've explained, the task force that I chair will now consider the full set of recommendations from Donna Ockenden's report, as well as the recommendations from Baroness Amos's national review and other reviews and inquiries into what has happened in maternity services. That task force will produce a comprehensive plan of action which will cover a whole range of actions that need to be taken, because we know there is not simply one or even a small handful of actions that we need to transform, to change, to truly make maternity services as they should be. This is one that goes very deep, it's systemic, it's cultural, it's deeply embedded, and needs a comprehensive plan to change it.
Simon Hall.
Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State and my honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, are, I think, both to be congratulated for the tone and tenor with which they've approached this most sensitive of issues. It shows this place in its very best tradition. It also indicates, I hope, a preparedness to work across the two parties to bring forward speedy solutions to the horrors that we are hearing about and read in the report. But may I ask the Secretary of State two direct questions? The first is, the management of post-mortem bodies seems to fall between his department and the Ministry of Justice. We have talked about how to regulate that space far too often, and the Honourable Gentleman for Leeds is in agreement on this. Can his department now grip this and drive this forward to give certainty to all of our people that there is dignity and decency in death for all? My second question is, this clearly affects Nottinghamshire most acutely, but there will be expectant parents up and down and across England today who will be worried about the level of service that they can expect and the outcomes for themselves and their child. What is the Secretary of State proposing to do to communicate with those people, to say that the government is gripping this, is aware that a shake-up is taking place and that better services will be provided, and to give them some indication of what they can expect, to give them comfort and confidence in what should be the most exciting period of their lives?
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his remarks and thank him for his tone and his approach to encourage cross-party working on this, because he's absolutely right. That is essential for making progress on this most important issue. I will consider the important points he makes around the Ministry of Justice and their remit over issues in relation to what we've seen in the mortuary services, which, as I said earlier, was in a report full of shocking revelations. It was something that left me truly aghast. The inhumanity, the lack of dignity, almost unbelievable that it could have happened. I think he also raises an important point around women and their families across the country using maternity services. And whilst the conversation we're having today is, of course, about the failures in Nottingham, we also know that most women will receive high-quality care, and the majority of NHS workforce do an important job supporting them. We should make sure that is acknowledged in this difficult conversation. But part of the change we want to make immediately is by extending Martha's Rule to maternity services right across the country, because we know that is something we can do. We can do now. We know that Martha's Rule is a mechanism which has worked well in other parts of the NHS. We know that Martha's Rule is a mechanism which has worked well in other parts of the NHS, and it will mean that when women and their families feel they're not being listened to, they have that way of getting an urgent, independent review of the care they're receiving.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first thank the Secretary of State for his statement today and extend my thoughts to everyone who has been a part of the Ockenden review. I'd also like to hugely thank my honourable friend, the member for Sherwood Forest, for her unending efforts in campaigning for the families that we represent and our constituents who have been through so much. And of course, Donna Ockenden for her work, for her amazing support, and for her constant engagement with us as the local affected members of Parliament and our constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last 2 years, I have met so many families who have been harmed in ways I cannot understand or comprehend. I have heard of and seen horrors that I can barely believe. In addition to those babies and those mothers who lost lives, it's important that we also highlight the children, like our mate Ryan, who recently turned 18, but who will never be independent because of his acquired brain injury. Can the Secretary of State please reassure the House that he will be doing everything in his power to support children with acquired brain injuries, such as by recognising their conditions in EHCPs?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I was personally inspired by meeting Ryan's mum, Sarah, when I visited Nottingham last week. She told me about Ryan, and she showed such incredible strength and courage in advocating for the forgotten children in Nottingham. I can reassure my honourable friend and the whole House that I will be doing everything in my power to support children with acquired brain injuries, and we're working on an acquired brain injury plan at the moment. I'm also working with the Department for Education and NHS England on ambitious reforms to the SEND system, including on the future direction of EHCPs.
Speaker. Could I draw the Secretary of State's attention to the Sir Jonathan Michael inquiry and report, which followed on from the David Fuller case at Pembury Hospital in Tunbridge Wells, my constituency. And this dealt with sexual impropriety with cadavers. So there's crossover here. Now, the phase 2 of that report came out in July of last year, 2025, and it spoke to the lack of regulation in after-death care of bodies, so mortuaries and other organisations, hospitals that look after cadavers. There are a ready set of recommendations there. Can I ask the Secretary of State, I don't know whether he's aware of the report or not, but is the government planning on implementing the recommendations from Sir Jonathan Michael's report, because it seems to speak to a lot of the issues that happened here as well?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for drawing my attention to that report, and we'll certainly make sure that any reports with relevant recommendations are considered as part of the work of the task force, because one of the changes, the breaks to the cycle that I want to make sure we achieve is that we don't have so many different reports with hundreds of recommendations which then don't become a plan of action. And that is a cycle we're seeking to break with the work of the task force by producing that plan of action by the end of the year.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Speaker, in her remarks this morning, Donna Ockenden noted that maternal deaths are at a 20-year high and total clinical negligence costs are greater than the money spent on maternity services. This should give us pause for thought. It's a national emergency and causing unimaginable pain. But the failure of the regulation is stark. Will my honourable friend confirm that we will tackle the culture of defensiveness across medical regulators that has caused such harm?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's absolutely right to point to a failure of regulators, which I think is drawn out very strongly by Donna Ockenden's report. And I think for me what is completely unacceptable is that they have sought to protect their own in their response to what has happened in Nottingham. That is something we must change, because it is only through having that effective regulation that we can have that true accountability, and it is only through true accountability that we can get action and change.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank Donna Ockenden and the Honourable Member for Sherwood Forest and the Nottingham families for all the work they've done in bringing this report today about what went on across Nottinghamshire. It is truly shocking. But at the same time as they were doing that, they were also supporting Sussex families to get their own justice. They were supporting Sussex families when those families were repeatedly begging the Right Honourable Member for Ilford North to appoint Donna Ockenden to review what happened in Sussex. So I want to thank them for their support for other families right across the country. When the Secretary of State was appointed to his role, I shared with him a letter I'd written along with Sussex and Leeds MPs asking for the duty of candour to be written into the terms of reference of the Leeds and Sussex reports. And it is so welcome, and I'm so grateful that he's announced today that the Hillsborough Law will apply once it's enacted. But it is not yet enacted, and it was delayed in the last session of Parliament. So does the Secretary of State know when it will be enacted? And if he's not clear on that, will he be able to commit to push at Cabinet to make sure the Hillsborough Law becomes law as soon as possible?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question and for her welcoming of our decision about applying the duty of candour to future maternity reviews and inquiries, including those in Sussex and Leeds that she mentioned as well. We've always been very clear that the bill, the Public Accountability Bill, the Hillsborough Law, is an important priority for this government. As soon as that is in law, we will then make sure the duty of candour is applied. But our commitment today is to ensure that no future inquiries can have a situation where NHS staff, current or past, can refuse to take part in what the lead investigator wants to see happen.
Ben Coleman.
Deputy Speaker, the Ockenden report is shocking, and its findings are quite frankly repellent. It's also shocking how many of the findings that it sets out were, as my honourable friend from Birmingham Edgbaston just said, were featured also in a report on black maternal health, which the Health and Social Care Committee, which I sit on, published last September. as my honourable friend set out, women were not listened to, there was no accountability, weak leadership, toxic culture, racial inequality, understaffing, poor data gathering. All these things were in both reports. And my honourable friend also, my honourable friend here, pointed out the fact that things have been getting worse over the last 20 years. It used to be the case that 4.7 women who were black died in childbirth, or around childbirth, as white women. Now it's only 2.3. While we can welcome that, the sad fact is it's not because it's got better for black women, it's because it's got worse for everybody else all across the country. And this, the Ockenden report, is what its findings and what's happened is the culmination of the problems they've been building for years. And I also like to recognise my constituent Louise Thompson here, who is suffered terribly giving birth when the NHS wouldn't listen to her, the care she needed, and she's now running a powerful campaign for a maternity commission to improve maternal care, and I hope she's going to be meeting my honourable friend, the member for Sherwood Forest, soon. So the comprehensive action plan from the National Maternity and Neonatal Task Force that the Secretary of State promises is welcome, but action plans have been there in the past. They haven't delivered the change promised. So given that record, will the government commit to publishing measurable targets and firm deadlines within the action plan and to report progress to Parliament at fixed intervals? Because we need to know, women across the country need to know what will really be different this time.
I thank my honourable friend and commend him for raising his constituent Louise Thompson, who is campaigning on this important issue too. He also mentioned the impact of racism, discrimination, inequality in maternity services and their failures, which is an issue which has been raised very powerfully by Donna Ockenden's report today. As I said in my earlier remarks, the action plan which the task force will be producing will be published by the end of this year, and we're determined to break that cycle of recommendations which get accepted and then left on the shelf to gather dust. We want an action plan which can then be implemented, making sure that delivery is set out and is progressed by the Secretary of State and the Department is a key part of the accountability for making sure that delivery plan is put into action.
Alan Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank Donna Ockenden and her team, the member for Sherwood Forest and all the Nottingham families who are involved in the development of this report. But today I'm angry and upset for all the families concerned, because this report reinforces what we already know, that the maternity crisis must end, and it must end now. Babies should have lived and mothers deserved better. The same systemic issues have come up again and again. Unsafe staffing, lack of training, unchanging culture and failure to listen to women. And yet at the same time, there's increasing maternity negligence payouts of 2.5 billion. I say that again, 2.5 billion. So following the report today, bearing this in mind, the 2.5 billion of negligence payments, will the Minister commit to reinstalling the service development funding to support complex births and bereavement after cutting it from 95 million to 2 million? Thank you.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for expressing how she feels angry and upset, which I think is a feeling which is shared by all of us in the House today at what Donna Ockenden's report has exposed and the lifelong suffering of those families, which is reported in what has been published today. The details of the action plan will be published by the end of the year, because what we want to make sure is that recommendations aren't simply accepted and they're not implemented. The recommendations must go into the task force, and the task force must produce that clear action plan which we can then implement, and people can see us doing so, because that is the way to break the cycle of recommendations that don't get implemented, and to make that progress towards the justice, accountability and change that I understand from families is so important to them.
Long Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The whole House is appalled by the neglect, contempt and sheer trauma these families face. I commend their strength and the strength of the Honourable Member for Sherwood Forest, but these themes are chillingly all too familiar. Now, the Secretary will be aware that NHS England has also taken enforcement action against the Northern Care Alliance in recent weeks over multiple safety concerns, Indeed, staff and myself raised serious safety concerns relating to the gynecology department directly with the Trust as far back as last year, demanding urgent action, but very little happened. So will he meet with me to discuss these issues and outline what action he will take now to ensure that patient safety, adequate resourcing and safe staffing levels are urgently addressed at the Trust?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising the important issues that she referred to in her remarks, and I'm happy to make sure that myself or a member of my ministerial team will meet with her to discuss them in further detail.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's statement today. A very difficult and painful statement, but nothing compared to what those families have been through. Just with regards to the shocking mortuary details you shared with us about babies' bodies being mistreated, I'm sorry to say that that story will be directly relevant to two constituents I'm representing, and I would appreciate a meeting with him, however brief, to discuss their cases with him ahead of his department's publication of their decision on the final report of the Fuller Inquiry Phase 2, the final recommendation. So I'd really appreciate that. He will also know that Leeds families at the start of their maternity journey, because Donna Ockenden is conducting an inquiry into Leeds maternity services. They will welcome, and I welcome, his commitment to ensure the duty of candour will apply in that inquiry. But can he confirm for them and for me that all of the lessons that Donna Ockenden and he has learned from this inquiry will be applied to the Leeds one so that they get the answers that they deserve?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his comments, and he spoke about his constituents whose experience he felt might be relevant to some of the findings around mortuary services and their failings. I'd be very happy to make sure a meeting with either myself or a member of my ministerial team can happen, because I think, as I said earlier, the details of what happened in mortuaries, it does leave me trying to struggle for words because of quite how dehumanising, disrespectful, abhorrent it is. And so I'd be very happy to make sure that his constituents' points are picked up as part of that. He spoke about learning the lessons from the review in Nottingham and applying that to Leeds and Sussex. We are, of course, fortunate that Donna Ockenden will be leading the reviews in Leeds and Sussex, having just completed the review in Nottingham, so she'll be in a strong position to ensure that she goes into that with the learnings she has made from the current review. One of those learnings, which I'm very conscious of, is, as I said, how unacceptable it is that senior leaders refuse to take part, for which I can see no justification whatever. And I'm very pleased that through the duty of candour that we've spoken about today, that will no longer be possible in future.
Davies.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nottingham University Hospitals NHS Trust is one of the trusts which serves my constituents, and for people who have been patients there who have had babies that have come to harm, some of whom I have met. Donna Ockenden's report is very difficult reading indeed, but I do just want to say, in respect of the staff, the many often junior and low paid staff on the front line at that trust who are providing kind, compassionate, person-centred care, who will be feeling very raw today. We do value what you do. We've heard a lot about the appalling practices in the mortuary. They're subject to a criminal investigation, but I do just want to reflect on the experience of one of the several constituents I've met who have been affected by what we're discussing today. She came to see me as part of Donna Ockenden's inquiry, and sadly she had engaged with the Trust on a number of occasions because she felt she was experiencing complications with her pregnancy. She was told to lie down and drink a fizzy drink, have an early night, and despite repeated calls she was repeatedly fobbed off, and sadly her baby died. Behind that is a culture of a failure to engage, a very poor culture at the Trust, so poor that FOH was written in patients' medical notes and on whiteboards, F off home. How could leaders not be more curious about the practices that were going on their watch, and where were the regulators? It is absolutely staggering. we are making some very positive changes in the NHS, but I do just want to push the Secretary of State briefly, if I may, on changes that we're making to the mechanisms which allow people to feedback on their care. We are winding down the Office for the National Guardian and Health Watch, and we're removing NHS England, which has a regulatory function, and we know regulators have failed in the case of this trust. What steps can he take to assure me that the mechanisms for people to feed back on their care so that they will be heard and actioned will be in place so that we can prevent this kind of scandal happening again?
I thank my honourable friend for his comments and for telling us about what happened to his constituents. He asks about some of the wider changes that we're making in the NHS modernisation bill, which is to bring the patient experience across the NHS into the heart of the new organisation, which will arise from NHS England being merged into the Department for Health and Social Care. The reason why that is happening is so that patient experience drives the decisions which are being taken about how NHS care is delivered. So the patient experience is right at the heart of what we do as a department and as an NHS. But I think that when we talk about maternity and neonatal services and the failures there, the level of failure is truly devastating, as this report today has set out. It demands a specific response, which is why the work of the task force will start and report back by the end of the year. And as he points to, this is not just a case of individual cases going wrong or individual members of staff taking the wrong decision. It's also something which is endemic of showing the incuriosity of leaders in maternity services for what is going on and what is going wrong in their services. It is a failure of regulators. It is systemic, and that's why the response to it needs to step up accordingly.
Amanda Martin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to those families, whistleblowers and campaigners who simply kept going, and for Donna Ockenden's report and her approach. Madam Deputy Speaker, today is damning, and my heart goes out to all of those families having to relive their awful experience as they see in black and white that they and their loved ones' suffering was not only horrific and harrowing, but was absolutely unavoidable. Had those in leadership taken responsibility, accountability, and had they just listened? As my brave and honourable friend from Sherwood Forest said, this is a national disgrace that must not be repeated. I welcome Martha's rule giving patients the right to be independent second opinion and the Secretary of State's comments using the Hillsborough law to ensure that those who avoid scrutiny are compelled to give evidence and are held accountable in the future. However, can he confirm two things? Firstly, that he is working across government to ensure swift implementation with clear and transparent timelines of this law, so these families who have already waited far too long can finally see justice. And secondly, what will happen to those who shockingly avoided giving evidence and avoided accountability in this review?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and she is right to again underscore quite how shocking it is that people in senior leadership positions refuse to take part in Donna Ockenden's review. I cannot understand how they could have made that decision and think that's acceptable, and that is exactly why the law needs to change. It shows why the Hillsborough law is so important, why it's such an important thing to get on the statute books, and why it is an important decision for us to take now, that we will apply that duty of candour to future reviews into the failures of maternity services, so that we can never again have a situation where NHS staff, current or past, can decide not to take part in that search for justice and accountability, which is so crucial for us to deliver.
Daniel Francis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I pay tribute to my honourable friend for Sherwood Forest for all her work in this area. And my heart goes out to those families in Nottinghamshire, and again pay tribute to their work. Now, I can't imagine what it's like to see your child or lose your child in those circumstances, but I do know what it's like to see your own child suffer a brain injury at birth. And I work very closely with other families who have of children who have cerebral palsy or hemiplegia because of the circumstances that they've been through, like my own family's been through. Now, the reasons why those issues happen often are because of negligence, but they're often because of other circumstances. In our circumstance, because our children were born at 31 weeks as twins. And in other families, it's because that woman is black, that woman is disabled, and that is what has caused those issues and that, and that negligence. So will my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, take forward the Ockenden review and the review that will come forward from Baroness Amos and look at those issues of how we will ensure that those mothers that have a greater risk of these issues happening to them, that we bring those recommendations forward and work to ensure those disparities are overcome.
I thank my honourable friend for sharing the incidents of brain injury in his own family and for reminding us how some of the issues we're discussing today touch the lives of so many people in this House as well as across the country. I think it means that we all have a responsibility to act on the basis of the recommendations of the review today. And what I can assure him is that the recommendations today, along with, as he mentioned, the recommendations from Baroness Amos's report, will go into the task force to produce a comprehensive action plan. And a key element of that, to his direct point, is around making sure that those at greater risk of harm, greater risk of being ignored, greater risk of being discriminated against or lied to or not given the care that they need, that inequality will be addressed by the work of the task force too.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was born in Nottingham City Hospital, and I think while the Ockenden report was necessarily bounded by the last 13 years, it is important to record in these proceedings that women and children were avoidably harmed and avoidably died in those settings many years before, and the pain is not diminished by the passing of time. As has been said in this debate, and if I may, as I've listened, I've had at the forefront of my mind those friends and people I grew up with who many years later found themselves close to death under circumstances that could have been avoided. Now, as he said in his compassionate and thoughtful remarks, the circumstances described in Nottingham will feel all too familiar to families well beyond that city, and he will know that Samwell and West Birmingham Trust is one of the areas that is subject to particular attention as part of the national investigation. So what assurance can he give people in cities like Birmingham that this time, after these reports, after these recommendations, things will change and NHS senior management will be held to account?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and although the report that we're discussing today talks about what has happened in Nottingham over the past 13 years, he is absolutely right. This is not just in Nottingham, and this is not just over the past 13 years. When I've been speaking to people, even today, about this report, so many people have shared their own stories from many, many years ago in all different parts of the country, which I think reminds us that although the focus of this report is what has happened to the families in Nottingham, this is an issue which affects families right across the country. And that is why it is, to quote his words, all too familiar to so many people when they hear what has happened. And that is why it is so important that we develop our plan, which will have a nationwide impact, to finally take this challenge head on and make sure we deliver the maternity and neonatal services that women across this country need and deserve.
And that concludes the health statement. I'll give the front benches a few moments to swap over. Now start the next statement. Secretary of State, Emma Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I would like to make a statement on the government's farming roadmap, which my honourable friend, the Farming Minister, and I have published today. This 25-year farming roadmap is the first ever long-term plan for farming in this country, giving farmers the clarity and confidence that they need to make investment decisions. This is a plan that backs farming, one that strengthens profitability and food security and sets out a clear direction of travel for a thriving future for farming.
The Government is also laying a detailed response to Baroness Batter's independent farming profitability review. Farmers feed our nation. They produce over 65% of our food, they manage 70% of our land, and they support an agri-food sector worth £153 billion every year. I know many honourable members from all sides of the House will have seen firsthand farmers' dedication to feeding our nation and protecting our natural environment. And the farming sector has a long tradition of adapting to change over generations. It has survived war, disease, trade shocks, and extreme weather. But for too long, farmers and Conservative governments, have been asked to navigate profound change without a clear sense of government's plan for the future. The pressures of fast-moving technological change, geopolitical instability, volatile global markets and climate change are real. I have met farmers across England and they are not asking for protection from change. They're asking for the tools, the stability and the genuine partnership with government that allows them to adapt, grow and thrive. The government, Madam Deputy Speaker, has heard that message. The farming roadmap sets out our plan for farming up to 2050 and also reflects immediate government action to support our farmers to feed the nation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to offer my huge thanks to Baroness Batters for her farming profitability review, which was published in December. We have benefited hugely from her incredible experience and expertise as a farmer, but also as the former president of the NFU. Her analysis was extremely clear, and her recommendations have shaped our roadmap. Madam Deputy Speaker, the farming roadmap answers the farming industry's calls for clarity over the long term. It brings together the most important policies and commitments under one coherent plan, because we understand that farmers have long planning timescales. For example, a farmer planting an orchard today will not see its full yield for a decade. This is why the roadmap is so crucial. It will allow farmers and land managers to invest in their businesses with confidence. The roadmap is organised around three outcomes we need to deliver together with the farming sector. First, profitable and productive farm businesses. Food production is the primary purpose of farming and a matter of national security. This roadmap backs our farmers to grow, invest and compete, delivering year-on-year productivity growth. Government support to invest in innovative approaches, fairer supply chains that do not leave farmers carrying disproportionate risk, better market access so British food can reach more customers at home and abroad, smarter regulation that reduces the burden on farmers, more collaborative models such as cooperatives that help lower costs, spread risk and support stronger returns, and most of all, the stability and certainty that investors and farm businesses need to invest with confidence. To that end, I can confirm today that we will launch a dedicated task and finish group to unlock private finance into sustainable farming. And the new Farming and Food Partnership Board has started work on the first sector growth plans for horticulture and poultry, with more sectors to follow. Let me turn to our second outcome, a sustainable farming sector. Healthy soils, clean water and thriving ecosystems are the foundations of strong food production. We will support the shift to lower input, lower emission farming, not by directing every decision on farm, but by ensuring the right incentives, advice and regulation are in place. Our environmental land management schemes, backed by £11.8 billion over this Parliament, are already delivering sustainable and profitable farming now and for the future. This is the biggest budget for nature-friendly farming in our history. I can confirm that next week we will reopen the sustainable farming incentive for small farms and those without existing agreements. And the total budget for this year will be £240 million, with £60 million ring-fenced for those eligible in Window 1. We will continue to refine our schemes in partnership with the sector. This roadmap gives equal importance to food security, profitable farming and a healthy natural environment, because they are all critical to protect our national security. So thirdly and finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need a resilient farming sector ready for whatever comes next. We live in a volatile world. The pressure on fertiliser and fuel prices underlines why we need farming systems that are less exposed to global shocks. At the same time, climate change is reshaping growing conditions and technology is moving fast. This roadmap sets out how we will strengthen the climate resilience, ensuring farmers are able to adapt and tackle the impacts of droughts and flooding. And today, I can confirm we're investing an additional £53 million for the Farming Innovation Programme to help farmers harness new technology that can improve productivity, reduce reliance on inputs, and increase long-term resilience. This brings the total investment in innovation funding to £123 million, which, along with the £50 million in equipment funding, puts British farmers at the forefront of agricultural advancements. And to further secure the future of farming, we will invest in the skills and people the sector needs, supporting training and new entrants, so that farmers' hard-earned knowledge is passed down to the next generation. Tenant farmers manage around a third of England's farmland, and tenancies play a key role in supporting new entrants. We want a vibrant tenanted sector, and this roadmap commits to making schemes, policies, and tenancy agreements work for tenants. Upland farmers are also vital to our food production, land management, and indeed our rural communities. They often operate in challenging physical and economic conditions. The roadmap sets out how we intend to improve access to schemes and support for upland farmers, and we have asked Dr. Hilary Cottam to identify opportunities for upland communities to flourish. Madam Deputy Speaker, this roadmap was not written in Whitehall and handed down. My team in DEFRA and I have visited many farms across the country. Many more farmers have travelled to speak to us at regional events, and we have listened. The roadmap reflects our extensive engagement with farmers, growers, land managers, and the wider food sector. And as I mentioned at the start of my speech, farmers have asked for a government that creates the conditions for farmers to succeed, not to direct every decision. The roadmap sets out clear roles for the government, farmers, supply chain actors, and the wider sector to make this vision a reality. Where new approaches are untested or deliver a wider public good, we will put government investment behind them, in skills, in data, in innovation, in technology and infrastructure. This roadmap has been developed in partnership with industry, and we want to continue to work in partnership as we implement it. This government is proud to work with British farmers as we grow the future of farming. Together, we are building a more profitable, productive, sustainable and resilient farming sector, and I am confident that there is a bright future ahead. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of her statement, and I repeat my sincere thanks to Baroness Batters for her thorough report. Now, the Secretary of State presents a document for farming for the next 25 years, when this government won't last even 25 days. Instead of using their 14 years in opposition to create this document, they have dithered and delayed for the last 2 years. But they did not dither and delay in making life harder for rural businesses. One of the first acts of this government, of which they're all so proud, was to target family farms and family businesses with their death tax. As Labour MPs and DEFRA ministers voted repeatedly for the family farm and family business taxes, DEFRA ministers shut down without notice farming payments, including SFI. The record of this government, sadly, is rising food prices and record numbers of farms closing. They broke the trust of farmers, and they have only themselves to blame. Yet she stands here today wanting to be thanked by rural communities for producing a document which could be shelved quietly by whoever comes next, just as they seem to have shelved the 10-year plan for the NHS. And for all the talk of the new SFI scheme, you mark my words, of the new SFI scheme and budgets, the fact is that they have cut the farming budget by £100 million. But in another leap from reality, The government's negotiations with the EU get barely a mention in this document, despite the enormous consequences this will have for farming businesses. CropLife UK has estimated that this EU reset could drain £810 million from UK farms and sacrifice almost 9,000 jobs from our rural constituencies. The Food and Drink Federation states that the wholesale handover of our food laws to the EU will lead to at least 400 regulations needing to be changed. So how will the government ensure that UK farmers can compete against heavily subsidised EU farmers, including, of course, our tenant and upland farmers? This matters because food security is critical in this increasingly volatile world. What reassurance can she provide that the next cabinet will prioritise farming and food production? Now, we Conservatives view DEFRA as a vital economic department, so we agree with their efforts to recalculate farming and food producers' contributions to the economy. And by the way, I note that Reform call themselves the Farmer's Friend, and yet there is not a single Reform MP in the chamber. Now, had the Secretary of State attended cereals at Diddley Squat, she would have seen for herself that the sector is already driving innovation. The government is therefore playing catch-up with them, but we hope that the intention to work with the Business Department to deliver reductions in compliance costs and to focus on innovation and technology will actually happen. The plan to bring DEFRA farming services into one integrated service are much needed and reflects Conservative calls for Quangos and the department to be overhauled. Now, there are many questions still left unanswered in this report, and I hope that the Secretary of State tries to answer them rather than deflect, because that has been noticed. The plan looks to double the funding for Environment Agency inspections. Why is this government focusing on bureaucracy rather than helping farmers survive? What does she say to the tenant farmer of a well-run dairy herd who has been told by the Environment Agency that they must invest up to £750,000 in order to guard against a risk that there may be a pollution event in 50 years' time? As that tenant farmer said to me, there won't be a farm there in 50 years' time, as they simply cannot afford that payment. There's also no mention of closing the flag loophole on food packaging to help our constituents to buy genuinely British food and to back British farmers. Why not? The report says there will be no cut to food production, but also says there will be a reduction of 9% of land available to produce food. So how can the Secretary of State guarantee our food production will be protected when key tools such as gene editing to develop drought-resistant crops are at risk in their negotiations with the EU? And in her final act in this department, will she please advise the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield that the first thing he must do is to axe the family farm and family business taxes completely. Otherwise, sadly, this will be a roadmap to nowhere for struggling farmers and food producers.
Oh my gosh, well, how do I follow that? Well, firstly, can I just say that the Shadow Secretary of State is not in charge of reshuffles on this side of the House. That's the first thing to say. And let me just outline where I do agree with her, which is that DEFRA is a really important economic department of government. And that is the thing that I've been focused on since the 5th of September when I was appointed to this role. I also want to agree with her, I don't agree with her on everything, that Reform doesn't seem to care about agricultural farming because they don't even bother turning up to such an important statement. So there are some things we agree on, but that is probably where it ends. Let me say, she accuses us of dithering and delaying for 2 years. Her government dithered and delayed for 14 years. We didn't see any action such as this roadmap during the whole time that they were in office. They sold farmers down the river on their Australia and New Zealand trade deals. They couldn't be bothered to spend their own farming budget on the farmers that needed it. So I will take no lectures from the Right Honourable Lady. The SFI scheme will reopen next week, and I'm proud that we have taken forward the recommendations from the Baroness Batters review on reforms to SFI, including making it simpler and more cost-effective and introducing a minimum hectareage requirement. We on this side of the House are serious about engaging with the farming sector and commissioning someone with such a great deal of expertise like Baroness Batters, never done under the previous government, to give us advice about how to make the sector more profitable. She asks about the SPS deal. Well, I say this to her. We are working very closely with the NFU and other farming stakeholders, because what that deal is all about is bringing down the barriers put up by the previous government at the border that make it so much harder to both export raw ingredients and food and import too. I thank her for what she said. This is one thing that we do agree on about what both Baroness Batters but also what I have been saying about making sure that the farming sector is more accurately measured. I think, you know, we need to really reassess that we don't just assess what's done on farm, but look at it from farm to fork, and the vital role, therefore, of the farming sector in our economy. She asks about the Environment Agency. I will make no apologies for increasing the funding of the Environment Agency so harshly cut under their government. And I will make no apologies about having a plan in this document and more broadly about how we work with farmers to make sure that agricultural pollution is a problem that we tackle together. Again, she asks about gene editing and the SPS deal. Those are negotiations that are ongoing. But I will say this, we want to ensure that our farmers are able to use the best technology, and we have a lead in agricultural technology in our country, and we want to make sure that that is harnessed by our sector, which is why there is such a big emphasis in the roadmap on the importance of innovation and why we are dedicating government funding to innovation and also farmers sharing best practice so that they can become more profitable over time. Thank you.
Toby Perkins.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I firstly echo the Secretary of State's thanks to Baroness Batters for this excellent report. And also, she's right to observe that Reform MPs didn't bother to turn up for this debate. She might also know no Green MPs bothered to turn up. They used to be interested in the environment, but those days are sadly long behind us. But turning to the sustainable farming incentive, can she tell us any more about how she's going to make sure that the new iteration of this going forward not only gets spent, gets to where it's needed, but is also available for a wide range of farmers and isn't all snaffled up by the major farm producing companies, but is actually there for those family farms that we speak so much about.
Well, I thank him for his question. That is precisely why in Window 1 is open next, it will be open next week to small farms and those farms without an existing agreement. And it's why also that we have capped the agreement level per year to £100,000, because we want smaller farms to benefit from SFI.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I could first of all thank the Secretary of State for early sight of this statement, and indeed echo her thanks to Baroness Batters and her fantastic work on this issue, and also to welcome the relatively new Farming Minister to his place. We welcome the production of a long-term vision for farming and look forward to engaging with ministers on the details. The roadmap rightly states that food production, and I quote, should remain the primary purpose of funding. But then it continues to leave England as the outlier, now the only country in Europe with a farm payment system that does not actively support farmers to produce food. The consequences are as inevitable as they are inexcusable. The loss of farm businesses and the loss of food security at this dangerous time. I would ask the Secretary of State to think again. The roadmap also rightly observes the unfairness in the system, and that unfairness to farmers is a block to increasing output. Dairy farmers, especially right now, are being forced into ruin and despair because of unfair and sudden changes to farm gate prices. But there is no plan to strengthen or unify the grocery code adjudicator and the supply side adjudicator, two frankly weak, under-resourced referees, with too few powers to protect our farmers from the abuse of market power from supermarkets and processors. Will she act, and if so when, to give us a strong referee to protect our farmers? The reopening of SFI is welcome, as is the update on the Uplands Review, but still, the government insists on a first-come, first-served application process, which always disadvantages our poorest farmers. And on the uplands, the continued failure to provide support for common land is leaving our most precious landscapes, which make up 25% of the land mass of my constituency in the lakes and dales, at the risk of wildfires and biodiversity collapse, while our upland farmers sink into greater poverty. Isn't the roadmap warm words but cold comfort for the uplands? The review fails to put into practice the recommendations in a serious way of the Rock Review and farm tenancy. Sorry, I will come to a conclusion. Doesn't she see that if tenants do not have protected long-term tenancies of at least 8 years, they will have no chance of meeting the long-term environmental goals? And will she protect tenants from being evicted from their land in order to meet those goals? Very finally, this is a report...
You're far too long. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will hope to give him some brief answers, but I'm very happy to have a discussion with him after the debate because he has put forward a lot of different questions. Food production is the primary role of farmers, but obviously in the roadmap we also talk about the transition to more sustainable farming and regenerative farming. So I don't agree with his analysis. Actually, the focus of the roadmap and some of our SFI actions on healthier soils will help ensure that farms are more productive and less reliant on expensive inputs such as chemical fertilisers. He talks about unfair charges. We are bringing the grocery code adjudicator under DEFRA, and we are looking at what more we can do to make things fairer for farmers, including in the roadmap, looking at bringing down barriers and helping cooperatives to establish, more cooperatives to establish, because that does redress the power imbalance that he talked about. On uplands, can I say to him, I absolutely agree with him about the importance of uplands to the farming sector, but also to our countryside. I know he has a very beautiful constituency. We've increased the payment rates for upland farmers for some SFI actions, and the roadmap talks about our plans to make it easier for upland farmers to access schemes. I'm happy to have a longer conversation with him about that. We've commissioned, including commoners, we've commissioned Hilary Cottam, as he knows, and I think he's been working with her too, which is welcome. On tenants, a third of land is tenanted. It's a really important sector. We want a vibrant sector. I appointed the country's first ever Commissioner for the Tenanted Sector, Alan Laidlaw. We know that a lot of tenants are very anxious about the shift away from long-term tenancies to shorter-term tenancies. He's right to raise it. And we've also commissioned the Law Commission to look at agriculture tenancy law, and we're working with the sector to see what more we can do to ensure that there are longer and more secure tenancies.
Daniel Zeichner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I commend all the hard work that's gone into both the roadmap and the profitability review, the civil servants, the ministerial team, and of course so many people across the sector, including Baroness Batters. I wonder if the Secretary of State would agree with me that in the interests of food security, we really need to think hard about how we actually boost food production in this country. And that will, I think, need an embrace of new technologies, and it will also need the ability to build new facilities. The poultry sector, the investment is there, but frankly we need to explain to the public that new investment would not only boost food production, it would actually improve animal welfare, it would actually improve biosecurity, and it would improve environmental outcomes.
Well, can I take the opportunity to thank him for all the work that he did as Farming Minister? And indeed, some of his fingerprints are on this roadmap, so I want to thank him for that. He's right in what he says about food security and innovation being really central to that. So that's why I've announced extra funding, £53 million into the Farming Innovation Programme today. At the second meeting of the Farming and Food Partnership Board, we talked about the the 2 sector growth plans that we're working on horticulture and poultry. He mentioned poultry. We had a really good discussion about what the barriers are to further investment in poultry. Planning is one of them, but there are others too. And I think that is an area, a sector where we can make really good progress to ensure we are boosting the production of poultry in our country.
Select Committee Chair Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I remind the House of my entry in the Register of Members' Interest. Can I welcome the publication of the farming roadmap? It may not have been rushed, but it is very welcome nonetheless. All we need now is a revised food strategy, and her homework will be up to date. Can I ask about the implementation of the Batters Review? Is that still being pursued as a discrete piece of work, or is it subsumed into the farming roadmap? And then, as far as that relates to the operation of the market, why is she not involving farmers' unions from Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland? The Secretary of State refers to DEFRA as a growth department. Agriculture accounts for 0.6% of the UK GDP at the moment. So if we follow this roadmap, and if she gives the leadership to the industry, what does she want that figure to be in the future?
Well, I thank him for marking my homework, and I look forward to having it marked in even more detail in a couple of weeks' time when I appear before his Select Committee. We do have a separate document where we've published our response thematically to the 57 recommendations of the Baroness Batters profitability review. We will work closely with the sector to take forward, well, we already are, because in December we accepted a number of her recommendations. Initially, firstly, the Farming and Food Partnership Boards, secondly, the sector growth plans, and thirdly, the trade missions. I suspect that I'll be able to answer his questions in more detail when I come before him.
Chris Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For many years, we have expected farmers to both steward our environment and at the same time deliver food at rock-bottom prices to make up for the failure of politics to secure an affordable cost of living across the rest of society. And that has made agricultural profitability increasingly difficult. And now, with the crisis posed by climate change to our national food security, we must pull every available lever to reverse this trend. In the general election, in our manifesto, we committed to a target for half of all food purchased across the public sector to be locally produced or certified to higher environmental standards. Can the Secretary of State provide an update on progress towards that target?
Dave?
I thank my honourable friend for what he said, and farmers do face lots of different challenges. One of them is volatile global commodity prices and some of the things that he mentioned. On public procurement, we are working to establish a baseline of where we are at the moment, because there's not an accurate baseline of what percentage of the public sector is giving contracts to our own farmers, and we're also looking at what more we can do to enable farming cooperatives to get access to those public contracts too.
Sarah Ball.
Deputy Speaker. Now, the EU-UK, the SPS agreement is actually going to be incredibly vital, and the terms of that we do need to understand. It will have an impact on our trading deals with other nations, but also particularly about the implementation period. Now, given that this is due to be implemented next year and time is ticking, please can we have a little bit more detail about this, or at least can the relevant minister come in front of the EFRA Select Committee to explain further details?
Thank you, Dave.
As she knows, I'm always very happy to appear before her committee. Look, there is an ongoing discussion with the EU about implementation timelines. I can't give her a running commentary, but I can say this to her, that we are working very closely with the NFU about those implementation timelines, because we want a smooth transition to what comes next. And we know that in farming, as I said in my statement, farmers plan along longer timescales, and they are using products now that they will have in the ground. So we are looking at those transition timelines and being very careful about that and engaging very closely with the sector.
Cabell Savers.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the publication of the roadmap and note from the section on elms the need in 2027 to support farms with legacy country stewardship and higher level stewardship agreements in transition to new schemes. But many in this House, the EFRA Committee, the National Audit Office and farmers have questioned if Natural England are sufficiently resourced to support this. Can the Minister reassure me that behind the words in this important report there will be the trained staff to support my farmers with this challenging transition?
Dave?
I thank him very much. I think he's asking about the expiring agreements because there are many, obviously many thousands coming to an end this year. And so what I said previously when we had definite oral questions is that our intention, my intention, the department's intention, is that those who have expiring agreements this year will be able to apply in window 2, which will start in September of SFI. It is just a technological change that we need to ensure we've got pinned down so that farmers can do that through the RPA, the Rural Payments Agency.
Deputy Clifton Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think I'm right in saying that the Minister's document, 70 pages long, mentions profitability just twice. Without profitability, which involves a hard-hearted look at agricultural economics, outputs less inputs, it will be very much more difficult to achieve a number of the aspirations in this large document. So can I have an assurance from the Minister that when she considers any changes to farming, she will at least consider profitability? And by the way, I hope she survives the reshuffle when it comes.
Okay.
Well, that's very kind of him. Thank him for his best wishes, which was a little bit different to the tone from the front bench, can I just say. Can I reassure him that we have a separate document responding to the Baroness Batter's review? Profitability is absolutely at the heart of the roadmap, and I'm struggling to find the page, but there's a lovely diagram in here. There's a lovely diagram here on page 18, and by the way, maybe the pictures don't pick up his word search, but there's a lovely diagram of what we're trying to do here, which is to work towards a profitable, productive, sustainable and resilient farming sector. But he's absolutely, can I just say to him, I absolutely agree with him that we need a more profitable sector, and that's the focus of this document.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This roadmap is a very welcome step forward, which will give our farmers certainty for the future, and I particularly welcome what the Secretary of State had to say on cooperatives, which I think could go a long way to redressing the power imbalance that we currently have in our food system, and I hope we can begin that work at pace. One of the things we've heard consistently from farmers is feeling that the planning system, made so much worse by the party opposite, is stacked against them. Broiler chicken farmers, for example, are expected to lower stocking densities but can't get permission to expand their sheds to compensate. Farms in water-stressed areas are having to go through years of bureaucracy to build reservoirs. So would the Secretary of State agree that reforming the planning system will be key to freeing up trapped investment and getting us to that sustainable, prosperous future for British farming that this roadmap sets out?
Well, the short answer is yes, and I couldn't agree more, which is why I'm working very closely with the Secretary of State for the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government on planning reform to ensure that these planning barriers aren't holding back investment into the farming sector.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the Secretary of State seemed to ignore my right honourable friend, the member for Louth and Horncastle's question about the use of land and increasing food production. So can I ask specifically again, how are our farmers expected to increase food production if we are taking 9% of agricultural land out of productive use?
Well, as we set out in our land use framework, the intention working with the sector is to make sure that we have more productive and profitable farms and multifunctional land use so that we maintain, at least if not increase, food production levels alongside the land use changes we need to make to secure a sustainable farming transition.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Over the next 20 years, we're set to see a 30% reduction in water availability for farms and producers across the country, and many of which will affect Suffolk Coastal. I was very glad to see in the roadmap that it talks about applying lessons from pilot schemes that manage water to help farmers manage these water challenges. Can I flag the managed aquifer recharge trial in Suffolk Coastal that has recharged irrigation to 20,000 cubic metres whilst complying with stringent EA conditions? I know the Minister for Water and Flooding is keen to visit my constituency to learn more about this scheme. I hope the Department will look at these examples as an opportunity that could help deliver water ambitions as set out in this very welcomed farm roadmap.
Yeah.
Can I thank my honourable friend, and given the extreme weather conditions we're facing at the moment, I think that brings into sharp relief the need for the sector to have access to better sources of water, and I very much thank her for working closely with the Minister for Water on these issues and look forward to hearing more about the initiatives in her area.
Deputy Speaker, instability in the Middle East is a stark reminder that food security cannot be taken for granted. Now, British farmers are the best in the world and they get up every single single day to put food on our tables. So whilst I welcome the farming roadmap, it lacks real ambition for farmers and food security. So will the Secretary of State commit to a good food bill that backs British farmers and puts long-term food security at the heart of government policy?
I thank her for her question. I think I agree with the intent of her question, which is absolutely a focus on food production and making sure that our farming sector is more resilient to the kind of global shocks that she talks about, which is why we're doing serious work on what more we can do to help farmers use fertiliser more efficiently and move away from chemical fertilisers towards more organic fertilisers. And many farms now have a nutrient management tool that we've introduced. They've taken that on, and that is helping them making more efficient use of fertilisers. So I agree with some of the things she said, but perhaps not the recommendation.
Questions are far too long. Show us how it's done. Lee Picture.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if the Minister would agree with me that for far too long farming's been undervalued because we focus just on what goes out of the farm gate, and we should be focusing more on the holistic contribution of farming, and that's when we get good policy and we can take success forward for farmers.
I couldn't agree more. We've got to have a look at the sector overall, the agri-food sector, which is a huge part of our economy, employing 4.1 million people, and actually its GVA, its gross value add, is equivalent to the automotive sector. So I think he is right that there has been a tendency to underestimate the value of farming, and we've got to have a look at it in that wider agri-food ecosystem and the GVA of the sector that it brings to the economy.
Geoffrey Cox.
Once upon a time, Madam Deputy Speaker, it wouldn't have been necessary for a Secretary of State for Farming to come to this House and tell the House that the primary purpose of farming was food production. The Minette Betto's report, the central recommendation, was to make food security a national strategic priority. Does she not realise that unless her roadmap contains a commitment to make food security a national strategic priority, everything she says in that report will simply be trying to fill up the bath with the plug out? It's time, surely, for the government to commit to real and precise targets at a time when the generals are telling us we could be at war in 10 years.
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank him for his question. Can I just gently point out that given the previous administration's Brexit deal and a move away from basic payments to environmental land management schemes, the shift that he is talking about that has led us to have to stress that it's food production is the primary focus of farming was precisely because of the move that happened under his government.
Rosie Writing.
Speaker, and I want to thank the Secretary of State for coming here today and showing her commitment to domestic food production, because supporting farmers should not just matter to those of us in this House who represent rural, semi-rural constituencies, but actually everyone, because it's so crucial for our national security. With that in mind, can I ask her what support we can give to our farmers to make sure that they can buy equipment such as tractors from UK manufacturers and not rely on production elsewhere?
I thank her for what she said, and we do have capital grants to help farmers procure that kind of equipment that she talked about.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister said that the roadmap was not written in Whitehall and handed down, but it is an England-only document, despite Baroness Batters receiving submissions from Northern Ireland. Our farm family structures in Northern Ireland are impacted by Treasury decisions, from the farm family tax, the cost of fuel. So can I ask the Minister, what engagement has the government had with devolved governments to ensure that all UK farmers benefit and are supported?
Well, can I thank him for his question and just say to him that I recently visited the Balmoral Agricultural Show. I was there with members of the Select Committee were there too, and also the Northern Ireland Select Committee was there too. So we had a good old chinwag while we were there, I think. And I met with Minister Muir, and I also met with the Ulster Farmers Union. So we're engaging closely with stakeholders in Northern Ireland, but we've also got close relationships with all the devolved administrations, and we're already engaging with them about our roadmap. But as he says, the roadmap is for England.
McMahon.
Thank you. Food security, of course, is national security, and I think the effort that the government has put into this report is very clear. And can I say, as chair of the Cooperative Party, how pleased I am that page 27 has in there the commitment to cooperatives and mutuals as part of the answer to growing food security in this country. Does she agree with me that actually one of the most significant things in this report will be allowing farmers to farm. Because the number of farmers who say that so much of their time is spent trying to navigate a complex system of government agencies, that actually the single system that's talked about actually could be a game changer.
Can I say to him, I agree with that, and the focus of the roadmap is also about reducing the burden of regulation and making sure that we have a simpler system. That was something that Baroness Batters asked us to do. And I'm delighted, as a Cooperative Party member, that we have these references in the roadmap to the increased role of cooperatives in other countries. I know the EFRA Select Committee were in New Zealand recently. Sounds like a nice trip, by the way. In other countries, cooperatives play a stronger role, an even stronger role than they do here. And I want to see what more we can do as government to boost the role of mutuals and cooperatives in agriculture.
Simon Hall.
Speaker. Well, I too hope that the Right Honourable Lady remains in place, and thank her for bringing forward the roadmap. On behalf of the livestock and arable farmers in North Dorset, in the Blackmore Vale and in the Cranbourne Chase, what in particular in this roadmap should they be looking for in order to support and enhance livestock farming and to lead to further investment in agri-tech, which of course will boost production whilst leaving a far lighter environmental footprint on their farming?
Well, I thank him for his kind words. That's really kind. Look, there is a focus on this roadmap on innovation, on reducing the use of inputs and therefore the costs in farming so that we can maximise the profits for the farming sector. The farming sector does face huge challenges, as I've set out, whether it's extreme weather, whether it's volatile markets. We all know the challenges. But government is here to try and smooth the path to a more innovative and productive sector.
Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the focus in the roadmap on fertiliser resilience and getting away from the volatile global fertiliser markets. North Yorkshire is home to the world's only supply of polyhalite, a highly effective low-carbon fertiliser. And so will ministers look seriously at this in order to scale up our sovereign supply and back British fertiliser?
We will, and I thank him for bringing this issue to the House. We need to be less reliant on imported fertiliser, and sustainable fertiliser that is low carbon as well is to be welcomed. I look forward to working with him on that.
Adam Dance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What steps is the Secretary of State taking now to help farmers manage the impact of this extreme heatwave on food production and the prices for consumers in Yeovil? And what steps are we taking in the long term to be more ready for this weather?
Secretary.
Oh, I thank him for his question. He is right to raise it. I think that this week's weather brings into sharp relief the Climate Change Committee's report from a couple of weeks ago about the risks of extreme weather. That's not just higher temperatures, but also more flooding. And as the Secretary of State, I'm not just in charge of farming, but also climate adaptation. And I can reassure him that in government, we are looking at what more we need to do to respond to that report, but also ahead of the national programme that we need to bring forward in 2028, how every government department makes sure that we are adapting the public estate to those levels of extreme heat that we're seeing this week, but also increased levels of flooding to come in recent years.
Speaker, could I thank the Secretary of State for her statement and ask her for some more detail on the Innovation Fund, and in particular how it will support both increasing profitability but also at the very same time will drive reductions in emissions from carbon dioxide and methane and other dangerous climate damaging gases?
Well, as I've announced, we've announced the additional funding to the farming innovation programme. That brings the total innovation funding to £123 million. This is to back practical technology, including robotics, soil health and water management. So it is about that shift to sustainable farming practices.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Wiltshire farmers were listening to ministers at the Oxford Farming Conference and heard the government's pledge to support farmers during difficult harvests and supply shocks. They now find that they are in the middle of a supply shock, with many of them considering whether or not to plant their fields right now because of the price of fertiliser, about a third of which uses the Strait of Hormuz. So if the government's pledge was more than rhetorical, will the Minister be able to say what practical measures they will be executing right now to assist the people that I've just described?
I thank him for his question, and I will come to fertiliser. But can I just say to him that we are cutting red diesel duty by a third, and that's bringing it to the lowest level in more than 20 years. So we are taking measures to help farmers with the increased costs of energy and fuel. Can I also... Gosh, there's a wall of sound here, Madam Deputy Speaker. Such is the excitement on the opposition benches. On fertiliser, can I say to him, we've asked the AHDB to look at official fertiliser price reporting more frequently, but also we are doing all that we can to help farmers move away from such high input into such high usage of fertiliser to more efficient use of fertilisers, and a longer term plan to change fertilisers to make sure that British farming can use more innovative practices as well.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Secretary of State for the excellent farming roadmap that she's laid out today. I'm really glad to see that supply chain fairness is at front and centre of the new roadmap, and I welcome the move of the grocery code adjudicator from DBT to DEFRA, as this will make things more joined up. In Monmouthshire, farmers have raised with me so many times around unfair practices. And in fact, 5 dairy farms, yes, 5, have recently had their milk contracts cancelled in Monmouthshire. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that processors and supermarkets have far too much power, and that power imbalance must be remedied?
I do agree with her that we've got to get much fairer contracts, which is why we're extending the fair dealing regulations that already cover dairy and pig farmers to other sectors. And as she said, transferring the grocery code adjudicator from DBT to DEFRA to make sure that there is a more joined-up grip on food chain fairness.
Deputy Speaker, on-farm reservoirs can really help to reduce flooding and also reduce the need for water abstraction. The Minister's colleague Emma Shields was rather dismissive of this during the planning bill. Will she commit to taking steps to review permitted development rights, and can she give us some timescales?
Secretary of State. So we have consulted on this issue. It's obviously MHCLG, as he said, in December. They are considering the responses to the consultation, but I am working with the Secretary of State there to make sure that we do make it easier for farmers to establish on-farm reservoirs, because that will give them more resilience.
Noah Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really welcome the ambition of this roadmap, particularly the focus on buying British and the nod to honest food labelling. We must now make that ambition real and focus steadfastly on the drivers of farm profitability, so that by the end of this Parliament, farmers are making more money from their core business of farming than when they started. In this spirit, the Labour Rural Research Group continue on with our calls for honest origin labelling for food, and I hope she can back those and continue as the Minister's predecessor did, to commit to meeting with the LRRG to discuss this further.
But always happy to meet with my honourable friend and the Labour Rural Research Group, and thank him for what he said about the roadmap. I have an update for the House, because he's not in his place, but somebody's done me some work on this. Profitability in this roadmap is mentioned 17 times, profitable is mentioned 27 times, and profit is mentioned 52 times.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. South Shropshire farmers wanted to see an action plan that prioritised food production. Now, this doesn't do that unless the government decides to do all food procurement through supply chains that prioritise South Shropshire farmers as well as other farmers around the country. We are not going to do that. Will the Minister commit, or the Secretary of State commit, to prioritising government procurement for British farmers?
We do want to see more British food in our institutions, and as I said to a previous question, we are establishing a baseline that wasn't established under his government or ever before as to what percentage of the public sector contracts are going to British producers. That is the first step to that. But can I just say to him, I'm a big fan of his constituency. I spend some time there because my parents live in his patch.
Marvellous. Callum Anderson. Oh, it's gone. Jack Robertson. You know when you stare at something and you can see it, but you're just incapable of reading it? Dave Robertson.
It's a long name. There's lots of letters in the second bit. No, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The farming roadmap that we've seen today obviously sets out that we're going to have that long-term plan for fertiliser. That will be really welcome for farmers across Lichfield, Burnwood and the villages, because we're seeing, due to actions way beyond this government's control in the Straits of Hormuz, real cost pressures placed onto fertilisers. Is the Secretary of State able to give us an idea about when that long-term plan might be ready and whether it will consider strategic reserves, diversifying sources of that fertiliser, and what that will do to really make sure that we have got the fertiliser we need?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think his name is very striking, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just say thank you to my honourable friend for what he said. We're consulting on longer-term plans to change fertiliser rules so that we can diversify the sorts of fertilisers that farmers can use. And we're looking to see how we can ensure that fertiliser markets function more fairly as well in the way that I suggested in previous answers. Thank you.
When can we expect a resolution to the problems that are preventing payments in respect of commoning?
State.
I didn't actually, in respect of? Common land. Sorry, it is in this roadmap. Can I just say, firstly, I look forward to going on holiday in his constituency at some stage. Sounds like you get a great service. I'll let him know when I'm on my way. He's right to mention this issue, and it is something that we are looking at, and it is mentioned in the roadmap, because I know that there are real problems for access to some of government schemes from commoners. So that is something you will see in the roadmap that we're looking at, because upland farmers and others really need to make sure that they can access the schemes that we have.
I fear that's more about the bottles of champagne than the honourable member's constituency. John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome that this farming roadmap recognises the importance of upland farmers like mine in High Peak. Will the Secretary of State set out what support will be put in place to support my farmers? And will she meet with me to discuss access to SFI for those farming on common land?
State.
Well, a very similar question to the right honourable gentleman. Thank him for what he says, and always happy to meet with him or other honourable members. Upland farmers play a hugely vital role. We have increased payment rates for upland farmers. In the roadmap, we talk about how we can make it easier for upland farmers and commoners to access schemes. And obviously, as I said to the honourable gentleman, we've also commissioned Hilary Cottam to do some work about how we make sure that communities in those upland areas thrive.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every farmer I speak to is angry and at times desperate. None of them think anything has got any better over the last 2 years. Everyone thinks it's got worse, from whether it's the taxes, whether it's the grants, whether it's the allocation of non-farming lands. And don't take my word for it. A recent poll showed that amongst farmers, 0% of them would now vote for the Labour Party. Has she actually genuinely reflected on why that may be the case?
Well, I've spent every minute of every day since I've been appointed rebuilding the relationship with farmers. I acknowledge that there have been problems, but I think we're in a much better place.
Caroline Bowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State says better market access is needed by farmers so that British food can reach more customers at home and abroad. But we know they continue to face unnecessary trade barriers, and it's a shame that due to the Prime Minister's resignation, the UK-EU summit is now being reorganised. Yeah. Farmers and food producers are relying on this SPS agreement to reduce costs and bureaucracy. So can the Secretary of State commit that the summit will take place this year, and can she give us a time frame for when that will happen?
Secretary of State.
Well, that's kind of her to think that I'm so powerful that I could have a hand in that. That's very kind of her. One person in the House wants me sacked, but I'm glad that she thinks I've got that power. I don't have that power, but I do want to see that summit take place. I agree with her, it's really important to reduce that cost and bureaucracy that she talked about that we were left by the last government.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Farmers have been innovating since the dawn of time, and they really don't need a word salad document to tell them that it might be a good idea. But I've listened very carefully to the Secretary of State's answers on the issue of fertiliser, both in terms of the current price shock and the impending additional shock made by this government of carbon taxes on fertiliser. Surely, whilst there is lofty ambition for long-term innovation, there needs to be a direct answer and relief now on that shock that's going to come in January.
Secretary of State.
Well, if he looks at fertiliser prices, he'll see that they've levelled off.
Young.
Yeah, if the government really believes that food security is national security, it must mean shortening supply chains and increasing local food production. The Secretary of State referred earlier to field to fork, but what new concrete steps will be taken under this plan to increase the proportion of food eaten in the UK that was grown here?
Well, I thank her for her question, and in response to the Baroness Better's independent farming profitability review, we've already established the Farming and Food Partnership Board, and we're already working on sector growth plans for both horticulture and poultry. In horticulture in particular, we've seen a reduction in the amount of fruit and veg, domestic grown fruit and veg that we consume in the UK, and I want to, in England, sorry, and I want to see, we're working at what more we can do to boost the production of horticulture and indeed poultry.
Thank you very much. I was at the Royal Highland Show last week, and the farmers there from across the UK were in their usual high spirits, but there's a very real concern about the future of farming and the profitability of farming. The SPS agreement, the price of fuel, red tape, family farm tax and fertiliser, all real big concerns. What specifically is the government doing to address those concerns?
Well, as I said, and can I just say, thank him for what he said about the show. I wasn't able to attend, but it's good that he and other members were there. We are addressing all of those different issues. On the SPS deal, as I said to the Honourable Lady, we're very aware of the concerns of the NFU and indeed the Farmers Union in Scotland. I engaged with them only last month, and we are making sure, we can't give you a running commentary, but I do want to see a smooth transition so that farmers are ready for that change.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Great South West Pan-Regional Partnership produced an agri-food growth plan that I can commend to the Secretary of State. It was launched by Baroness Batters back in February, and the South West region accounts for 1/3 of England's dairy farms and makes an outsized contribution to the UK food system. How will the government's farming roadmap affect farmers in the South West in particular, please?
Well, the farming roadmap is a plan for the whole of England, and obviously each different sector of farming faces different challenges. I was glad to visit a dairy farm in my own constituency on Open Farm Day, Lacey's Farm. I want to thank Will Lacey for showing me and my 2 young boys around. But the roadmap is about helping farmers across England, including in the South West.
Sir Ashley Paul.
Madam Deputy Speaker, while I welcome the farming roadmap, farmers in Somerset will be sceptical that this government will deliver for them, given its imposition of the family farm and family business taxes, which have undermined confidence and reduced investment in the rural economy. Now, the government closed the last SFI without notice, causing chaos to farmers. Will she undertake now not to do this again?
I thank him for his welcome of the roadmap. We have certainly learnt a lot of lessons from what happened last summer, and I would absolutely like to see no sudden stops to the system. And we are learning the lessons, but also with the capital grants programme, we made sure that there wasn't the same issues. So I can confirm, well, I can't always predict the future, but I would like that to be the case.
That is the end of the statement. Point of order, Tulip Siddiq.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During Prime Minister's questions today, the Leader of the Opposition called the Secretary of State for Education a spiteful class warrior, and previously she's compared the Secretary of State for Education to a Gestapo officer. Madam Deputy Speaker, I started out working in Parliament when I was a teenager, and in 25 years of being involved in politics, I have never seen the atmosphere here in Parliament and outside to be quite so hostile and intimidatory, especially towards female elected representatives. Madam Deputy Speaker, words matter, and inflammatory language contributes to this hostility towards politicians, especially women. Could I ask your advice on whether the language that was used by the Leader of the Opposition today towards the Secretary of State for Education, who is a woman who grew up in poverty. She grew up on a council estate, raised by a single mother, on free school meals, and worked her way up to cabinet, is appropriate language to be used in the chamber. And I ask you, Madam Deputy Speaker, because not only does this language contribute to hostility, it also puts off women from coming into this very important profession.
I thank the honourable member, the honourable lady, for her point of order. Honourable members are responsible for what they say in the chamber. We do not write the scripts for colleagues. Erskine May says that good temper and moderation are the characteristics of parliamentary language. I remind all members and that's the way they should be conducting themselves inside the chamber. Point of order, Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I seek your advice on how to ensure that name day written parliamentary questions are answered by the department on time, Madam Deputy Speaker. My written questions 10935 to 10940 to the Foreign Office about a company called Siren Associates Limited have not been answered by the 22nd of June, are of great personal and national importance, and we want to know when they'll be answered.
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. It is important that members who are sent here by their constituents receive timely answers to their questions. This is not a matter for the Chair, but I'm sure the Treasury front bench will have noted the honourable member's remarks and made the contact with the right department so he gets a response as soon as he can. Point of order, Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the House may be interested in this following the earlier point of order. Earlier today, the Education Secretary accused me of racism in reference to comments I made about the mass Muslim prayer in Trafalgar Square. While she didn't inform me that she would mention me in the chamber, I gave her advance notice for this point of order, but she's chosen not to come to the House to withdraw her remarks. Given past precedent, I would like your advice on whether this is acceptable language for one member to use about another. I also seek your guidance about the free speech of members and those we represent. The government's Islamophobia definition is already being used to shut down legitimate debate over questions of religion, belief, and public policy, as we warned it would be, and it falsely equates religious identity and racial identity and religious belief. It is an Orwellian outrage. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, how do I ensure the Education Secretary withdraws her remarks, explains how she confused racial identity and religious belief, and apologise?
The honourable member has got his point on the record, and as I've already said, members must take responsibility for what they say in the chamber. And good temper and moderation, of course, Mr Snowden, on both sides, are good characteristics of parliamentary language. He's got his point on the record. Let's see what happens next. Now, if the front benches wish to shuffle over. Ready, I will continue. Order, order. I will now announce the result of today's deferred division. On the Customs, Tariff and Miscellaneous Amendments number 4, Regulations 2026, the ayes were 323, the noes were 160, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. If everybody's comfortable with their water and their glasses, we can continue. Presentation of Bill. John Lamont.
Go on, John.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 27th of November.
Friday the 27th of November.
Reciprocal Cross-Border Public Services Bill.
Oh, yes. Second reading what day?
Friday the 15th of January 2027.
Friday the 15th of January 2027. Presentation of Bill Ruth Jones.
Fur Import and Sale Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of September.
Friday the 4th of September. Presentation of Bill again, Ruth Jones.
Domestic Abuse, Pets, etc. Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of October.
Friday the 16th of October. Presentation of Bill. Leila Moran.
Occupied Palestinian Territory, Trade with Israeli Settlements Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 19th of March 2027.
Friday the 19th of March 2027. Motion number 1 on business of the House today. Minister to move.
Move formally.
The question is as on the order papers made. That opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the debate on the 3 Ways and Means motions, which will be debated together. I call the Minister to move the first motion on the rate of electricity generator levy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that provision be made increasing the rate of the electricity generator levy to 55%, increasing the generosity of mileage rates to 55p per mile for the first 10,000 miles, and a temporary holiday for vehicle excise duty for the majority of heavy goods vehicles. The Chancellor has committed to doing what she can to support families and businesses to being responsive in a changing world and responsible in the national interest. And the measures that are before the House today assist the Government in that objective. Madam Deputy Speaker, the way that the current energy system works, households and businesses pay more for their electricity when the gas price is high. The electricity generator levy already recoups some of the excess returns made by renewable generators when high gas prices push electricity prices over what is the current threshold, which is £82.61 per megawatt hour. Now the Government has decided to increase the rate of the levy from 45% to 55% from the 1st of July. That will do 2 things. First, it will ensure that a large proportion of any exceptional revenues from high gas prices are passed back to the Government, which provides a revenue stream so that money is available to support businesses and families with the impacts of the conflict in the Middle East. Secondly, it will also, in the longer term, support the new voluntary Contracts for Difference scheme, which was announced in April by encouraging participation in the scheme. Madam Deputy Speaker, in March, the Government announced a review of mileage rates for employees using their own vehicle for work and the self-employed who use the simplified expenses rates. In recognition of the pressures facing drivers as a result of the effects of the Iran war, my right honourable friend the Chancellor announced in May the first uprating of mileage rates in 15 years, backdated to April, to provide immediate supports to both groups. Mileage rates will increase for 2026-27 from 45p to 55p for the first 10,000 miles and then 25p thereafter, with effect from the 6th of April. This will represent the largest ever increase to these mileage rates, benefiting around 2 million employees and 1 million self-employed individuals, saving over £120 a year for a worker doing 6,000 business miles. I would like to say that it was a privilege to meet recently with care workers and the Unison General Secretary to hear directly about the difference that this uprating will make to those on the front line. The General Secretary said to myself and the Chancellor that this measure is good news for people providing essential public services, and it was a real honour to meet those who work day in, day out, looking after people across the country. And I'm glad that this measure will have a positive impact on those who will do such vital work. Looking ahead and beyond 26-27, the Government has already committed to a review of these rates and will set out further steps at the budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, the third measure today, turning now to that, recognising the key role that the road haulage sector plays in transporting goods across the UK and their disproportionate exposure to fuel costs, the Government is introducing a 12-month holiday from vehicle excise duty for the majority of heavy goods vehicles, which will save a typical HGV £600 on top of the savings from fuel duty. Fuel costs make up a substantial proportion of HGV operating costs, and this action will help prevent cost pressures from the Iran conflict spreading across the economy. The announcements on mileage rates and HGV VED were part of a wider package of measures announced in May, including on fuel duty. And in total, the decisions taken since the 2024 general election to freeze fuel duty will save motorists 11p per litre, or £120 for the average car, £250 for the average van, and over £2,000 for the average HGV compared to the plans that we inherited from the previous government. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is taking action to support the economy at a time of global economic uncertainty following the Iran conflict. Our approach of targeting support at those groups who are hardest hit by the conflict will ensure that the measures we take are effective while protecting the economy from the effects of reckless borrowing that took place under the previous government. This government's, the honourable gentleman says for COVID, but he forgot to mention for Liz Truss. This government's record also shows that despite this instability, our plan is working. UK GDP growth in the past 2 years was the second fastest in the G7. Real household disposable income per person has grown by over 2% so far this Parliament, compared with a fall of over 2% in the last Parliament. Real wages have grown faster, have increased in every single month since this government took office, with wages rising faster than inflation. The measures in this bill will continue this track record and demonstrate that this government is committed to supporting working people.
The question is, as on... was that an intervention or have we concluded? Well, there we are then. The question is as on the order paper, and I call the Shadow Minister, Richard Fuller.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for his very clear laying out of the measures before us today, but perhaps also say sometimes there isn't a place for partisanship, and perhaps that was a taste today. I think for the Minister, I've got a series of questions, and as I didn't have a chance to brief him about them beforehand, as I'd wanted to, it's perfectly okay if he wants to get his ministerial team to reply in due course. I don't have to have all the answers straight away. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first of three measures is on the electricity generators levy, and I want to probe three of the points in the written statement about this, which, and I quote, that the 45% EGL rate will increase to 55%, number one, and will be extended past its scheduled conclusion in 2028, number two, and that this will support the government's objective of reducing the impact of gas prices on business and household, number three. So my first question would be, what is the Treasury's estimate of the amount that is anticipated to be raised from this measure? Is it a straight line assessment, essentially 45, 55, which roughly means 600 million? And then within this, is it the intention of the government that the EGL revenues, the revenues that come from the EGL, will be treated in future as an established line item in the budget, or will they be seen as a levy that will potentially go away in a short period of time? Second of all, one of the concerns about the levy is uncertainty and the effect that that may have on investment in the North, investment in general, electricity generation. So what feedback has the Minister had, or has the industry provided to the government about this change? And does the Minister have a view about what the impact on industry investment will be, because surely at this time we're looking to expand energy capacity at the UK at all levels that we can. And it would be just interesting to know if he has had some, from the government's point of view, if they feel there is a chilling effect on investment from these taxes. And then thirdly, why has the Minister not announced an end date to this increase? It was supposed to be originally a temporary levy, and indeed by not announcing an end date, that adds to the uncertainty in the sector. And it would be helpful if the Minister could say, because it is temporary, but how long is temporary, Minister? And based on that, I would be interested if the government would consider a sunset clause with a review, or some aspect that might provide some additional certainty to the sector. Moving on to the mileage allowance increase from 45p to 55 pence per mile. We have no opposition to that change being made. I think it would be worthwhile if the Minister could just say a few words about the mileage allowance post or after 10,000 miles, because the government's decided not to change that at this time. I'd be very interested to know what the thinking was in the government's about that, because there are some people in rural areas particularly, but people with certain types of jobs that may well hit that 10,000 mile limit. And I'd just be interested in the government's view about that. And also, potentially, as the Minister outlined, this hasn't changed for a considerable period of time, whether he would consider annual indexation of this amount. There are issues here about this, because this is not just tied to the price of petrol or fuel. It also includes issues to do with depreciation, and identifying some form of indexation therefore may not be straightforward. But I'd just be interested in the government's views about that. And finally, turning to the HGV vehicle excise duty holiday, I think the Minister will recognise that this probably will have a limited impact because it is just 1 year change. What sort of behavioural impact analysis did the government undertake prior to introducing this measure? Because the industry is a little bit sceptical about whether it will actually change behaviour in the near term. But, Madam Deputy, I'm very grateful to the Minister for laying these issues out so clearly. And as I said, I'm very happy to receive written answers to my questions in due course if necessary.
I just want to check, Mr Perkins, it's the Ways and Means Resolutions debate. Do you wish to contribute? Mr Perkins.
Thank you very much. So I don't intend to detain the House long, but I welcome the motion to increase the electricity generator levy, which alongside the government's plans to encourage participation at a competitive price in long-term fixed contracts for low-carbon generators will weaken the link between electricity and gas prices, with the overall effect of bringing down energy bills, both for my constituents and consumers across the UK, as well as British businesses. I also welcome the long overdue increase to the approved mileage allowance for workers from 45 to 55 pence per mile. It is very noticeable that through the 14 years that I was in Parliament under a Conservative government, we saw that rate staying exactly the same, whilst within that time petrol had risen around 33%, diesel 44%. So those workers were every single year worse off than they had been the year before. And finally, the motion to temporarily reduce vehicle excise duties is welcome too. Right now, HGV vehicles pay around £1,700 on average per vehicle. This motion will change that to £1 a year for this year. I visited Spectrum Freight in Chesterfield last month, where we discussed the challenges the industry is facing. And they and other businesses within the industry will very much welcome this government's sensible approach to support the sector at this difficult time.
Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So the electricity generator levy is a windfall tax on UK electricity generation from nuclear, renewable and biomass sources, and raised £0.7 billion in the last financial year. The EGL is a revenue-based tax which currently applies at a rate of 45% on exceptional generation receipts above a benchmark price of £77.94 per megawatt hour, with an allowance of £10 million per company. The Energy Profits Levy, by contrast, applies to oil and gas production in the UK and the UK continental shelf, and raised £2.9 billion in the last financial year. We support the goals of seeking to fund an emergency revenue measures to fund cost of living support during the gas price shock. But we also note that the power wholesale prices are now around £90 per megawatt hour, compared to a spike of £135 per megawatt hour and a pre-Iran conflict price of £80 per megawatt hour. So I'd like to ask the question really of how much is this likely to raise, given the move in prices? And it feels like the horse has already bolted, perhaps. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that. But we also recognise this is a nudge to accelerate the shift of legacy renewable generators off wholesale prices or volatile wholesale prices and onto fixed contracts for difference using a higher tax rate as leverage. And if legacy renewable generators, i.e. those on renewables obligation not already under CFDs, sign up to a wholesale contract for difference, they exchange their volatile wholesale revenues for a fixed strike price. And this is obviously good news in terms of consumers are insulated from future gas price spikes on that portion of generation, because the generator is no longer passing through the wholesale prices, and the government, via the Low Carbon Contracts Company, captures any upside when wholesale prices rise. Coming to the second resolution, to increase the mileage allowance. Again, this seems a logical step and one we are happy to support. I note that 45p rate has been frozen since 2011, so 15 years without adjustment. Over that period, fuel costs, insurance, tyres and servicing have all risen materially. So while 55p is a meaningful correction, it is questionable whether it fully catches up with accumulated inflation. This will have a positive impact overall, this change, not least for people in professions like care work, where you do a lot of driving between appointments. I would refer again to the Lib Dem proposal to cut fuel duty by 10%, which, if the Chancellor took this on board, would combine with the increase in mileage allowance to make a significant difference in the pockets of people who have to drive often to work. I also note the cost of this change has not been set out, only that it is subject to scrutiny by the OBR and will be set out at a future fiscal event. Personally, I don't think that is good enough. I think the Treasury team should set out where any change in tax take, whether positive or negative, when it is proposed. Finally, the 12-month vehicle excise duty holiday for HGVs is a sensible and welcome measure, and we will not oppose it. Our hauliers are absolutely critical, like Chris Hayter and Whitney, really are the backbones to our economy, and I understand the Minister knows them well. But we need to be honest about what this change is and what it's not. Our haulier sector is already in crisis before Iran happened. Insolvency rates in road freight have been running at record levels. Margins were being squeezed by rising insurance costs, driver shortages, and the lingering disruption of years of post-Brexit paperwork. The Iran conflict has simply poured fuel at 185 pence per litre onto a fire that was already burning. The VED holiday saves a typical operator about £600 per vehicle. We welcome every penny of that. But against a fuel cost shock that is adding £1 billion a year to the industry's cost base, it is, by the government's own figures, a quarter of the problem. Many operators will burn through that saving in a matter of weeks at the pump. So what the sector needs alongside this is a serious long-term plan on fuel duty RPI indexation, which threatens to push costs higher again next April, on driver recruitment and retention where the shortage remains acute, and on the transition to cleaner vehicles where smaller operators have been left without a credible plan to decarbonisation. We will support this measure through Parliament because the people driving these lorries deserve the relief now, not after another round of consultations. Thank you.
Minister to wind up. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to all those who've spoken, including my honourable friend, the member for Chesterfield, for his warm remarks. Let me respond to the points made by the opposition spokespeople. Yes, this will appear as a line item. I would assume, though I wouldn't want to prejudge the decisions any future OBR will make in terms of how they score all of these things and present them in budgets going forward, as it is a specific tax head. In terms of a question that was asked both by Conservative and Liberal Democrat spokespeople, in terms of specifically how much this will raise, it is, of course, very difficult to know. As was highlighted by the member for Whitney, the prices are coming down. They are at the moment slightly above the threshold that's in the system, but prices, as the Shadow Energy Secretary will know as well, are very volatile at the moment. And so we will, in the usual way, at the budget, the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility will set out its estimate of how much this change will make and how much will be raised overall by the electricity generator levy. The Liberal Democrat spokesperson is right to note that it doesn't raise into the billions and billions. This is a relatively targeted policy, and we have increased the rate from 45% to 55%, but we haven't changed the threshold and the routine uprating that takes place within it. The opposition asked about whether there'll be a review going forward and whether or not this new higher rate is now the rate out into the future. That's something that the government is considering, and he is right to highlight that we haven't made a definitive announcement yet as to whether or not that rate will last a very short period of time or will go on into the future. But we will update in due course. This isn't something that we want to leave hanging, and I would expect that if not at the budget, potentially before, but that's of course something that will be reviewed by the Chancellor and by the Energy Secretary in the coming weeks. Of course, I'm happy to.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for the Minister for that clarification on the 55% rate, that there is active consideration of an end date for that higher rate. But he will also know that the 45% rate had an end date as well. Will the review also consider announcing what the end date for the levy overall will be, or is that something that hasn't yet been considered?
Well, of course, as he will know, all tax rates, thresholds and design of tax policy is considered in the round in the run-up to budgets. I think the key policy intention of the increase in the rate, and I think by extension the decision to continue the policy in any form, is one of the things that the government's been considering is the fact that having the rate in the system should encourage and change the incentives for the electricity generators to partake in the wholesale contracts for difference that are being developed, and the Energy Secretary will come forward with in the coming months. He asked about investment. It is always difficult to make changes to taxation, and particularly to make them outside of a budget cycle. The government has been, and the Chancellor has been, cautious about making changes in response to the conflict in Iran. We wanted to take a measured approach to make sure that we manage the public finance as well, but also to make sure that we support businesses and households who've been particularly affected by the impact of the conflict washing up on our shores. So in this case, it is just worth highlighting that new investment is excluded from the electricity generator levy. So if you're a business thinking of investing in renewables or nuclear in the UK, your new investments won't be affected by the increase in the rate. Turning to the second measure, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson is right to highlight, as was my honourable friend, that these mileage rates have not been changed since 2011. I think it's very disappointing that the previous government, even though we saw lots of inflation spikes, didn't take the chance to uprate them. Yeah. Yes.
I'm grateful to the Minister. Could he just remind us, between 2010 and 2015, which party was actually Chief Secretary to the Treasury?
I'm not sure. I have been in the Chief Secretary's office in the the Treasury, and there are many pictures on the wall of the countless numbers of Chief Secretaries to the Treasury that there were under the previous government, particularly towards the end with the chopping and changing. But both, yes, the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives had ample time to make more than the one change that was made in 2011. He asked about why no change was made above £10,000, above 10,000 miles. This was something that, of course, we looked at and considered when we were developing the policy. A very significant share of drivers who drive for work drive less than 10,000 miles. Of course, some, he's right to point out, will drive more, particularly if they have long distances to drive or live in rural communities. We thought that this approach of a very significant 10 pence increase in the rate up to 10,000 and leaving the 25p rate unchanged got the balance right between supporting people right now who needed help, but also making sure we were being fiscally responsible. And of course, he will know and drivers will know that the marginal cost of each extra mile driven is will decline over time because the upfront costs can be spread over more mileage. Annual indexation is not the government's policy. I welcome the representation, but I would again note that that wasn't a policy that was pursued before. He was right to highlight that it would be complicated to do given the volatility in petrol prices. And I should, of course, mention I'm from Witney, and Chris Hayter, the haulage company, is based just behind the housing estate that I grew up on, and it's a very good local business in Witney, and I'm glad to know that they'll benefit from that. But I do take the points raised about the challenges facing the haulage sector. I hope that the change that we have made, this temporary and targeted change, that business and businesses across the country will benefit from it.
The question is, as on the order papers, may in that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the second Ways and Means motion on income tax mileage amounts. Minister to move formally.
Formally.
The question is, as on the order papers, may in that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the third Ways and Means motion on vehicle excise duty, temporary rates for goods vehicles. Minister to move formally. The question is, as on the order paper, as may in that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. Bill ordered to be brought in upon the foregoing resolutions. Who will prepare and bring in the bill? Minister.
The Chairman of Ways and Means, the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Economic Secretary to the Treasury and City Minister, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, the Minister for Pensions and myself.
Taxation, Energy and Vehicles Bill.
Second reading what day?
1st of July.
1st of July, you sure?
Tomorrow.
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 Okay, let's try that one more time. Minister on your feet, Minister on your feet. Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Fantastic. All right, order, enough. If the ministers wish to shuffle over, this will be the opportunity to do so. I haven't called you yet, Minister. Far too eager. We now come to the 3 motions relating to climate change, which will be debated together. I call the Minister to move the motion on Draft Carbon Budget Order 2026. Minister, now it's your turn.
I beg to move that the Draft Carbon Budget Order 2026, which was laid before the House on the 2nd of June, as well as the Draft Climate Change Act 2008 International Aviation and International Shipping Regulations 2026 and the Draft Climate Change Act 2008 Credit Limit Order 2026, both laid before the House on the 14th of April, be approved. Madam Speaker, this week, this year, has been like no other. At this very moment, people across our country are experiencing another reminder of the world we now live in. If anyone in this chamber still thinks climate change is a problem for tomorrow, they should step outside today. Tonight, parents will struggle to get their children to sleep through sweltering nights. Farmers will look anxiously at weather forecasts and cloudless skies. Hospitals, schools and care homes will prepare for temperatures that would have seemed extraordinary in Britain just a few decades ago. Parts of our country are facing temperatures of up to 38 degrees this week, while experts warn that 40-degree days may arrive far sooner than anyone expected. Today's debate is not taking place against the backdrop of climate change. It's taking place in the middle of it. And I cannot make this clearer to the House. This is not normal. As we speak, a Met Office red extreme heat warning is in place parts of the UK today and tomorrow. In fact, they've just confirmed the hottest June day ever. At that very same moment, in recent months, the crisis in the Middle East has felt like a ghost from the recent past. Once again, the world has found itself staring at a major fossil fuel producing region and wondering what happens next. Once again, energy markets have been holding their breath. Once again, families, businesses and governments have been reminded just how fragile the system can be. This is, of course, the second fossil fuel shock in barely half a decade. It's only 4 years since Putin's tanks rolled into Ukraine and sent shockwaves through the global economy. 4 years since family budgets were shredded by soaring energy bills. 4 years since Britain was reminded that when your energy system depends on volatile fossil fuel markets, a crisis on the other side of the world can land on your doorstep in a matter of days. Because when faced with the challenges of this scale, there's always a temptation to focus on the immediate crisis, to become consumed by the pressures of the day and to postpone difficult decisions for another parliament. I will make way, if that's okay. Another government or another generation. But that has never been how our country has met its greatest challenges. We have always been strongest when we have looked beyond the immediate horizon, recognised the risks ahead and taken practical steps to prepare for them. This is what the carbon budget framework represents. A science-led budget to reduce emissions by around 87% between 2038 and 2042 compared to 1990 levels, including international aviation shipping, in line with the advice of the Independent Climate Change Committee and endorsed by the Environmental Audit Committee. And I want to thank the committee for its rigorous scrutiny, including the evidence session it held with me last week.
Alongside it, the regulations before the House today will formally include the UK's share of international aviation shipping emissions within carbon budgets from Carbon Budget 6 onwards. Within the credit limit order will ensure that Carbon Budget 5 is met through domestic action, allowing the UK economy to capture the full benefits of the transition.
Would the Minister give way?
I'm all right, I'll just keep going with the government line in a bit. In determining the level of the 7th carbon budgets, we assessed different pathways for Britain's future. What that analysis showed was remarkably clear. Whether viewed through the lens of economic growth, national security, public health or long-term prosperity, the benefits of continuing on Britain's path to net zero significantly outweigh the alternatives of abandoning it. Let me explain why. Business uncertainty. This framework provides something every successful economy depends upon and every serious business asks for: certainty. Investment does not flow to the country with the lowest costs or the biggest market. It flows to the country with a plan. It flows to the country where business, investors and entrepreneurs can look 10, 15 or 20 years in the future and have confidence about the direction of travel. Yesterday, in a career highlight, I was proud to open the London Stock Exchange to mark London Climate Action Week and celebrate a remarkable finding from new analysis by the London Stock Exchange. The global green economy is now worth more than $10 trillion. Their analysis has found that green revenues grew by 5.3% in 2025, despite energy shocks, market volatility and geopolitical tensions. And here in the UK, under this government, I'm proud to announce that we have officially secured £100 billion of private investment in clean energy since taking office. The message from investors could not be clearer. The race is on. Capital is flowing towards the countries that are building, planning and backing the industries of the future. And that is one of the great strengths of the Climate Change Act and the Carbon Budget Framework. For almost 2 decades, it's provided a stable and predictable signal about where Britain is heading, giving businesses the confidence to invest, innovate and grow. It's a market solution to a generational challenge. I'll just keep going for a bit, it's okay. Providing certainty about the destination while allowing competition, innovation and enterprise to determine the journey. And the results can be seen across the country. On the day we laid this order before Parliament, new analysis showed that Britain's net zero economy now supports more than 1 million jobs and generated £105 billion for the UK economy alone. We see that opportunity in carbon capture projects in Teesside, in new nuclear at Sizewell C in Suffolk, and in companies across the country building the technologies, supply chains and industries that will power the next chapter of British economic growth. Indeed, as more than 75,000 people have descended on London this week for London Climate Action Week, taking part in over 1,300 events and helping to broker deals, partnerships and investments that will shape the global economy for years to come, they are doing so in a city that has established itself as the sustainable finance capital of the world. That is why support for this framework extends far beyond government. The British Chamber of Commerce says these plans provide greater certainty for firms. The CBI describes the green economy as a powerhouse of job creation and economic expansion. E.ON says the prize is bigger than emissions alone. Business leaders, manufacturers and investors are all making the same argument. In a world competing for capital, talent and innovation, long-term certainty is not a burden on growth, it's one of the foundations of it. Second, if the economic case for action is increasingly clear, so is the security case. Climate change has become a central concern not just for scientists and policymakers, but for our country's military leaders, intelligence chiefs and security experts. On the agenda for the Munich Security Conference, climate change sits alongside geopolitical conflict and nuclear proliferation as one of the defining risks of our age. That assessment is increasingly shared across Britain's own security establishment. Air Chief Marshal Sir Mike Wigston has said it threatens global resilience and our shared security and prosperity. Baroness Manningham Bullard, the former Director General of MI5, has apologies, Baroness, has said it's clear that climate change is the greatest threat we face. Lieutenant General Nugi said that, quote, climate change is not an abstract environmental issue, it's now a core national security risk. These are not campaigners nor commentators. They have served their country and are the people who have spent their careers identifying risks before they become crises and preparing our country for threats before they arrive. Climate change is often discussed as an environmental challenge, yet increasingly it's showing up elsewhere in conversations about food security, energy security, national resilience, and the basic responsibility of government to protect its citizen from foreseeable risks. The framework in front of the House today is not just about reducing emissions, it is part of the long-term work of making Britain safer, stronger and less vulnerable in a more uncertain world. Third and finally, we should see this transition for what it really is, one of the greatest upgrade projects in our country's history. Too often, debates about climate change become trapped in the language of targets, regulations and emissions. But when future generations look back on this period, they're unlikely to remember the technical details of carbon budgets or policy frameworks. What they will remember is that this was the moment Britain began upgrading the system that underpins modern life. Every generation has had its national upgrade. Previous generations built the railways that connected our country, electrified our towns and cities, brought clean water into people's homes, connected millions of households to the gas grid, and transformed the way people travelled, worked and lived. Our generation's task is no different. We are upgrading an energy system that leaves us exposed to volatile fossil fuel markets and replacing it with one powered increasingly by clean electricity generated here at home. We are upgrading homes with technology that allow families to generate, store and manage their own energy. We're upgrading transport, upgrading industry and upgrading infrastructure that in many cases was designed for a different century and a different economy. That's not a marginal adjustment to the economy we have today. It is a fundamental upgrade to how Britain powers itself, and the prize is enormous. Our analysis shows that clean power and electrification could save families and businesses £445 billion in fossil fuel spending over the next 25 years. Cleaner air could mean up to 8,000 fewer hospital admissions every year by 2050 and around £80 billion in health benefits, while action to restore nature could deliver a further £50 billion of benefits. Now, we'll make some progress, such as greater protection from flooding, cleaner rivers and greater biodiversity. But this is not simply about what we avoid, it is about what we build. Across the world, more than $2 trillion is now invested in clean energy every year, roughly twice the amount invested in fossil fuels. This is where global capital is flowing, where industries are being built and where future economic advantage will be increasingly won. And I make no apology for Britain to compete for that opportunity. I do not want our country watching from the sidelines while others captures the jobs, industries and investment of the future. I want Britain helping to shape that future and benefit from it. Let me finish by saying this. Long before I entered this House and long before I became a minister, I was one of the many people involved in the wider effort that helped build support for the Climate Change Act, one of the most significant and widely supported piece of cross-party legislation I don't know if this country has ever passed. Let me just finish. Back then, it often felt like a cause that sat at the margins of politics rather than at its centre. Progress felt slow, success felt uncertain. If someone had told me one day I'd stand at this dispatch box, I might have struggled to believe it. But what that journey reminds me of is that real change is rarely the work of one person, one government or one political party. It happens because people keep building year after year, government after government, parliament after parliament. 18 years ago, this House came together to pass the world's first Climate Change Act. 7 years ago, it came together again to make Britain the first major economy to legislate for net zero emissions. Different prime ministers, different governments and different political traditions have all helped write that story. History has many authors, I'll just finish. And because of that shared effort, Britain was the first major economy to cut emissions by more than half while growing its economy by more than 85% between 1990 and 2025. We've helped inspire around 60 countries to adopt similar legislation, and we've shown it's possible to combine climate action with economic growth, energy security and national prosperity. At its best, this House has always been capable of looking beyond the pressures of the moment and acting in the interests of future generations. I believe this is one of those moments. So whatever our differences on the detail, I hope we can recognise what this debate is really about. The kind of country we leave behind, whether we upgrade it while we have the chance. This is a legacy worth building together, and I commend these orders and regulations to the House.
Yeah. And the question is as on the order paper, and I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Claire Coutinho.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today we are voting on something hugely consequential. A new net zero target that will allow ministers and civil servants to control almost every part of the economy and the cost of goods in every aspect of people's lives. It will affect the cost of energy, food, housing, heating, transport, holidays and shipping. Which industries will find it competitive to do business in Britain and which industries won't? And yet in this chamber, can anybody put a figure on how much more expensive this will make food or energy bills or family holidays? I'd happily give away, I'd happily for them to cite the figure.
In offshore wind power has insulated British consumers against the fossil fuel price hikes that we've seen as a consequence of the Iran war, and that is evidence that investment in renewable energy is good for consumers and businesses.
Well, first, I will note that the honourable gentleman didn't answer my question, and that's because he doesn't have an answer. So let me answer his. On an electricity bill, 25% of the cost is a wholesale cost. 75% is a non-commodity cost. The reason that bills have gone up so much is partly because of the taxes and levies and policies that his government has chosen. The vast majority of this cost, I'll just pursue some of my argument on this. The vast majority of the cost on the electricity bill is not to do with wholesale prices. And actually the question that I had asked him is if he could tell us, and he should listen to this, he's not even listening to the point. If he can tell us the legislation that he is voting on today, what it will do to the price of food for his constituents, the price of energy for his constituents, the price of holidays for his constituents. Well, excuse me, let me just make this point. Let's try this question. How many people here can say, hand on heart, they have read the impact assessment for this legislation? In which case, the gentleman says that he has. Could he cite the number of overall jobs it will create or lose in the overall economy? I would happily give way. The number of jobs.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. Her argument would have a lot more credibility if she had not said in 2023, nothing will distract us from achieving net zero or driving forward renewables. I want people to feel nothing but unadulterated optimism. We are absolutely committed to our target. The facts about climate change have not changed. Yet she has changed her mind. Could it be because of the benches, the people sitting on the benches over there?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, but he also did not answer my question on jobs. And let me say this. I inherited my party's position on net zero. I made it very clear from the outset that my priority was affordability for Brits in this country and that net zero should not impoverish consumers. In fact, I made some changes which meant that the party opposite called me a climate denier and a flat earther. And now he comes to this chamber not to scrutinise the legislation that will have a massive effect on his constituents, but to criticise me for scrutinising the legislation, asking questions and changing my party's position. I am very proud to have changed my party's position because I care about the consumer, I care about jobs, I care about the price of food and the price of energy. None of the people on the benches opposite seem to do so, because if they had, and I'll make some progress, because nobody is actually answering these questions, if they actually cared about these things, they would have read the government's impact assessment. Not anybody of them seemed to, well, they couldn't answer the question on jobs, because the government's own impact assessment admits, the government's own impact assessment, and he would know this if he'd read it, it admits that its modelling does not actually consider any upside or downside risks to the economy arising from the energy transition. And it specifically says it doesn't consider the impact on jobs. So that means they are voting on legislation today without any idea of what it's going to mean for the British worker. And again, the impact assessment is clear, it's explicit. The modelling does not analyse energy security. So they do not know what this will mean for the energy security of our nation. So when the head of the Unite Union said at the weekend that the Secretary of State only seems to be interested in one side of the equation, rushing Britain to net zero with almost no thought for jobs or national security, she was spot on. It has literally not been properly assessed. And what's worse is that the MPs opposite want to make their political points, but none of them seem to care. And considering how much people are struggling and how much growth is flatlining, are members on the benches opposite really happy to wave through these legal targets without the foggiest idea of what it will do to the economy, what it will do to the cost of living, or what it will do to energy security? If the honourable gentleman would like to tell us about the impact on jobs, he's more than welcome to do so.
Aware of the evidence from the Climate Change Committee that says that the cost of doing nothing is more expensive than the cost of everything that is needed to do for net zero. So when she sits there and attempts to stand in the way of this, what she is actually doing is attempting to pile up the costs on British business, on British consumers, and on the sustainability of our country. She should be the one that understands the impact of her policies, rather than attempting to row back on one of the very few things that the previous government should have been proud of.
I will come to the evidence of the Climate Change Committee in a second. But what I will note again, once again, a member of the party opposite cannot cite an overall figure on jobs. You would think that the Labour Party would be able to cite a figure on jobs. Look, I've tried a number of you, and nobody has an answer. So let me put this to them. OK, I'll tell you what. Is it going to be about jobs? Please, go ahead.
It will be about jobs. I thank her for giving way. The CBI, not the government, but the CBI, have found that the net zero economy is worth £100 billion of investment in this country every year, and worth 1.1 million jobs.
Yep. 1.1 million. Oh dear. So the honourable gentleman hasn't read that report either, because what they include in those jobs is waste, recycling and nuclear power. Does he think that they didn't have those jobs before the net zero target? They also include soil restoration and land management. They specifically say, I'm sorry, they don't seem to like this, but I've actually read these reports. They don't seem to realise that report includes a huge range of things that has nothing to do with the net zero target. So once again, let me press on. Now, when the Climate Change Committee produces advice to the government about what carbon budget target they should set, they use their own costings and assumptions. Their analysis determines how billions upon billions, that's thousands and thousands of millions of pounds of taxpayer money, is spent. And I'm afraid it is deeply problematic. How do I know this? Because the cost of offshore wind used to prepare this carbon budget 7, was out by a factor of 3. The Climate Change Committee said offshore wind would cost £38 per megawatt hour, but contracts were being signed by their Secretary of State for £82 a megawatt hour. That suggested that something was clearly going very wrong on a key input for the exact target that we are voting upon today. So I wrote to the Climate Change Committee, I will make this point, I wrote to the Climate Change Committee asking them to look at this, and they sent me a dismissive reply. So I wrote about it in a newspaper. And what did they do? They reported me, a democratically elected politician under the Ipso Editor's Code, and tried to get me to remove my opinion. I did not. And just a few months later, the government updated its own costings, not to £80 a megawatt hour or £90 a megawatt hour, but to over £100 per megawatt hour. That's the minister's own figure. That means not only was I right, but that offshore wind was now predicted to cost triple of what the Climate Change Committee had said that it would. Now, I don't know which is worse, that we are making huge decisions on the basis of such poor analysis, or that nobody on that side of the House thinks this warrants any scrutiny, or that an unelected advisory body is using taxpayers' funds to try and silence elected representatives rather than focusing on getting their costings right. Everybody in this House should think that that is shameful. And if they were wrong by a factor of 3 on offshore wind, something we have better evidence for than pretty much anything else in the market, how can we trust any of the rest of the analysis? So let's look at some of their claims. They claim that a low-carbon electricity supply is cheaper per unit than high-carbon electricity. But if your numbers are out by a factor of 3, then maybe it would. They say that most businesses will not be affected by net zero, particularly in the services sector. How do they justify that? Let me tell the House, if net zero blocks the advance of AI in this country, that will have a catastrophic impact on our services sector. Here's another one. A reduction in meat and dairy will mean a healthier diet. Who are they to tell us what to eat and give nutritional advice? Claim after claim, sweeping statement after sweeping statement, with nobody holding them accountable. And yet this advice, this target, will affect almost every part of normal life. And for those who argue we need strict climate targets to provide certainty for jobs, that's what the Minister just said, that is nonsense. The country doing the best at creating clean tech jobs is China, which is now the world's largest polluter. And for those that say this is about our moral duty to fix climate change, I will remind them that every time a British factory shuts here, where we have some of the cleanest electricity in the world, and we import those same goods back from coal-powered China, we are not helping climate change, we are increasing global emissions. And before they get on their high horse, I will remind them, we are the only party to call for the measurement of the offshoring of emissions. They don't want to know because they don't care. And here's the problem. They don't want to properly measure if we're just trading emissions here for emissions abroad, because they don't really care whether this target is actually good for the worker or good for jobs or good for the cost of living or good for the environment. That's why none of them cared to actually read the impact assessment. I've taken so many interventions and none of them could give a figure. They didn't read it. They didn't read it before coming. I'll happily give way.
Of the impact assessment says the transition away from fossil fuels will lead to a net increase in job creation. I believe that she said a moment ago. I believe that she said a moment ago it doesn't mention at all the impact on jobs. I invite her to correct the record.
The analysis that he's pointing to refers to a Times modelling. That's what they use for the baseline. If you look at what the Times modelling says a few pages down, it says it specifically does not look at the impact of jobs on the overall energy transition. It is in there in black and white. And here's the thing. The honourable gentleman might try and desperately Google now that he's in the chamber, but the truth is none of them cared to actually read the impact assessment properly. They didn't read it. They didn't scrutinise it because none of them care. They're all here, let's be honest, they are all here to read their boilerplate speeches. They'll all be exactly the same to virtue signal how much of a good person that they are. And that's the truth, because most of those benches come from climate NGOs and green lobby groups. I'm afraid the Minister does too, and they care more about ideology than they do about evidence. And I would ask them this, how many of them actually had to turn a profit for a living? How many of them actually had to work out how to pay someone else's wages? How many of them had to manufacture something and consider all the costs that go into making and selling something in Britain? And the thing is, we could be doing this so differently. We are 1% of global emissions, 99% are happening elsewhere. And those countries, they are not persuaded by Britain driving itself into poverty, whilst the Secretary of State preaches at them from his pulpit. In fact, they are asking themselves why they should follow the path that Britain is taking when we are such an obvious example of what not to do. A country which is making its energy scarce and expensive, which is deindustrialising and impoverishing its own citizens. So what is the solution from here? First, we must reject decarbonisation by deindustrialisation. That's why we must measure the offshoring of emissions. Get rid of the unilateral carbon tax and stringent targets killing off British industry by repealing the Climate Change Act. They are voting today to increase the cost of aviation and shipping. I'll happily give way on that point.
I'm most grateful to the Shadow Minister give way. Given that we have reduced our carbon emissions by some 54% since 1990, perhaps the Shadow Minister agrees with me that we have led the way. We've done our bit. It's now time for others to do theirs.
Look, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. The question is, can we protect the environment and protect the economy and protect living standards? Is what they are passing today going to help us do those things? I would argue it is not. Well, let's talk about it. They are voting today to increase the cost of aviation and shipping when our competitors in Asia, the Middle East and the US are not doing so. That is mad. So the second part of our plan, first, save British industry. Second, we have to make electricity cheap. Just 10% of our emissions are in the electricity system. The vast majority are in transport, industry and buildings. Our electricity is clean. Do they even realise that? It's some of the cleanest electricity in the world. The problem is that it's too expensive and it's deterring electrification. I'm not someone on the right who thinks that all clean tech is stupid, but I do think that cheap electricity and consumer choice should be king. Third, we should be wholeheartedly embracing innovation and exports of British clean tech, whether that's the next generation of nuclear or software or consumer products. And finally, we should pay much more heed to nature, something we were proud to do, but this government is much less keen on. Funnily enough, they are much more attracted to net zero than nature, perhaps because the former gives them unlimited powers to dictate to people what they can and cannot do, and to tax people who do things that they do not like. That is, after all, a socialist dream. But I would bet everything that our approach would be better for the British economy, and it would be better for the environment too. But what it means is wresting this agenda away from the incredibly well-funded vested interest green lobby groups, providing these figures that they all merrily cite without having actually read the reports. And frankly, they don't have the balls to do it. They don't even have the balls to take on their out-of-control Secretary of State. And so I'll end on this. The public keep being promised cheaper energy and more jobs. And yet those things are not materialising. And if people want to know why governments keep failing, they should look at this impact assessment, which I'm afraid is mumbo-jumbo, that doesn't tell the reader what the target will do to the cost of food or energy or the cost of business. And they should look at the fact that parliamentarians today are prepared to wave it through. Nobody asked a question of the Minister. The Minister actually didn't even take any questions because this is meant to be a debate where we scrutinise these important decisions, and she didn't want to answer any. And who in the public voted for this? Who in the public voted for more expensive food or energy bills or boilers? Who voted to increase our imports of goods from China? What this legislation does, let's be very clear, is it takes control away from ministers and it gives it to civil servants and unaccountable bodies and activists who will tell ministers that they cannot prioritise the cost of living or the economy, even if they were elected to do so. Now, the Energy Secretary might not be in his post for much longer, but his legacy with this target will be to make us poorer and weaker. Ministers will be more bound by red tape and less able to deliver on their promises. But it doesn't have to be this way. This is the moment to take back control for their constituents, to say that ministers should not be bound by legislation waved through with no scrutiny, with ministers who won't take any questions, but they should be bound by the democratic promises they've made to the electorate. That's how we fix this. That's how we put our constituents back in the driving seat, and that's why they should vote to reject this legislation today.
As colleagues will understand, this is a 3-hour debate and there are a remarkable number of colleagues wishing to contribute, so backbenchers will eventually be on a speaking limit of 5 minutes shortly. But first, I call the Select Committee Chair, Toby Perkins.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome the carbon budget order, which sets the level of the 7th carbon budget on the way to our long-term and previously cross-party aim to balance the UK's carbon emissions by 2050. I have to say that the speech we've just heard was quite remarkable because at the most fundamental level, it fails to understand what we are doing today. This was never supposed to be. The Carbon Budget 6, passed by the previous government in 2020, only got its delivery plan in 2025. We are debating here today where we are aiming for 2038 to 2042. It's not prescriptive at this moment in terms of the way that we're going to get there. And that's why, at the most fundamental level, the Shadow Secretary of State did not understand what she was debating. And that's why she failed to get some of the issues that she thought that should be able to be answered. So I think that, I'm afraid, at the most fundamental level, she was on the wrong path there.
I thank him for giving way. He's making a really important point. I've been contacted by many constituents who have engaged with the People's Emergency Briefing campaign, and one of the key asks for that is greater public awareness of the effects of climate change. Does he agree with me that the government should do more to make sure that people are aware of the effects of climate change? And perhaps we could start with the Shadow Minister.
Well, no, I think it's a very good place to start because actually the Shadow Secretary of State was talking about the suggestion that a climate change committee had attempted to silence her. They hadn't attempted to silence her. What they attempted to do was, on a point of fact, inform her the basis on which her letter to them was wrong. So this wasn't about a matter of opinion. They were simply explaining to her about where the LOCE cost of electricity comes from. But I think my honourable friend makes a very good point. Now, the Shadow Secretary of State was talking about the transparency of this, and that's very interesting because actually the fact that we are having a debate on Carbon Budget 7 is completely different to what happened under Carbon Budget 4, 5 and 6. The Carbon Budget 6 under the previous government was approved in 17 minutes in a delegated legislation session in a committee room far away from public scrutiny. And these are crucial matters. I do agree with the Shadow Secretary of State that will have wide-ranging impacts on all of us, and they should be debated on the floor of the House. So I absolutely welcome the fact this government, unlike the previous one, has brought this and reserved time for us to debate it. I have to say, in debating this order, it is so disappointing that the political consensus that previously existed has evaporated. And it lasted from the seminal introduction of the Climate Change Act in 2008 under a Labour government, was strengthened and updated in 2019 by the Conservative government. And in the introduction of the Climate Change Act and in the pathway to net zero, Britain was world-leading in our ambition, and the approach was so admired that far from what the Shadow Secretary of State said, it was actually copied by many other legislatures. So how tragic that the opposition should choose to jettison one of their greatest achievements in their 14 years of government in the face of the threat from the climate deniers in reform. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the approach pursued by successive governments is working. Since 1990, the UK's greenhouse gas emissions have been cut by 54%. At the same time, the UK economy has grown. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Giving way. Could you just answer a very simple question, as it is in the Labour Party manifesto, and the Secretary of State bangs on about it week after week? When will the energy bills and the electricity bills come down?
There are many different things that impact on energy prices. We've seen £150 taken off the price of bills, as I'll come to in my speech. I think there's more that could be done on reducing electricity prices, and I'll come to that. But the reality is, he is an advocate of a greater reliance on gas and oil. If anything is explained to us that we have no control over energy prices while we're reliant on gas and oil, then everything that's happened, he puts his head in his hands, but everything that's happened since 2022, well, let me say to the honourable gentleman that the cost of the amount that government spent in 2022 covering the cost of the increase in energy prices because of the Ukraine war starting, costs more than everything we will do on net zero between now and 2050. So that is the reality. £44 billion was spent propping up people's gas and electricity bills and fuel bills at the time of that crisis, and that's why we need to get away from that dependence. Now, as I was saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, over the time since 1990, the UK economy has grown, partly powered by the green economy, which last year was found to be growing 3 times the rate of the rest of the economy, providing jobs and growth across the country. And the most recent CCC assessment found the UK remains amongst the leading group of countries, demonstrating sustained emissions reductions. The transition is also the pro-business choice. This year's CBI and ECIU report on the net zero economy found that green businesses and their supply chains generated £105 billion in GVA for the UK economy, as well as supporting over 20,000 small businesses and 1 million jobs. I will give way.
Absolutely excellent speech with which I very much agree. And whilst I absolutely want to see us tackling climate change as fast as possible, and particularly accelerating the bringing online of that cheap, clean energy, which will help both households and businesses, does he understand the pressures on the automotive industry, and will he join with me in asking the Minister to look very carefully at some rescheduling of current targets so we don't get a knee-jerk reaction, but we have a long-term plan which industry can sign up to, and it gives it the certainty that it really needs in that particular sphere, whilst we really battle on with the other things that we're doing to bring down the emissions.
Well, I mean, it's a very important point. I will come to the issue of zero emissions vehicle mandate shortly. And I do also, where I do agree with the Shadow Secretary of State, is we do need to be very careful that we're not just offshoring emissions, and so we'll come to, in my contribution, some of the stuff we need to do around energy intensive industries also. But I think it is important that we give business the certainty that it requires. Now, during the EAC's inquiry into Carbon Budget 7, we heard time and again from business and investors that what is needed is a long-term plan and policy certainty. And the forthcoming delivery plan and the CB7 are exactly the sort of long-term planning that businesses need to have confidence about the UK's direction of travel in order to invest and innovate. As a world leader on clean energy, our approach puts Britain on the front foot in a globally competitive and quickly changing world. So the setting of the 7th carbon budget today is not just a technical milestone, but it's a statement of our long-term ambition to secure the UK's economic future and our competitiveness on the global stage, alongside a greener and healthier future for our children. And the AC analysis confirms that the pathway to CB7 is both credible and achievable, and it is clear that whilst accepting the overall figure, government will not adopt all of the approaches suggested by the CCC, and it is within that delivery plan that government adopts that will dictate the success or otherwise of CB7. So that's why the Shadow Secretary of State was unable to get the answers to all of the questions she was posing, because this provides an overall framework that will head. This is not the government's delivery plan. It's within the delivery plan that you might expect to get some of the answers to the questions that the Shadow Secretary of State posed, which she would have known if she understood what the carbon budget order process was all about. Now, the Climate Change Committee have said that the slow pace of electrification is putting the UK's climate targets at risk. It's also a missed opportunity to enhance the UK's energy security in the face of rising threats and geopolitical shocks. The recent increase in fossil fuel prices saw bills in a household with a gas boiler and a petrol car rise 4 times more than in a household with a heat pump and an EV. So people need to know how net zero will result in a stronger, more resilient economy, lower bills and greener and healthier places to live. The EAC's report is tagged to the debate today, and I'd like to place on record my thanks to Committee Specialist Dawn Amy for her work on that really important report. Now, our report identifies several areas in which further action is needed to achieve the 7th carbon budget, and I'd like to highlight just 3. Firstly, the committee identified that bringing down energy bills and making electrification attractive and affordable is fundamental to making the green transition work for businesses and people. This government is accelerating the rollout of renewables in Britain and investing in grid and network infrastructure, both of which will have the effect of bringing down bills. But more action is needed. We recommended removing further policy costs from energy bills and putting them onto general taxation. This will improve the cost differential for making cleaner choices for households and industry. Absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll move straight on. So, secondly, we heard again and again from businesses that long-term policy certainty and delivery across government is crucial. And thirdly, we heard that fairness is key. The green transition is one that is necessary and brings huge potential benefits, but must be done in a way that brings people and businesses along. Decarbonisation must not mean deindustrialisation. Forcing production to relocate abroad weakens the UK's industrial base and undermines support for decarbonisation whilst failing to reduce global emissions. So in summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, the path laid out by this order is credible and achievable. The goal is a vital one. Indeed, it is the fight of our age, but it must be done in a way that allows our economy and our people to thrive, that is fairly distributed so that it's accessible to all. And the prize, Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't just a more sustainable future, but quite possibly the future of our race on this planet.
All backbenchers will now be on a 5-minute speaking limit, but first I come to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson. To contribute. Marvellous.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister and the Government for enabling this time and good length of time for us to debate and give due consideration to this issue of national security, just as it demands, which is the draft carbon budget order to balance our carbon emissions 2038 to 41. And it's on this day that we're debating this, when it's just been confirmed that we have surpassed the UK's record June temperatures since 1976 when they were set. And that has been surpassed in Charlwood, in my honourable friend's constituency of Dorking and Hawley. Sort of infamous. The Met Office has also issued a red warning for extreme heat this week, with temperatures likely to hit 40 degrees. And once again, the UK is woefully unprepared because we keep putting our head in the sand. Climate change is no longer a future threat. It's here with us today, and the consequences are already being felt. And the Shadow Secretary of State did talk about costs and asked about costs. This week alone, hundreds of schools have closed. GCSE and A-level students are taking what may be the most important exams in their lives in sweltering conditions in schools not fit for the temperatures that are here. Public transport gridlocked and trains cancelled today. Telecommunications down. And the economy faces hundreds of millions of pounds in lost productivity and infrastructure failures. The health cost, the public health costs. Last summer's heatwaves contributed to an estimated 16,500 avoidable excess deaths across Europe, with 1,504 heat-associated deaths last year in the UK alone. And we know that that is our elderly and the most vulnerable. And let's look at... I will do.
The Honourable Member is making a really important speech, and she highlighted the record-breaking June temperatures, and I heard members behind me talk about how it's lovely and warm, but she's highlighting the very real human cost of this and the number of deaths per year that we're already seeing. Did she hear the Climate Change Committee highlighting that the number of deaths we will see on current trajectory, if we don't take the action needed by mid-century, will be 10,000 unavoidable deaths per year due to heat? Doesn't this show how serious this is?
I think absolutely I agree with the Honourable Member. And I say, let's look this clearly in the eye. Let's no longer hide this. Let's look it in the eye. There are clear costs. They're no longer in the future. They are now. They are to our economy, but they are to our communities. Yeah. And let's talk about food costs. Food supplies are also coming under increasing pressure. 3 of the UK's worst harvests on record have occurred within the last 5 years, hitting our farmers and driving up costs for families at every shop. Floods and wildfires are making homes uninsurable and putting lives and livelihoods at risk. But this is much more than a story about a few hot days. And if we think that this week's heat is uncomfortable, the difficult truth is that what today feels exceptional will increasingly become normal. And without purposeful climate action, it will keep on getting worse. I will give.
A very important speech. Climate change is one of those issues where my constituents in Wolverhampton West contact me all the time, particularly the young constituents. And this is something that really bothers them as much as it does us. So does the Honourable Member agree that climate change is something that we are experiencing now, and we know that when we step outside, and a dead planet with plenty of jobs is no good to any of us. So this is something that we really need to focus on and deal with.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and like him, I meet regularly with young people across my constituency. I find it hard to look in the eyes of my children and the children in my constituency and beyond, because that is one of the things that they talk about the most. And I would really challenge any MP in this chamber to say they don't receive those emails or have those meetings in schools where this is one of the issues that is brought forward. And I feel that responsibility deeply, and I do believe that is something that is shared across the majority of this chamber, because without action we risk handing our children, the next generation, a Britain where extreme heat regularly keeps children out of classrooms. Didn't we learn from COVID? Yes. Didn't we learn from COVID, where the less disadvantaged were left because they were told to go home? They didn't have large homes, places, cool gardens, they didn't have broadband, and yet again that is happening this week. Yeah. We will have a Britain where thousands die prematurely each summer, where water scarcity with a deficit of 5 billion litres a day of public water is a reality. And in my constituency of Cambridgeshire, South Cambridgeshire, which is one of the most water stressed in the country, affecting growth, right now we know how I will give way on that point.
For giving way. We haven't added to the list, particularly water shortages, that it is a real problem of conflict. We will displace many communities, and anybody who's worried about migration now should be deeply worried about migration in the future, because people will simply be displaced. And they will come, and you will shut the border, but we will have wars over water shortages. We absolutely will. That sounds alarmist, but we can do something about it, but we should not put our heads in the sand. Does she agree?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend, as always, for her passionate defence and her knowledge on this issue. I worked for 20 years in East Africa and Southern America and the Caribbean on UK climate policy from the previous Conservative government. I saw countries facing already water shortages and what that has meant, devastating crops, putting countries into economic recurrent recession and also devastating economies. And so we must be committed to net zero emissions by 2050, because the science, when we agreed this, and when your government agreed this, when the former government agreed this, I will give way.
No, Cortina.
She's making an emotional speech, and I understand she cares deeply about this issue. The question I would ask is, this target is imposing costs on our businesses in Britain, which is driving them away from one of the cleanest energy systems in the world. Our refineries are now paying more on their wage bill, more on their carbon tax bill than they are on their wage bill. What does that mean? We're importing back those same goods from countries like India with higher emissions, twice the emissions, in fact. So the question is, why should we set a target more onerous than other countries, driving production away, only to import back goods with higher emissions? What does she think that will do for climate change?
Pippa Hayles. I thank the Shadow Secretary of State. Firstly, I would like to say that perhaps I would contest the fact that we cannot equate emotion with a rational mind as well. These are science-based targets that her government did agree to set. What is being recommended before us today in the carbon budget order is set by the Independent Committee on Climate Change with robust figures. And the science has showed us that this is our best chance to limit warming to under 2 degrees. And we did have global collective action, which did avoid, at least for now, 4 degrees world. As I understand it, the Treasury has accepted modelling that will now show that we've accepted a 2-degree world. That means that every single department will now have to look at what a 2-degree world means and how we adapt to that. But I do agree with her that what the impact on our industry with some of the highest energy prices means that it is less competitive. So let's focus, let's work together and focus directly on how we can get those energy bills down. But we must also, we do as Liberal Democrats welcome the 7th carbon budget. We're glad that the government has accepted the robust and science-based Climate Change Committee's advice, as it puts us on a consistent and achievable pathway to meeting net zero whilst building a fairer and thriving new economy. I will give way.
Forgive me. Does she agree with me that we are never going to persuade other countries to take action to reduce their carbon emissions unless we show global leadership? Yeah. And would she join me in congratulating the Prime Minister, who went to COP29 in Baku, announced an ambitious NDC of reducing emissions by 81% by 2035. That was real climate leadership. And I have to say, having been at that COP, there was such disappointment amongst other countries, the fact that the previous government had stepped away from showing that kind of leadership.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member, and I know and very much appreciated the work that she did in her former role, and we were together at that COP meeting as well. And I would like to, yes, congratulate the Prime Minister, but I would also like to congratulate former Prime Ministers, because there was a time, and as I said, I was working internationally. I know, I worked on the macroeconomic budgets of developing countries, particularly the emerging economies, where we saw what they could do to follow the UK's lead and leapfrog technologies in their economy. So absolutely, I do agree with this. And that's why it is disappointing to hear from the Conservative front bench today that they're want to delay science-led targets, oppose environmental action, which would leave the world in a more insecure and uncertain place and leave businesses without the certainty they need. And I would really urge them to help us rebuild the consensus that we do need. And it can only smell really of a desperate attempt of political opportunism to really join reform and gamble the lives and livelihoods of future generations.
If the evidence is so science-led, could she explain why the Climate Change Committee was out by a factor of 300% on their cost of offshore wind, one of the key inputs to the target that she is voting for today?
I will look forward to seeing their answer when you've said the repeated it and the letter back. Oh, response coming back to the letter. Let's talk about the economics, because that is a point
Excellent idea to talk about the economics, because the honourable member over the other side could not answer the simple question, and perhaps the honourable lady can instead. When will the bills come down?
I think the answer to that is two ways. First of all, we must take gas out of, as much as possible, out of the system. And secondly, when we do fix a broken electricity market. So I think the way that we charge customers and businesses right now is broken, and we absolutely need to change that. What I don't believe in is giving what happened in the former government was George Osborne, as Chancellor, reduced the taxation on oil and gas companies 3 times. And by the end of that, we actually had negative receipts to the Treasury because we were also looking at decommissioning exemptions. So until we got some of the windfall profits that then came in, we were actually having negative receipts coming into the Treasury at that point. So if we talk about the economy, let's talk about this transition. We've already heard in the Chamber about the research from CBI and ECIU showing that the green economy is already contributing more than 100 billion and over 1 million new jobs. Clean power and decarbonisation is about growing our economy, creating those jobs, lowering energy bills and strengthening our energy security. But while we welcome the carbon budget, setting targets is the easy part. Delivering them is what counts, and that is why we look forward to the government's delivery plan to really see about the steps that will be taken, because we do worry that we could risk them falling short. Because it will mean much more than decarbonising our power supply and cannot be delivered in a centrist way from Whitehall alone. And that is why we Liberal Democrats want to see more action and ambition from this government, not a focus on energy alone. Because we will see that this will be lived in people's lives, not just for environmental reasons, but for economic reasons. That through emissions reductions will be experienced through changes in how homes are heated, how people travel, how energy is used, and it will require local authorities, communities, farmers and businesses to be partners in delivering change. It will mean doubling our efforts to restore nature, one of our most powerful tools for tackling climate change, by more generously supporting our farmers to accelerate tree planting and peatland restoration. But please, not treating nature protections as a blocker to economic growth. And I do ask the Minister and the government to get rid of this lazy, reckless rhetoric dividing climate and nature rather than seeing them as indivisible necessities. It will also mean increasing powers and funding for local authorities and communities to implement credible local climate and nature delivery plans. I will give way.
She knows well about the issues of coastal erosion on the North Norfolk coast and the existential threat to communities such as Trimmingham and Haysborough. There is hard work being done by local authorities, our Lib Dem Council, through schemes like Coastwise, and much more to do in the future. But does she agree with me that everything being done to protect these communities will be undermined by worsening climate emergency, which has sped up erosion and would cause it to worsen further?
I absolutely feel deeply what is being talked about by my honourable friend, and he is a well-known champion for rural and coastal communities who are facing such an unsure, insecure future, not knowing whether their homes will still be standing, not knowing whether they will be insurable. So that is definitely something that we need to look at. Most importantly for this carbon budget, as we've heard across the chamber, electrification across key sectors is the key to rapidly reducing emissions and helping households to cut bills. Today, the Climate Change Committee has warned that progress in electrification has slowed, with heat pump installations up just 7% this year compared to 56% the year before. And what's more, the share of electricity and industrial energy use fell last year. So we must see greater acceleration of electrification. I will.
Yeah, I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I was dismayed when visiting a new development recently that the developer was not putting in heat pumps because they said the cost of electricity meant that people would rather have got gas boilers. Yet, if we removed, does my honourable friend agree that if we removed the renewable obligation levy from electricity, so we were fairly pricing electricity, rather than the situation we have at the moment where it's unfairly disadvantaged, that we would incentivise far more heat pump installations.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend, and she often brings this up in the chamber and also in the select committee, because we have to fix that. We have to fix this broken system whereby households and businesses do not feel the benefits of cheaper energy, renewable energy, solar and wind. So we absolutely have to fix that system. Finally, Liberal Democrats believe that building public confidence in the transition to net zero requires people to see the benefits in their own community. And that means empowering those best placed to deliver change on the ground, local authorities, community organisations and local leaders. They understand the needs of their areas. They can bring people with them, and they're uniquely placed to turn national ambition into practical action, whether through community energy projects, and we need to see that regulatory change so that they can sell energy locally, also through better public transport, warmer homes, nature restoration or street-by-street electrification. Yet too often local climate action remains fragmented, underpowered, dependent on short-term funding. Critically, local authorities still have no statutory responsibility for delivering net zero for climate and nature duty, voted down every single time on every single devolution bill that has come through. So will the Minister look at placing local authorities at the centre of delivery of the 7th carbon budget by legislating for a clear climate and nature statutory duty for local authorities, ensure they have the funding and powers to unlock these opportunities? We know they can. Many of us have been local councillors. We know that this can be done together and with local people. Madam Deputy Speaker, climate change will not wait. Neither should we. The time is now. Thank you.
With an immediate 5-minute time limit, Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I should declare an interest as Chair of the Climate Nature Crises Caucus, and I refer members to my register of interests. It's a pleasure to speak in support of the carbon budget order today. As we stand here, we know the UK is experiencing a frightening heat wave, a rare red weather warning, which means a risk to all, not just the vulnerable. That's how hot it is outside. Another heat record's absolutely smashed at 36.1 degrees last time I checked. Who knows if it's gone up in the minutes that we've been stood here. But surely now, Madam Deputy Speaker, members opposite can't bury their heads in the red-hot sand and deny that climate change is real, it's coming fast, we're living through it right now. Yeah, I'll go for it.
And this is incredibly frustrating. Scrutiny is not the same as climate change denial. Asking questions on behalf of our constituents, of industries, of households and businesses who are going to front the cost of this is not climate change denial. Can she please recognise this, and the rest of that side recognise that as well?
I do wonder if the member is going to vote against this. And I think that would tell her constituents very clearly her view on this matter. But back in 2008, under a Labour government, the UK became the first country to introduce a comprehensive climate framework through the Climate Change Act. And it set out the legally binding 5-year carbon budgets that we have been reviewing and looking at. And as was said, Carbon Budget 6, we didn't get the scrutiny opportunity that we should have. That legislation has been groundbreaking and ensured that governments can be held to account for delivering long-term climate action. And I thank the Minister for her efforts and work in bringing this about. And nearly 2 decades later, we can see the impact of that foresight. The UK has successfully halved its territorial greenhouse gas emissions compared to 1990 levels, as we heard, with much of that progress driven by decarbonisation of the energy system. That is a significant national achievement that we should all be proud of, and evidence that ambitious climate policy can really deliver real results. It is therefore fitting that it once again falls to a Labour government to confront one of the defining challenges of our times. The 7th carbon budget commits the UK to reducing emissions by 87% by 2040 compared to 1990 levels. If achieved, it will mark substantial progress towards our legally binding commitments to reach net zero by 2050. But at present, the UK is built for the climate that no longer exists. The economic impacts are staggering, costing the UK economy around 60 billion a year, or around 2% of GDP, and rising through things such as flood damage and loss of crops. and other forms of weather damage. We should also be mindful that the growing environmental footprint of our digital infrastructure, as data centres expand across the UK to meet rising demand, their substantial energy consumption underlines why decarbonising our power system is not simply an environmental imperative, but an economic one too, to provide more opportunities in that space. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this budget. Climate action is about more than meeting targets, as we know. It's about building a country where you can get a clean air, children aren't exposed to toxic air. We have warmer homes that are well insulated, lower energy bills and greater energy security. It is about ensuring future generations inherit a safer and more sustainable world. But support for the government's ambition should not mean complacency about the scale of the challenge ahead. We face many interconnected crises: the climate crisis, the cost of living crisis, the nature emergency. Families continue to face high energy costs while communities increasingly experience the impacts of flooding and extreme weather. The answer is not to slow down the transition and make things worse, but to accelerate it in a way that delivers tangible benefits for our communities. Yes, sure, I'll give way.
Thank the Honourable Lady to give way. She's a very passionate speech, and she seems to be an expert on the subject. So could she advise the House that if this country became net zero right now, right this minute, by how much would it reduce the Earth's temperature by?
Olivia Blake. Obviously, we can't do this on our own, which is why the leadership that we show in this space globally is very, very important, because we have international arrangements that are aiming for 1.5. We've heard that, actually we're heading more to 2, 3, 4 degrees, and it is moving away from our own commitments that will leave us further behind. Globally, emissions must peak urgently and then decline rapidly. The UK's influence has always exceeded its size. We've always punched above our weight, and I'm proud of that. And our credibility depends on continuing to lead by example. That is why we must see this carbon budget not as a ceiling, but a floor. The budget broadly reflects the direction of the current government policy, but it must be accompanied by bold action necessary to deliver it. And as a member of the Environmental Audit Committee, we've been clear that the UK climate credibility depends not simply on setting ambitious goals, but on demonstrating how those goals can be achieved. The committee has called on the government to set out clearly how this budget will be met and how the policies that underpin it will be delivered to reduce the emissions that it sets out to do. But today marks an important first step of this, and I'm proud to see something ambitious in front of us. If we are serious about meeting this budget, we must match ambition with action, accelerating clean energy, not abandoning it, upgrading our housing stock from being some of the poorest housing in Europe historically, supporting the industries of the future, providing jobs, and ensuring that communities across this country share in the benefits of this transition and that no community is left behind. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the prize is enormous. Don't listen to the naysayers. Lower exposure to volatile energy prices, greater energy independence, more skilled jobs, better security, cleaner communities and a stronger economy is what is within our grasp. Climate action is not a burden to be managed. It is a necessary opportunity to be seized. So I support this order, but I also urge ministers to see it as the beginning, not the end, of the task before us. Ignore the naysayers. The science demands urgency. Our constituents expect leadership, and the opportunities before us demand that we are bold. Let us meet this moment with the ambition that it deserves.
Sarah Gibson. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome this opportunity to speak on this debate, and I thank the Minister for the time that she's given to such an important topic. In their report on this budget, the Climate Change Committee clearly stated that behavioural change is essential to achieving the carbon reductions we need. However, the 7th Carbon Budget prioritises emerging technologies and greenhouse gas removals, a strategy that courts failure if these technologies do not deliver.
Equally as important, it runs the risk that large parts of the population are left downstream. The public need to see direct benefits of decarbonisation, and they need to feel that it's something they can be part of. As the seas rise, there's got to be space for everyone on the boat. And I'd really like to bring the House's attention to a very particular area mentioned by colleagues already, which is the decarbonisation of our homes. In 2022, emissions from residential buildings accounted to 1/5 of the greenhouse emissions in the UK. Yet the Climate Change Committee's admitted that retrofitting existing dwellings is not going to be one of the easiest bits to shift. And I speak on this topic as a member of the Environmental Audit Committee, as an officer on the APPG for Future Homes, and as an architect by trade. So decarbonising our existing homes is essential to achieving our carbon budget. And the public needs the incentives, the clear information, the consumer protection, and the accountable technical advice. The Warm Homes Plan is a step in the right direction, but it already risks making some of the same mistakes that past government-funded retrofit schemes encountered. I mean, I have a doctor in my constituency who, with the best will in the world, tried to put external insulation on her home only to find it was damp. Before she even sent me the photographs, I know exactly what the cause was. But what was really worrying was that she did not, and neither did her installer. Without the sufficient knowledge, neither the contractors nor the occupiers can make the right decisions for their homes. If you were having, Madam Deputy Speaker, a knee replacement, you would not expect that you need to go out and source your own surgeon, book your own operating room, and then choose which implant material you decided was the most appropriate. Because it is a complex and expert-led process, but so is retrofitting your home. This is why I'm asking for technical support for those that are applying for government funding, from an initial analysis through to an installation support and final sign-off. We need people to trust in the decarbonisation process, or we risk alienating the communities necessary for its success. It only takes one horror story for the surrounding community to become nervous, and it only takes one media circus for that to spread. The Warm Homes Plan is a fantastic opportunity to realise real change in one of the stickiest and most difficult areas. But if the 7th carbon budget is to succeed, then retrofitting our existing housing stock is an essential part of that and cannot be left on the too difficult pile. So it represents a threefold benefit. It decarbonises people's homes, it reduces energy bills, and it improves quality of life. And I would be delighted to meet with the Minister to set out a plan for how we can make retrofit viable and take it off that difficult pile. But we do need to see that this carbon budget, in order to succeed, we need a clear roadmap, we need those contingency plans, and we need to make sure that while this government is leading internationally as an example to others, it is bringing the whole community with us. Thank you, Minister.
John Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's fitting that we're debating Carbon Budget 7 on the hottest June day in our history. Yes, I'm sure that there are a few contributory factors to the latest heatwave, but we all know that one of those factors is that there is simply too much carbon in the atmosphere as a result of mankind's activities since industrialisation. And I'm very pleased to say that there's been a great deal of activity in this space in the previous 2 years, in particular on renewables, and our territorial emissions, according to Carbon Brief, are now the lowest since 1872. And we are now halfway to getting to net zero, but the low-hanging fruit has been picked and the harder to decarbonise sectors are still emitting. So every tonne of carbon that we don't emit obviously is better than having to remove it later. Yet it's also increasingly clear that emissions reductions alone will not be enough. Some sectors will remain difficult to fully decarbonise, and if we're serious about reaching net zero, greenhouse gas removals will have to play a crucial role. So I'm pleased to say that since coming to power, the government has commissioned the independent review of greenhouse gas removals, chaired by Alan Whitehead. And the Whitehead review stated that greenhouse gas removals have a supplementary but essential role in achieving net zero. And the Climate Change Committee has made it very clear that we can't get to net zero without greenhouse gas removals. So it would be helpful for the Minister to firstly say when the government will respond to the Whitehead review, but also to understand the government's position on two key recommendations from the report. Firstly, changing the SAF mandate to become a net zero aviation mandate and using greenhouse gas removals to ensure that all flights taking off from the UK by 2045 will be climate neutral. With the government not focusing on demand management and clearly looking at airport expansion and not assuming the same level of behavioural change the Climate Change Committee is expecting, there should be an even more weight thrown behind removals and specifically direct air capture. And to enable more greenhouse gas removals, the report recommends that the government accelerate planned policies to enable non-pipeline transport, as well as stating that the government should also accelerate decisions on the future carbon capture, utilisation and storage clusters. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we have one of those right on the edge of my constituency. The Hope Valley is home to Peak Cluster, the world's largest cement decarbonisation project. If we're to build the 1.5 million homes that we need and all the roads, bridges and workplaces to support them, we'll need cement. But cement remains one of the most difficult industries to decarbonise because much of the carbon dioxide is produced through the chemical process of making cement itself. And for that reason, carbon capture is not an optional extra, it's essential. By capturing carbon emissions, the cement and lime production and transporting them for permanent storage, the project has the potential to decarbonise around 40% of UK cement and lime, whilst protecting thousands of jobs currently in the sector and adding new skilled green jobs. It will prevent 3 million tonnes of carbon from entering the atmosphere per year. And to put that in context, it's about a quarter of all the emissions from the counties of Derbyshire and Staffordshire. It's exactly the kind of project that shows how climate action and economic growth can go hand in hand. So I welcome the government's support so far, and the National Wealth Fund's investment announced last year. That support has been important, but if we are to unlock the full potential of projects like Peak Cluster, industry needs certainty, investors need confidence, and businesses need to know that there is a clear route to market for carbon capture projects beyond existing Track 1 and Track 2 programmes. The carbon budget process makes the government of the day think long term, because addressing climate change can't be done quickly. But we need to stick to the path for our food security, our national security, our public health and our economy. And I encourage the government to match their ambition with the urgency that this moment demands.
Yeah.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before entering this place, I worked in the energy efficiency industry. I know the potential that we have when we back our homegrown manufacturers across the United Kingdom, and I know how vital energy is to their success. But the government's policies on net zero are holding them back. As my right honourable friend, the member from North West Essex, said at Prime Minister's questions, the current Energy Secretary is putting up bills and killing jobs. I'm proud that, under her leadership, the Conservative Party is starting to be honest about net zero. As the Conservative leader of Broxton Council, I never joined the hysteria of council after council declaring a climate emergency, then sitting back and feeling good about themselves. In contrast, in Broxbourne, we focused on action, not words, planting thousands of trees, installing electric car charging points and getting developers to put solar panels on new houses. But putting net zero by 2050 into law was exactly the same. There was no serious plan then to achieve it, but now Labour have come up with a plan and we have started to see what the true costs to our economy and to ordinary people's lives will be. The Carbon Budget 7 sets a target for reducing our emissions by 87%. And to achieve this, the Climate Change Committee says we need to cut meat consumption by a quarter by 2040. Sheep and cattle numbers will have to fall by 38% by 2050. I mean, some of these suggestions are just completely unworkable. It also said, the Climate Change Committee also said, people should be pushed away from driving to alternative modes of travel. That is just not feasible in large parts of the United Kingdom, especially like in rural areas like some parts of my constituency. And what really frustrates me about people involved in this debate is you turn up to a local meeting about sustainable transport, about trying to get more buses, trying to get more trains on. You turn up to a meeting, the person lecturing everybody in the meeting that we should all walk everywhere has driven there in their car. I mean, we need to come up with practical solutions where we can take the public with us. What do I say to my constituents? I have to take 2 kids to school, both of them at different schools, then go to work and do the shopping, pick them all up, go home. I mean, it's just unworkable to be having targets where we're like, well, that's fine, everyone can just walk everywhere. I mean, these have got to be sensible, and we've got to take the British public with us, or we won't go any way to achieving some of the stuff that the government wants us to achieve. The overall cost per household on average is £11,157. That is not a price that we should be willing to pay. We've made fantastic progress already, and we should always be committed to leaving a better environment for the next generation. But we also need to leave them a stronger economy and a stronger country. This means, above all else, cheaper energy. Right now, Britain has some of the highest energy costs in the developed world. There is no way we can achieve the economic growth that people are crying out for right across the United Kingdom if that remains the case. That's why we need to get Britain drilling and unlock the 2.9 billion barrels of North Sea oil. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, according to this government, it's okay to get oil from Russia that's done in a third country, and we can't use our own resources in the North Sea. Obviously, oil coming from the North Sea will produce less CO2 than if it's got to travel halfway across the world that we import it into. The government need to set out a plan for delivery, and they really need to come up with common sense approaches to deal with the impacts of climate change. And like my right honourable friend said, just because we are questioning, just because we are scrutinising this, does not make us climate deniers. I will give way.
I thank you, member, for giving way. Do you not think we might give more credence to the scrutiny that his party is providing if some of the claims they were making could be found in the carbon budget upon which we are voting? So could he just tell me and everyone else in the House where it says it demands everyone will need to walk? And
I have been to a number of meetings in my constituency when I was leader of the council, speaking to a number of constituents, where people have said, experts on transport come to meetings and say, everyone should walk everywhere. That is completely unpractical. Some of the solutions that the government have put forward are completely not workable. Please come up with common sense solutions, because this is a serious problem that we need to deal with, right? But coming up with solutions like most people should walk everywhere is not a serious solution to the problem that we face. Look, so I just say to the government, if they want us to achieve reducing our carbon emissions even more, then please come up with serious, practical, common sense solutions that we can take the British people with us, that protects jobs in this country. Because as my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, has said, there is no point putting taxes on business here, cutting carbon here, if the factory then opens up in China where they use coal to produce their electricity rather than what we do in the United Kingdom. That is completely not serious. That is why you need to come up with practical solutions to this problem, and I urge the Minister to do that.
Barry Gardner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a 23-page speech and I'm just about to throw away 22 pages of it. You'll be delighted to hear. In order to allow other members to get in. I want to quote the UK Climate Minister, or rather, I want to misquote her. 12 years ago, in 2026, the Royal Meteorological Society held a conference to recall 30 years since the heatwave of 1976. That week was marked by record temperatures, and the Met Office delivered a forecast for 2056 which stunned the journalists and reporters who were present. Their forecast predicted 45 degrees summer heat in England in 2056. Now, in 2038, as we stand at the beginning of the period of Carbon Budget 7, we know that 45 degrees has already been reached, that the 1.5 degree threshold was passed 9 years ago in 2029, and that our carbon budget growth and development plan was simply not up to the job. The scientists were right. We, the politicians, were wrong. That's the speech that I want to make sure the Minister never has to make. It's why their Lordships' reasoned amendment in the other place last night was so ill-conceived, and it's why today's debate is so vitally important. And it's also the reason that the Shadow Secretary of State's remarks were so ill-judged. And so I just want to answer some of the questions that she posed. She will recall that in 2023, her own figures for the number of jobs that were to result from the net zero target, these are her own figures that I'm trying to get up now, if I can. She said that it would be between 135,000 and 725,000. Those are her figures. She did say that there might be a decline of between 8 and 75,000. But today, the Committee on Climate Change's progress report, the net zero economy, the number of green jobs reached is 650,000. Now, those are the figures that they have come out with today. Now, she also asked about how silly it was, she said, to talk about soil structure and waste. So perhaps she doesn't quite understand that actually soils are emitters of carbon. Perhaps she doesn't understand that waste are emitters of carbon, and that if you want to achieve net zero, if you want to get to a clean, green energy infrastructure, you have to think holistically. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Richard Tyson. Budget order. I think we should rename it, Madam Deputy Speaker, the job-destroying, industry-killing order, because that is essentially what net zero is doing. And for the honourable members who don't appreciate the economics of this, let's just go on a little history lesson, shall we? Back to between 1980 and 2000, when, yes, we used, in that 20-year period, our energy consumption increased by some 20%. And real GDP per capita, per person, increased every year by 3.2% per annum. If I then just take everyone forward to the last 20 years, our energy consumption has declined by about 15%. And guess what's happened, Madam Deputy Speaker, to our GDP per person? Yes, it's collapsed to just 0.5% per annum. There is a direct link between the quantity of energy that you consume. I'm delighted to give way to the Honourable Lady.
Will the Honourable Member not recognise that A, correlation is not causation, and B, there was a financial crisis caused by outrageous speculation and lack of control of the financial markets, and that is at the core of the problems that we face today.
Richard Tyson.
What? The reality is...
And Brexit.
What a tragedy that the truth clearly hurts for the Green Party, who, by the way, don't believe in carbon capture, to the previous honourable gentleman. The simple fact is there is a direct relationship between the higher energy use per capita and the higher GDP per capita, the richer a nation there is. But that is the fundamental point that everybody in this place seems to forget. As we have reduced our carbon emissions since 1990 by 54%, people seem to forget that carbon emissions around the world are increasing. Other nations are not admiring our net zero leadership. They are laughing. They are laughing at our utter stupidity as they steal our jobs and our money. They're laughing at us. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Well, I think they might be laughing at him, but I don't think they're laughing at all of us. But does he realise, he's talking about our climate leadership as though that's something that we should be ashamed of, when actually the reality is that in China in 2024, they installed more solar panels than the entire world had done in 2023. So they are not sat there ignoring the opportunity to transition, they're leading the way.
And what labour are they using? Slave labour is what they're using. That's the reality. They're laughing as they sell us the Chinese cheap solar panels to cover our food-productive, brilliant farmland in Lincolnshire and elsewhere. It's insane, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to give way to the honourable gentleman.
He makes a passionate and very intelligent speech. Is he also aware that we are importing wind turbines, windmills, if you like, that are stuffed with asbestos from China?
Oh, there we are. Well, apparently the honourable members opposite, they want more asbestos when we know that is dangerous. Yes, in the wind turbines, Madam Deputy Speaker. The reality is that industries... I will give way shortly, I'm doing well. Industries... the reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that industries across our country are being slaughtered, jobs are being destroyed, from pottery businesses to aluminium businesses, to chemical businesses, to steel businesses, to oil refineries. Why? Because of our high energy costs. And we have seen the sort of jobs being brilliant, highly skilled, highly qualified jobs in Aberdeen being slaughtered because this government will not allow more exploration of the North Sea. This is the reaction, this is the consequence of net stupid zero. I give way to the honourable lady.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I wonder whether he agrees with his Reform leader of North East Lincolnshire Council, who has said that he fully supports the renewables sector. And given that he, until recently, was working for the honourable gentleman, why is there such disparity between what reforms say here and what reforms say in their local patches?
The honourable lady makes a very good point, because the renewable sector keeps saying that they're going to reduce the bills, and yet the bills are going up. And indeed, only recently, an energy boss said that even if the price of gas went to zero, which clearly it's not going to, folks, even if it goes to zero, our electricity bills at the next general election, assuming it's in 2029, our energy bills will be even higher. Why? Because of all of the increased policy costs, the increased levies, the increased constraint costs, and beyond. I give way to the honourable lady.
Does he not recognise the reality that the main factor that has driven up energy costs in the last few years is Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and that policy costs are a small proportion of energy prices, and that gas determines the electricity price, which is the main source.
How desperately sad that the honourable lady doesn't appreciate that the wholesale price of electricity, which some claim is driven by gas, is about a third. So it is not the majority. A third is less than 50%. The simple reality is there is a direct causal link between the growth of renewable generating capacity in the last 20 years and the growth of our electricity prices to the highest in the Western world. And that is the reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, why everybody is feeling so much poorer. It is as simple as that. And all of the advocates of the renewable industry, they simply cannot answer the question, when are the bills going to come down? And the answer is, they're not going to. The government can try and cheat by putting it into general taxation. The simple fact is that actually the costs are going to go up. And we've heard, for example, that the cost of more CFDs is going to increase by £4, £5, £6 billion by 2030. That the cost of the extra on the extra costs of the grid is going to increase by some £10 billion a year by 2030. This equates per household, which is how people will want to understand it, by about £500 per year extra cost of living because of the costs of net zero. And everybody needs to understand this as they debate this and vote on it. And as we look to the future, having explained the history and the economics to those who don't seem to understand, as we look to the future, we hear that the Secretary of State for Energy is rather absent at the moment. Where is he? We hear that he wants to get rid of all our wonderful tumble dryers. No, we can't have tumble dryers in the brave new world of the Secretary of State for Energy. And then we hear in this carbon budget, they want us to reduce our dairy and meat consumption by some 20%. Madam, we've had enough of this, Madam Deputy Speaker. We should vote against this ridiculous motion and scrap net stupid zero.
Order. I am going to reduce the time limit to 4 minutes from the next speaker, but can I remind members, and clearly passions run very high in this debate, debate should be conducted with good temper and moderation, and when members are either taking an intervention or responding to an intervention, it carries on through the chair. Twirling around and facing the person behind you or wherever they may be in the chamber means you will not be picked up by the microphones, and it is extremely discourteous. Justin Madders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will attempt to be moderate and not twirl as well. The net zero transition is now a fundamental part of our economy, generating about £105 billion in value and employing, as we've heard, over 1 million people. Importantly, that isn't focused on one part of the country, it's spread all across the UK. And growth in this sector is expanding, with 400,000 jobs expected to be created by 2030. And given that productivity in the net zero sector is 1.5 times the average for the UK, the potential is there for all to see. But as we head towards the future, we need to have in mind protecting existing jobs. And whilst these regulations set the carbon budget for 12 years' time, there is an area where I think the government are letting the perfect become the enemy of the good, and that's on the ZEV mandate. We have a long history of building cars in this country, which we've rightly regarded as some of the best in the world. We have a strong manufacturing base here, including electric vehicles, including my Vauxhall Motors plant in Ellesmere Port, which has embraced the transition to net zero by becoming an all-electric plant. But market demand for electric vehicles has not developed as quickly as anticipated. As of May, the market share for electric vehicles was only 26%, which is a long way short of the 33% required this year in the ZEV mandate. The Committee on Climate Change predicted that the market share for new electric vehicles would actually reach 55% by next year. So market share is going to need to double within a year for that prediction to come true, which is simply not going to happen. And their prediction that the proportion of electric cars and vans will reach around 95% of new sales by 2030 is just not borne out by experience to date, and clearly needs revising down in light of the evidence.
Well, I give way?
I certainly will.
Just very briefly, he's making a very good point. Does he accept that the way in which the previous government changed the dates for the Z vehicle mandate actually may have had something to do with people's confidence in being able to support an electric vehicle?
Justin Madders.
I think the honourable friend, my honourable friend makes a really interesting point, because there are a whole range of factors which I'll come into as to why people aren't purchasing the vehicles, but actually giving that sort of clear signal where we were heading is still something the industry is very keen on. It's just actually the speed and steepness of the incline is just too much to bear. And we can't ignore actually the fact that that 26% figure that we've got now relies on heavy subsidies from government, which is actually pushing sales to about twice their natural level. So there is, I'm afraid, some deep concern amongst manufacturers about this. And to fill the gap between demand and what domestic manufacturers are producing, they're already having to buy credits in the order of hundreds of millions of pounds a year, which again is clearly not sustainable. Meanwhile, importing manufacturers, including from China, are able to exceed ZEV thresholds here and sell their unused credits onto domestic manufacturers. This means not only are foreign manufacturers of EVs from China taking ever-increasing shares of the market, they're also profiting from exceeding the ZEV thresholds. To be clear, of course, this is not an argument about having no ZEV mandate. It's important that we tackle the climate crisis and we put an end to internal combustion engines. But what bigger fillip could there be to the climate sceptics than UK factories closing down because of a rigid approach to net zero, an approach that at the moment sees millions of pounds go to overseas competitors whose manufacturing is often actually far more carbon intensive than ours. So the Z mandate must be adapted to take account of the real world market conditions, and the escalator must be changed to reflect them. It's clear that for many consumers, even with the generous discounts, the costs of a new EV are out of reach, and we need to be aware of limitations caused by cost, range anxiety and charging infrastructure. And I agree with one from we can do more in that area. But as a number of members have already said today, we need to take people with us, and we're clearly not bringing them to where we need to hit that target. So I welcome the comments by the Chancellor yesterday that the review of the mandate is going to be brought forward to this year, but that needs to start now, and we need to get the right answers within a few months. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the subject of well-meaning policies that could actually be counterproductive, I'm going to raise a red flag now about the proposed introduction of the deposit return scheme scheduled for later next year. Most households already, of course, recycle their materials through curbside collections. The participation rates in curbside recycling are high, it works, and of course it provides a revenue stream to councils. So the public will undoubtedly ask, if we're changing this, what is the problem that we are trying to fix? The practical reality of this for many people will be a minor inconvenience, which many people will be happy to participate in. But for parents, carers, disabled people, elderly residents and those without easy access to large supermarkets, it could actually be a significant nuisance. For people with complex lives, they'll simply not do it at all. So once again, there is a well-meaning policy here which we actually risk alienating people and damaging our road to net zero, which I think on this side of the house at least we all want to get to.
On Milne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The effectiveness of any carbon budget relies on two things: accuracy and attainability. If the numbers are wrong, the budget is meaningless. And if the plans are unrealistic, then the budget is undeliverable. If the public lose confidence in either of those things, they lose confidence in the wider environmental project itself. And that's why I want to focus less on any individual target and more on the credibility of the framework. When goals are repeatedly missed or look unachievable, there's always a temptation for governments to adjust the assumptions, alter the methodology, or redefine success. That satisfies nobody. It frustrates environmentalists who want genuine emissions reductions and emboldens sceptics who think the claims that the targets were never realistic in the first place. And it leaves the public wondering whether we are solving problems or simply moving numbers around on spreadsheets. What we need is a reset. A reset to ensure that we are having honest conversations about emissions, environmental challenges and climate policy based on sound data. And that's why I question the overconfidence in the budget in carbon capture storage. The budget makes clear that CCS plays a significant role in the pathway towards meeting future emissions targets. And I recognise that it does have an important role to play in genuinely hard to decarbonise industries, such as chemicals, cement and the heavy industrial processes. The Liberal Democrats have always been willing to support emerging technologies in such cases. But we should be honest about what is being assumed. Much of the proposed CCS rollout is tied to large gas-powered infrastructure projects. That means we are effectively locking ourselves into gas infrastructure for decades to come. The problem is that the North Sea can't possibly supply our gas needs no matter how much we drill, no matter what we do. So the more we rely on gas-backed CCS assumptions within the budget, the more we're locking ourselves into imported, fracked LNG, mostly from the US. That contributes to global warming, whether it happens in Texas or Teesside. Yet carbon budgets, UK carbon budgets, are of course primarily territorial in nature. And that is precisely the sort of accounting contortion that can undermine public confidence. People aren't interested in whether the emissions have disappeared from a spreadsheet. They want to know if they've disappeared from the atmosphere. The same problem exists in aviation. The Climate Change Committee warned that aviation is likely to become one of the largest sources of UK emissions by 2040 because other sectors are expected to decarbonise more quickly. And the committee stated that demand management remains the most effective way of limiting aviation's impacts. Yet at the same time, we continue debating expansion at Gatwick, Heathrow and Luton. Many people struggle to reconcile those two positions, and you can see why. Communities in my part of Sussex, in villages such as Warnham, Slinfold and Rusper, face the prospect of increased aircraft noise and new flight paths. The people bear the brunt and the industry is rewarded. So we need stronger accountability within the aviation sector, including the creation of an independent aviation ombudsman. If we want support for climate action to endure, then honesty matters. Honesty about imported emissions, honesty about LNG, honesty about airport expansion, and honesty about the role and limitations of carbon capture storage. Because the greatest threat to environmental progress is not ambition, it is the loss of public faith that the targets and pathways are credible.
Steve Race.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the draft orders laid before the House, and the timing for this debate obviously could not be more apt. Not only is it currently London Climate Action Week and next week Exeter Climate Forum, obviously we here and across Europe are currently experiencing extreme temperatures. Frankly, this is not normal, and the signs of this is settled. What we ought to be doing and continuing to do is limiting climate change, mitigating its impact, and continuing to grow the economy. This Labour government is delivering world-leading climate action, driving jobs, growth and investment in every corner of the UK. Setting the target in this 7th climate budget is the goal, but the means by which we meet it is what we will be judged on by future generations. If we are to meet the target set out today, but also our nearer-term 2030 commitments, we must now turn our attention to the acceleration of delivery at pace and at scale. And central to that effort is a new and enabling approach to climate technology. Just this morning, I spoke at the Startup Coalition and British Business Bank Energy Innovation event with climate tech founders, investors and policymakers representing over £10 billion worth of scale-ups. We're fortunate to be home to firms at the forefront of energy and innovation, not just in Europe, but the world over. And I'm proud to say that the South West is already leading the way. My home city of Exeter is home to the Met Office and the University of Exeter, both pioneering in weather forecasting, ocean science, climate modelling, conservation and climate tech. On top of the top 21 climate scientists in the world, 5 are based in the UK and all of those are based in Exeter. The wider South West economy already contributes £1.5 billion to our net zero economy, and the firms that make up this economy are at the cutting edge, from small modular nuclear reactors and tidal energy systems to low carbon construction methods and sustainable food technologies. Of course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While you're talking about energy in the South West, just to point out what's going on in Cornwall as well with floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea, and how this green economy could bring huge amounts of jobs and skills down to places like Cornwall and the South West, which have really struggled for this in the past.
Thank you for that intervention. I absolutely agree. And the Celtic Sea is a massive potential for reindustrialisation of our peninsula as well, as has been the case in Hull, my hometown, where I was born, where wind power has provided a huge number of new jobs in lieu of others that were there in the past. However, I just want to talk about our innovators, who are too often held back by a system that is not keeping pace with the urgency of the challenges we're facing. Time and again, climate tech companies tell us that regulation is the single biggest barrier to scaling and deploying tech, not access to capital, not access to talent, that those matter, but regulation. One of the founders I spoke to this morning said he was deploying his tech in Estonia and Morocco and elsewhere. He points out it was easier to do so in those countries than here, despite him not speaking a word of Estonian or Arabic. Our regulatory framework is at times more focused on managing legacy risks rather than delivering future solutions. So if we're serious about delivering on this carbon budget, we must fundamentally change how the system works. Regulation should not simply be a system to police compliance, it should reward carbon reduction, enable innovation, and that means embedding climate innovation outcomes into the mandates of our key regulators, Ofgem, Environment Agency, Office for Nuclear Regulation and others, and ensure they have the flexibility and tools to adapt in real time. The Planning and Infrastructure Act was a welcome step, introducing statutory timelines and embedding net zero into decision making, but on the ground, progress is still too slow. Developers still face years of delay and inconsistent decisions across local authorities. If we are to meet the scale and pace required by Carbon Budget 7, we must go further. We should look at a national net zero test for planning decisions that provides consistency and clarity, a climate fast track for essential infrastructure such as electric vehicle charging, solar power and battery storage, which could help unlock projects that are critical to reducing emissions and lowering costs for consumers. We must also address bottlenecks in emerging sectors like nuclear. Small modular reactors can play a vital role in our clean energy mix, but current licensing timelines, stretching to over a decade, are simply incompatible with the urgency of the challenges we are facing. By embracing digital licensing, fast-track siting, regulatory sandboxes, we can significantly accelerate deployment while maintaining the highest safety standards. And encouragingly, we've already seen that it's possible. The creation of the Regulatory Innovation Office was a bold and forward-thinking step. Its sandbox approach is now helping regulators and innovators work together in new ways, testing, adapting, and accelerating solutions in real time. Feedback suggests this model is not only effective, it's been transformational too. If this continues to prove successful, and I believe it will, we should expand this approach across more sectors, embedding carbon reduction at its core. The government has set the destination. This carbon budget provides a credible and vital milestone along that journey, but to reach it, we must ensure that our regulation keeps pace with our best and our brightest. Our climate tech sector can get us there, but only if we help them to help us. Thank you.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll use my contribution to draw attention to some parts of the impact assessment, because we are, after all, debating today the carbon budget. And within this, and I'll start with oil and gas, this budget allows for 37% of our energy consumption by 2040 still to come from oil and gas. So the Climate Change Committee itself, the carbon budget, is allowing for oil and gas to be included in our energy mix into the years to come. On that basis, why is the government still committed to banning new licences in the North Sea? Why are they still committed to the Energy Profits Levy? Why are they still permitting Rosebank and Jackdaw? All that will do is increase our imports of more carbon-intensive oil and gas. And that is not good for the climate, that's not good for the economy, and it's not good for jobs in the UK. Second, which can also be found in the impact assessment, to reach the carbon budget, it will need, and I quote, an electrification of industry. What this means is a reduction in our industrial capacity. The electrification of steel means a move away from blast furnaces. This means that we will lose our virgin steel capacity. Virgin steel, which is used for other things as well as defence and civil nuclear. So we're going to hinder our civil nuclear capacity by reducing our virgin steel capacity. Thirdly, and I also quote from the impact assessment, which I hope, but we're not so sure yet if people have read, it says that the faster transition to renewables will not eliminate global supply chain risks. So it is not true, no matter how often it is said, that reducing our reliance on oil and gas and upscaling renewables makes us less vulnerable to global pressures. It does not. This impact assessment says it does not, and we must recognise that everything has a cost, everything has a risk, including renewables. And I'll end, because I don't want to keep this too long, but we must be realistic and we must be pragmatic. And as my honourable friend for Broxbourne pointed out, this carbon budget assumes that we're going to reduce our meat and dairy consumption by 25%. It assumes that we're going to put a cost on households of thousands of pounds, which far exceeds any £300 saving on energy bills, whether or not this government achieve it. And let's look at China. China, who are not putting these costs on businesses or on households, who are not closing down their domestic industries. China, who are opening 50 to 70 gigawatts of new coal every year, who have almost 1,200 coal power stations, which they are using to export their renewable technology to us. It does not make sense. China are responsible for over a third of the global emissions. We are 1%. We are not making a difference to global climate change by impoverishing our businesses, our industries, and our households. We said that we wanted to lead, but there is no point leading if nobody is following, and the key players are not following. Yes.
I would just like to know if she could confirm when China has said that it will meet its net zero commitments.
I'm sure she's going to have a gotcha me over that one. I believe they either haven't set a target or it's 20 years. I couldn't tell you which it is.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Yes.
I'd be grateful to my honourable friend for reminding the House by what percentage of the Douglas Lumsden was returned in Aberdeen South on a platform of increasing drilling.
Indeed, the member for Aberdeen South was returned on a 50% of the vote. And that was because people who actually feel this, the residents of Aberdeen South, of North East Scotland, whose jobs are being lost daily, monthly, because of the rundown of the oil and gas sector, because of the eco-zealotry of this government wanting to hit their net zero target faster than anyone else, that is the reality. It's costing jobs, it's costing livelihoods. I've knocked on hundreds, thousands probably, of doors in Aberdeen South in the last month. I have met so many people of young age, in their 30s, in their early 40s, with young children who are redundant, who have lost their jobs because of this government's anti-North Sea oil and gas policies. And I don't call them anti-oil and gas policies because they'll happily take it from abroad. They'll happily import LNG. They'll happily take Russian-derived oil and gas projects. They just don't want oil and gas projects from the UK. And until we get over this obsession with running down our own industries, until we get over the obsession of meeting a target which no one else is aiming for, the UK will suffer, our industries will suffer, our skilled workers will suffer, and the economy into the future will suffer. No other country will follow us if we do that. No other country is looking at the UK as the example. They're looking at the UK for an opportunity where they can export more of their refined goods to and more of their manufacturing to, because they know we're running down our industries here. But they will not copy our lead on reducing emissions because they can see the impact it's having on our economy and on our energy bills. And we are missing so many opportunities. Who is going to invest in AI here? Who's going to invest in data centres here when we have 4 times the electricity costs of the US? They just won't. There is no incentive to. Driving down our agriculture in order to hit a net zero target is madness. We need food. I hope that's not controversial. But all we're going to do is import more. And all it's going to do by driving down the amount of agriculture we have here is free up more land for the government to put solar panels on, which might help them with their target, but it's not going to help with our food production nor our rural communities. So I'll happily vote against this today. I've happily read the impact assessment, and I do not believe that this is best for my constituents, best for the country, or best for the economy.
Chris Hinchcliffe.
Deputy Speaker, and I also declare an interest as the Vice Chair of the Climate and Nature Crisis Caucus. It is time to put it plainly. If we fail to prevent man-made climate change getting worse, we face an existential threat to the British way of life. As our weather becomes more extreme, we face the threat of repeated crop failures and the heat-related deaths of thousands of livestock. And with our country built for a climate that no longer exists, the impact of storms and heat waves on our roads, hospitals, schools and pylons will finish off the efforts of the previous Tory administration to wreck most of our national infrastructure. Iconic wildlife species like the curlew and the salmon may disappear from these islands, and the British seasons themselves will lose their traditional rhythm. Even our veteran English oaks will begin to vanish from our landscapes, and it is bitterly ironic, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Conservative Party, which takes our oak tree as their symbol, has in recent years abandoned their commitment to the protection of the environment in a way that puts this icon of our national identity at risk. They've given up conserving anything. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I fully support the government's determination to keep our country on track for net zero and playing our part in tackling the climate emergency. Failing to act would put 1,000 years of history and the prosperity of every generation to come at risk. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, delivering the 7th carbon budget will only be possible if we also face head-on the problems in our society that so often stand in our way. As the government's impact assessment shows, there are huge potential benefits to becoming a more environmentally sustainable society, new export industries, better insulated homes that are more affordable to keep at a comfortable temperature, and healthier lives with less pollution in our air. But we will never realise these opportunities if we do not work towards meeting our carbon budgets in a way that also addresses the deep inequalities across the UK. With millions in our country already struggling for a decent standard of living, tackling climate change will be impossible if it becomes a threat to their jobs and livelihoods, their ability to pay rent, heat their home and put food on the table. So the fight against climate change must also be a fight for full employment, a fight for decent wages, affordable homes and an end to fuel poverty. The government's impact assessment for this carbon budget is clear that there is a risk to delivery if efforts to deploy new technologies outpace the capacity of industry and households to respond. If it takes upfront spending to invest in net zero technologies like solar panels and heat pumps in order to play our part and to benefit from long-term savings, the government must ensure that everyone is able to do so regardless of income. Similarly, Madam Deputy Speaker, for ministers to secure public backing for the measures needed to deliver Carbon Budget 7, we must also have a geographically fair approach that puts genuine decision-making power in the hands of local communities up and down the country. Once again, the impact assessment is very clear that there is the potential for adverse ecological and landscape impacts from the delivery of net zero infrastructure. Rural communities like those I represent can't just be told to lump it. And this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is where I think the impact assessment is inadequate. It is not enough to say that there will be net benefits overall, so it is okay that places like Stocking Pelham in North East Hertfordshire are getting inundated with speculative proposals for renewable energy schemes, unless we address the clear disconnect between the development of new infrastructure, how it is done, who it benefits, and who experiences the harms. Public backlash will continue to delay and frustrate the essential progress we urgently need. So I would like to ask the Minister today not only to make more of the obvious win-win opportunities like rooftop solar on commercial buildings and over car parks, but also to invest more resources in local area energy planning so that rural communities are empowered to decide where, what technologies and what scale they host in their local landscape.
Caroline Foden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So it's 40 degrees outside in some parts of the UK. We are obviously not ready for what is coming. There could not be a better day to discuss climate change and carbon targets. And the 7th carbon budget should be welcomed. It's good that the government have accepted the Climate Change Committee's advice, but it falls far short of what is needed. We are making good progress on renewable energy, and I, for one, believe that that is to be celebrated. But I'm not going to focus on energy because many other people in the chamber have. I would like to focus on some key sectors where we have seen pitiful progress, but which are absolutely central to meeting our emissions targets and making the transformational change needed to meet more ambitious, longer-term targets. And this is not just about net zero. It's about making people's lives better through lower bills, warmer homes, stronger, more sustainable communities, about improving the quality of our lives as we struggle with these soaring temperatures and devastating floods, and doing so through more than just investing in renewables. So first, I would like to talk about farming. I welcome the reopening of this Sustainable Farming Initiative, which we heard about earlier today. But yet again, it's a first come, first served subsidy, which will work against the smaller, poorer farmers, who are the ones that need it most. It will be the bigger operations that can dive in first and get that money. We need long-term sustainable incentives for long-term sustainable agricultural planning. We also need a land use framework so we can prioritise the most productive land for producing food and other less productive land for renewable energy. We should not be using our most productive agricultural land for solar power, but we need both, and we have to have a land use framework to make that work. And yes, we do also need to look at soils and peat and carbon emissions from both of those. If we don't have healthy soils, we can't produce food. So I would go back to what the Shadow Minister said and say that perhaps she needs to think about the role of soil. No, I won't, because I don't have much time. We also need massive progress on tree planting, and I commend my local district council for planning to plant 1 tree for every resident in the South Hams, and they're making cracking progress. Secondly, I'd like to talk quickly about transport. If we don't have a major shift towards public transport, we are not going to get people out of their cars. And that means buses in the South West. And I really look forward to the member for Makerfield, who has promised that he's going to revolutionise buses all over the country in the way that he did in Manchester. And I really look forward to seeing how he's going to do that in Devon, where we don't even have buses in many communities, let alone affordable buses. We need to look at EV charging, especially for people who have to park on the road. I think that is a real challenge. We're certainly not seeing it where I live. And also, I'd just like to talk about active travel. Devon County Council have told me it will take 5 years to get a cycle path, even once it's been agreed by all the landowners. It's absolutely ludicrous. If we want to get people on bikes and walking to cut emissions and to improve health, we have to cut the red tape and make this easier to achieve. And lastly, on heat pumps. The Climate Change Committee target for heat pumps for 2035 is £1.5 million a year, yet we're only installing 1/3 of that. The cost of Heathrow expansion could pay for 4 million heat pumps to be installed across the country. I'd just like to say that I think expanding airports while we're trying to cut emissions makes absolutely no logical sense to me at all. The economic benefit is not proven, the social impact is going to be catastrophic, and the climate change, the emissions impact is going to be unbelievable. So I think we should take that budget and put it into into helping households with heat pumps, which...
Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to declare an interest as Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on the Environment, and I'd like to thank all my constituents who write to me so regularly about environment issues, and a big shout-out to South Thames College and their Net Zero Training Hub, which has been built in response to so much demand for green jobs in our local area and is really helping to boost the net zero economy in South West London. I welcome the Government's commitment to the 7th carbon budget in this London Climate Action Week, on a day which is the hottest June day ever on record. And this week's heatwave a stark reminder of what is at stake here. Climate change is no longer a distant threat we're talking about in the future. It's here now. It's affecting lives, livelihoods and public services across our country, and especially in London. The question is whether we respond with the urgency this moment demands and the long-term thinking that this carbon budget demonstrates. We are seeing those consequences of extreme heat in transport, in halting rail services, in pressurising our energy system, forcing school closures, over 1,000, I'm afraid I won't, sorry, over 1,000 today alone, and it creates unsafe working conditions, especially for those in physical roles, like my son on a construction site today. Food production is at risk, productivity falls, services stretch, and working people pay the price too often. The human toll has not been talked about in this debate so far, Madam Deputy Speaker, but is very sobering. Last summer, the hottest on record was linked to more than 1,500 heat-related deaths in England alone. Without decisive action, these consequences will only intensify. And the Carbon 7 budget does what it needs to do most and what business needs most, which is clarity. With a stable, long-term direction, investment follows, supporting jobs, strengthening supply chains and driving innovation, as we are seeing already. We are already seeing this in the UK's growing net zero economy, but it also delivers wider co-benefits, warmer homes, lower bills, cleaner air and better public health. This is about improving lives, such as the air quality in Putney. And it's welcome news that in London, deaths linked to toxic air have reduced by 40% in 5 years as a result of the policies brought in by the Mayor, those clean buses and ULEZ. Public support does remain strong, but confidence in delivery is weaker. Too often, people cannot see that clear path to net zero, and that's why the Carbon Budget 7 really matters. It doesn't just set the destination, but gives confidence in the journey. In more affordable heat pumps, we need more car clubs, we need more trees and more council insulation projects. But while I support the government's approach, I want to raise a serious concern about the expansion of Heathrow Airport, which is projected to add 9 million tonnes of emissions each year. How can this square with what we're working to do to reduce emissions across every sector? I'd like to draw attention to the Heathrow expansion national policy statement, the HENPS. It's not very snappy, but it's very important. The consultation was launched last week, and to anyone listening, especially to my constituents in Putney, I hope you will get involved in that. And I ask the Minister, how does this align with our commitments under the Carbon Budget 7? How can we ensure that aviation... I certainly will.
Just on that, can I, through her, ask the Minister to look at the actual statement itself, which seems not to align with the policies we're advocating today, but also some of the factual evidence that's been produced as part of the impact studies as well, that the government has also published, but doesn't seem to be reflected in the statement accurately.
I thank my honourable friend for that. We are looking at the science here. The carbon budget's related to the science, and the statement about Heathrow expansion has got to be related to the science and the evidence as well. So finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Carbon Budget 7 is very welcome. It is very necessary and urgent. And I really welcome the government's leadership, not only for us in our country, but also showing the way and leading other countries as well. And I've seen that in many places. If we get this right, we can deliver not just on climate, but on jobs, on food security, on national security, on growth, on health, and our resilience for decades to come. Thank you.
And we will be going down to a 3-minute time limit from after the next speaker. Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by declaring an interest as Vice Chair of the Environment, APPG, and a member of the Environmental Audit Committee. Green MPs will be backing these critical climate change orders and regulations, and I want to recognise, as others have done, the strength of the cross-party consensus that has given us the historic and world-first Climate Change Act and then the net zero target. And as the temperature outside soars to record highs, we must renew our commitment to working on the basis of evidence, and it's therefore deeply regrettable to see attempts from the Conservatives and Reform to dismantle Parliament's climate consensus. We must not go back to the days of denialism, nor must we tolerate any rowing back on climate ambition in response to a perceived electoral threat from the deniers and the delayers. The Paris Agreement committed the world to holding global temperature rise to well below 2 degrees. The science has only become more alarming since then, yet global emissions did not peak when many of the international climate policy experts predicted. Instead, they continue to rise. As a result, the remaining global carbon budget available to meet the Paris goals is now facing an ever smaller window. So I support the 7th carbon budget, but we should be honest about the challenge before us, and I'd welcome the Minister's reflections on this specifically. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this 7th carbon budget, but it's imperative that we move with the urgency that the climate reality demands. We're experiencing increasingly frequent and severe periods of extreme heat, with temperatures reaching levels that pose risks to public health and essential services. And the Climate Change Committee is clear that we are not prepared in any shape or form for what's to come. Greens are today specifically repeating our call for heat-proofing measures. That's cooling for hospitals, schools, prisons, care homes, including air conditioning where needed. It's a maximum temperature limit for workplaces and classrooms, and it's a street-by-street programme to insulate homes to ensure that we keep them warm in winter and cool in summer, and we need a long-term policy framework to support that. Members of the Environmental Audit Committee have heard that mitigation and adaptation cannot be treated as separate challenges, nor can climate action be separated from action on inequality and the cost of living. And nowhere is that clearer than in our continued dependence on oil and gas. Expanding oil and gas operations will not materially improve UK energy security or protect us against price shocks. Expanding oil and gas will not lower household bills. The huge growth in renewables is hugely welcome, but the science demands that we avoid new oil and gas fields. So I hope the government will take the opportunity to unequivocally rule out expansion at Rosebank, given that it would emit emissions equivalent to 28 low-income countries.
Would the honourable member give way?
I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he rightly talks about us not going back to the days of climate denial. But would he agree that there are legitimate questions to be asked about offshoring, and that we need to include the carbon emissions of everything we import, because that would be a general reflection of the carbon that we as a country are consuming?
I strongly agree with the member for South Devon on that point. We need to make sure our emissions account for all of our activities, whether it's offshoring, whether it's shipping, whether it's aviation. And as she pointed out earlier, any government plans for airport expansion could bust their own climate targets and need to be carefully reviewed. Finally, nature is crucial to this debate. Yet healthy peatlands, native woodlands, salt marshes and restored ecosystems are among the most effective climate tools available to us, and we're one of the most nature-depleted countries on earth. So I encourage the government to recognise this in its carbon budget delivery plans. Not only can we build a strong, resilient economy at the same time as restoring nature, we will only do so if we successfully put nature front and centre. Madam Deputy Speaker, the science is becoming more stark. The impacts are arriving faster, and the time for cautious incrementalism has passed. This House must back the 7th carbon budget, and we must all work together to increase our ambition to the level needed to protect the public.
Alistair Strathern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to start by thanking the Minister for the leadership she's shown on this issue, not just since taking up the role, but long before she came to this House, which I think actually has quite a powerful lesson for the heart of some of the debate we've had today. We've heard a lot from some on opposition benches about how inherently global this problem is, and the fact that the UK decarbonising alone won't tackle climate change. And they're obviously right. It is an inherently and intractably global problem that we cannot tackle alone. But they seem to then somehow build from that to an argument that we're going to get other countries to go faster by going slower ourselves. When actually, the lesson our Minister showed in arguing in a previous role for the Climate Change Act is by showing global leadership, we can actually bring other countries along the way with us on this really difficult journey. We brought in the Climate Change Act, and now 75% of the country's GDP is covered by binding emissions targets. We know we need to go further, and that's why the debate about how we meet these targets is so important. But it has to be, Madam Deputy Speaker, a debate about how we meet them. There's often been a lot of loaded language today about climate denialism, and I absolutely accept that the party opposite aren't denying the existence of climate change. But in denying the very real and existential consequences of not meeting these science-backed targets, they're engaging in a subtler but no less pernicious form of denialism that is betraying our constituents and their futures. It's betraying it by failing to recognise the existential challenge of climate change, but it's also betraying them by failing to engage in the very real and important debate we should all be having about how we meet these targets and the policy trade-offs needed. Absolutely.
Tino.
I appreciate his tone and the quality of his debate, but would he not agree that denying that they are making electricity more expensive, deterring electrification, something that the former Prime Minister of the Labour Party has acknowledged, denying that we are offshoring emissions by putting extra carbon taxes on our businesses that other countries don't face, therefore increasing global emissions, is also part of the problem?
Alistair Stratton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. She's absolutely right to highlight that we need to do more to drive down the cost of energy and to bring others with us on the journey on decarbonisation. But that's not the debate we're having today. We're having a debate about scientifically binding and informed climate targets that will have existential implications if we do not meet them. And by not engaging in some of those deeper policy conversations about how we get there, she's letting us all down. We absolutely will have areas where we can go further, but we've already shown that we can. Whether it's renewing some of the renewable energy auctions to get better value out of the outcomes for consumers, whether it's revolving the way we're delinking gas from electricity markets to deliver better outcomes for consumers and the environment along the way, or whether it's reforming some of the planning costs that have been holding back new nuclear and clean energy that we desperately need to get cracking with, we've already made some progress. There will absolutely be areas that we need to go further, and many honourable members have made some good contributions to highlight some of them. Whether it's thinking about how we can do more to take policy costs off electricity to speed up that electrification journey, whether it's how we can deregulate better some of the innovative start-up technologies that will make some of the outcomes possible in ways we might not even be able to imagine today, or whether it's thinking really carefully about how we manage the industrial costs and implications of the journey to net zero to ensure that we're doing everything we can to protect the fantastic industrial heartlands that our country's relied on for far too long and we should be preserving long into the future. Those are big, important questions, but that's not the discussion and the argument that's so often been thrown back from the other side of the chamber today. It's been one that's denied the implications of failing to meet this target, and it's one that is deeply disappointing because it lets down our constituents and it lets down all of our collective futures.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The real choice before us is whether we prepare our economy for the future or watch other countries seize the opportunities that we allow to pass us by. The UK has every reason to be proud of its record on international climate leadership and diplomacy. The 2008 Climate Change Act has become a model for climate governance around the world. 76 countries have followed the UK's lead in developing climate governance frameworks, and we've stood at the forefront of international cooperation on this issue, positioning Britain as a key player in securing the 2015 Paris Agreement and COP26 in Glasgow. We have shown that reducing emissions and building prosperity can be complementary. This is not just an environmental question, it is an economic one. Recent years have shown that the cost of our dependence on fossil fuels are serious. The Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit suggests that the energy crisis following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine cost the UK more than £180 billion, including a price rise of food inflation by 19%. Whereas the economic opportunities are significant. Britain's green economy now supports around 1.1 million jobs and generates more than £100 billion. It's one of the fastest growing parts of our economy, creating productive, well-paid jobs across manufacturing, engineering and technology. Whether Britain embraces the energy transition or not will not change whether the transition happens. The question instead is whether the jobs, the investment and the expertise are located here or somewhere else. History rarely rewards those who cling to yesterday's technologies when the world is investing in tomorrow's. Don't trust me on this point. Trust the then First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill. On the 23rd of June 1914, Winston Churchill was being travailed in this House by MPs who were pursuing an old energy source in the face of a new one. On the eve of the First World War, Churchill pursued oil for powering ships of the Royal Navy in the face of MPs who pressed the case for coal. This was long before Britain had access to our own oil, but Churchill could see that this new technology was going to change the way that the 20th century was going to be powered. A century later, we are faced with another transition from fossil fuels to clean energy generation. And it's particularly relevant where I live in the southwest of England. Yesterday afternoon, I hosted the Great Southwest's new nuclear futures here in Parliament. This debate is ultimately about whether Britain chooses to lead or follow. It is about whether we develop the industries of the future or allow others to forge ahead. The cost of inaction will ultimately be far greater than the cost of transition. Thank you.
Sir John Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the report makes clear, Carbon Budget 7 is one of the most important stages on the path to net zero. In previous carbon budgets, cuts in emissions came from more straightforward changes, such as moving electricity generation away from coal. As we continue along this path, however, this carbon budget will involve changes to the way we heat our homes, the way we travel, and the technology we use. Delivering this will require behavioural and structural changes, with future emissions reductions depending increasingly on the choices made by our constituents. I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend for Chesterfield when he warned that if the government is to be successful in delivering Carbon Budget 7, it must have the support of the public. The policies to achieve net zero must therefore be fair and must avoid placing disproportionate burdens on those households with the fewest options. The committee was also clear that the continued pathway to net zero requires greater policy certainty and coordination, with more joined-up government action. I would take this further and expand on a point I made when the Climate Minister gave evidence to our committee last week. As this Labour government continues with this mission of shifting power away from Westminster and into the regions, we should ensure that mayors and local authorities have the support they need to help contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This is... I'm happy to give away.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is making an excellent point. I think he's absolutely right to point out the benefits of devolution and encouraging local authorities to do more. There are actually many, not just at mayoral level, but at small local authorities, which have a very strong track record. I'd like to recommend my own local council, Reading Borough, but there are many others which have been introduced swathes of solar and many other measures.
Sir John Joseph.
Thank you for that intervention. I was coming to talk about my own local council where we are facing problems. This is all the more important given the fracturing of the long-standing cross-party consensus. We now see voices, particularly from Reform, who would simply abandon net zero altogether. Walking away from this challenge would not protect our constituents. It would leave them more exposed to higher energy bills, to energy insecurity, and to the growing impacts of climate change itself. Where there is opposition at a national, regional or local level, it is important that the government is proactive in setting out the explicit case for the net zero agenda as well as the tangible benefits of particular policies. Drawing on an example from my own local authority, last year the government made £25 million of funding available through the Electricity Vehicle Payment Channels grant. This funding was for local authorities to install cross-pavement channels to support residents without access to off-street parking so that they can charge their vehicle at home and benefit from cheaper domestic tariffs. I had concerns about how this grant was being used in Kent, so I wrote to Kent County Council. In response, the Reform-led administration said that Council had decided not to submit an application for the grant. As a result of the £667,000 of funding that could have been available for the Kent people, it received only £50,000. This represents a shortfall of well over £500,000 funding that could have been used to help my constituents. This is deeply concerning, disappointing, at a time when the Labour government is putting forward practical support to help households with the transition to net zero. Happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and what he just revealed is absolutely shocking. Doesn't it show us that Reform, even at local authority level, will put their ideology in the way of helping businesses and individuals bring their bills down?
Sir John Joseph.
I absolutely agree that there are hundreds and hundreds of constituents who would like to drive an electric car, has no access to their home charging, would have benefited that funding. So it is, yes, we're talking about it's a taxpayers' money, but by not becoming an electricity or energy secure country, we are only helping countries like Russia. Given the urgency of meeting our national emission targets, it is essential that no opportunity for progress is left unused. I therefore ask my honourable friend on the front bench whether her department will work closely with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, as well as other relevant departments, to take a more proactive and coordinated approach. This should include identifying barriers that prevent local authorities from applying for funding, improving communication around available schemes, and providing practical support where needed. In particular, will the government consider measures such as offering targeted guidance or even establishing more strategic framework to ensure that funding reaches all parts of the country effectively? By strengthening collaboration across departments and supporting local authorities more directly, we can help ensure that councils are fully equipped to access the funding available to them, and in doing so, maximise our collection ability to deliver on the UK climate commitments.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year was the worst on record for outdoor fires in Dorset. A part of my constituency burned for weeks on end, with many fires continuing before others have been brought under control. And I'm really concerned that if we don't prepare better, we'll be unable to manage the changes ahead. The government's resilience framework, published last year, mentions climate change less than 6 times. Perhaps this explains why the Climate Change Committee has repeatedly warned that the UK preparedness is inadequate. So can I ask the Minister to look again at this resilience framework? Madam Deputy Speaker, homegrown energy is a key way of adaptation and mitigation, and earlier this month I called for offshore wind projects to be accelerated in Dorset. But we are told that these projects are a decade away, a decade in which average temperatures are expected to have increased by another ¼ degree, and in which well-paid green jobs and associated economic growth in Dorset will be lost to our community. So I must ask her to look again at how we share this green energy jobs around the country. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, my biggest concern is this. Tomorrow is the final day of the planning appeal for another incinerator in Dorset. At a time when the government has committed to a circular economy and expanded recycling, it is totally contradictory to continue to approve these plants. Government policy published in December 24 stated that only plants with a clearly defined waste management need should go ahead. Yet documents released this week on the Camford incinerator suggest only 20% of the burned waste will come from the 2 council areas in Dorset. Furthermore, the carbon capture facility pledged at the time of the development will not be built, just a commitment for regular updates on potential future feasibility. We are due to meet our net zero target in just 25 years, yet this incinerator will be burning waste for 40 years. 40 years in which we'll be reducing waste and when we will need to be bringing waste further afield to feed the monster. How can we claim to be serious about achieving net zero while enabling business models that depend on long-term combustion of waste? When I visited Bearwood Primary School last week, children urged me to do more to protect marine life. When I attended the National Emergency Briefing in Wareham last month, I was touched by the concern of residents about what they were seeing, sometimes for the first time. When I write back to the children next week, I want to tell them this House listened. And when I speak at the National Emergency Briefing in Wimborne next week, I want to tell them that we recognise the scale of the challenge and the opportunity before us. I must ask, please pause decisions on new incinerator development so that we can achieve this carbon target and ensure the National Emergency Briefing reaches a wider audience with a prime-time screening on public broadcasters.
Hear, hear.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the opportunity for this House to debate the 7th carbon budget. But important as this debate is, it cannot be the only place in which this discussion is held. I welcome the government's recognition of this when in its clean energy mission it states that it will only succeed if we take people with us. This means not just having this debate, welcome as it is, but making sure that we reach out to communities. If we do not, then the space will be too quickly filled with misinformation and false narratives that undermine public trust in the need for carbon reduction and a better environment. We must continue to make this case so that support is broad, durable and rooted in the everyday experiences of communities across the country. To do this, we must combine arguments with policies that improve the lived realities of communities across the UK. This means we must ensure that the costs of decarbonising our economy do not fall disproportionately on less advantaged communities. We must work with and in communities and industry to ensure that the benefits for UK jobs and incomes are delivered. This mission is based on scientific evidence, and it needs a technical and practical set of solutions. But we will not succeed if we limit this debate to the scientific and the technical. We need to recognise it is being rooted in the values of social justice. The interconnected causes of environmental, social and economic justice are the challenge of our time. It is clear that bringing people with us may be becoming more difficult. Much of the progress made has been that which was easier to do. Therefore, what is left to do is perhaps more difficult. So the task ahead is more difficult in itself, and also the consensus on progress has fractured, sadly. But this is not a time to retreat. It may be a time to reflect on how we build, and I look forward to the government's publication of the delivery plan in relation to this carbon budget. But it cannot be a time to retreat. The challenge is no less urgent. In fact, it is more pressing. Scrutiny alone is important, but not enough. Making that case cannot be by words alone. It must be by actions that deliver for working people and for all our communities. Talking of a just transition does not in itself deliver a just transition. If we act, continuing to put our words into deeds, the clean energy revolution will not simply be a policy programme, but become a lasting national achievement.
Cat Eccles.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2026 the question is no longer if we act on the climate crisis, but how fast. Most people accept the science which shows the Earth's average surface temperature have increased significantly over the last century. It's hard to deny this in a week where yet again the UK is experiencing record-breaking heat. Though, as one climate sceptic told me online recently, it is just weather. Yes, there have been hot periods in recent history, but these are becoming more frequent and more prolonged, with global temperatures set to rise by 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius by 2050. And while this may sound like a really small number, at these increases, farmers' crops will fail more regularly, threatening food security, people's health is impacted, and sea temperatures further increase, melting ice sheets, releasing massive amounts of carbon and methane into the permafrost, further increasing temperatures. The net zero brand, however, has become toxic, failing to clearly communicate what must be done and why. Measures to deal with climate and the environment are not nice to haves. It is essential to protect the country's ecosystem, agriculture and infrastructure. It is no longer about whether we can afford it, but can we afford not to take action? And the fact is, our economy will actually benefit. So we must confront the misinformation directly and put forward credible, practical solutions. The populist right promotes the misleading claim that the UK can secure its energy by drilling more oil and gas in the North Sea, but in reality, projects such as Rosebank Oilfield would only deliver a relatively small supply of oil and be subject to global pricing shocks, all while causing significant environmental damage and giving more profits to oil giants. True energy security and lower costs will come from sustained investment in renewable energy, not from doubling down on fossil fuels. 37 years ago, Margaret Thatcher stood before the UN General Assembly and warned of the dangers of rising carbon emissions and their impact on the Earth's climate. And at the time, Conservatives respected that evidence and engaged seriously with the science. But today, the party opposite is more a pound-shop version of its former self, more preoccupied with chasing reform votes and offering serious solutions to these challenges facing our country. We urgently need to tell a better story on climate change and show the public how it will benefit them where it matters, in their pocket. During the last heatwave a few weeks ago, over 80% of the energy in the grid came from renewable sources. That's a fantastic news story, and with the planned decoupling of gas and electricity, the public is set to reap the benefits on this. So across the UK, we're already seeing warmer, wetter winters, hotter, drier summers. But this is not a task for DESNZ alone. It must be a golden thread across all departments to safeguard our environment for future generations.
Moss.
Deputy Speaker, I support these measures because, contrary to some of what's been said in this chamber earlier, UK Centre for Energy Research found that 2/3 of the increase in electricity bills since 2021 were driven by the wholesale gas prices. So my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston Surbiton, leader of the Liberal Democrats, when he was Energy Secretary, was absolutely right to play his part in leading the UK to becoming the world leader in offshore wind. And he was right, and to be fair, as was the Prime Minister, to oppose the reckless and illegal war in the Middle East that has so driven up prices as well. So it is crucial to break the reliance on gas to reduce and bring down our energy bills. That's why our Liberal Democrat plan to halve energy bills in 10 years depends on doing just that, and our essential energy guarantee would discount half of bills right now. But we do need to do more. Tidal range could be generating more than Hinkley C, had the previous Conservative government supported it when it came up. And my honourable friend for South Cambridgeshire, in her excellent speech, was absolutely right that community energy could be doing and playing a much bigger part. But the Reform and Conservative parties, one thing they haven't talked about today is that their alternatives don't just mean more and more burning of oil and gas, despite the global warming we're experiencing today. They want to frack our beautiful countryside as well in order to burn even more gas. Near my constituency in Somerset, shale gas licences were obtained, including Quantox Head around Brent Knoll, just 16 miles from a nuclear power station, not far at all from my town of Taunton. The Reform Party said it would be negligent not to frack recently. The Conservatives, under their current leader, have opened the door to fracking, saying it will form part of the mix, just as Liz Truss did in her short period in office. Fracking in Lancashire, let us remember, triggered 200 seismic events of magnitudes up to 2.9, felt across the whole of the Fylde coast, Madam Deputy Speaker. My neighbours in Taunton and Wellington want nothing to do with fracking, certainly not just outside our town. So any proposals to restart fracking, it poses real dangers to Somerset. And constituents of Taunton and Wellington would bear all the risk. The earth tremors, the industrialisation of our rolling hills, the threat to the River Tone, while the financial gains would, of course, flow just to the oil and gas executives and to their backers, of course. And to their backers.
Stupid reform.
The 7th carbon budget provides the continuity of trajectory that lower bills and a stable climate depend upon. But we must go further. We must reject the dangerous alternatives from Conservative and Reform parties and say no to fracking our wonderful countryside.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the last election, great strides have been made by this government in confronting the ongoing climate crisis, and there should be no doubt at all about us being in a climate crisis. We only need to step outside, and we've heard this from many members across the chamber already, that this is one of the hottest days indeed on record. Now, I welcome the government's clear acceptance of the ICCC's recommended reduction of carbon emissions. This is an issue that my constituents care deeply about. After all, it's about children's future. And when I say this, I mean all children deserve the right to breathe clean air. This Labour government has made historic investment in clean energy and rewilding projects across the country. Not only have these achievements worked to decrease our dependence on fossil fuels and build our national energy independence, they have brought with them further private investment, training opportunities and high-skilled sustainable employment, reinvigorating our communities and building towards a greener and more sustainable basis for our economy. This government's focus on environmental policy is demonstrated by the carbon budget, which will improve people's lives now and for years to come. It will rebuild our natural environment and it will also save lives. I say this because in previous years, 4,000 premature deaths were linked to poor air quality in London alone, and this is not acceptable. This has affected my own constituency directly, with the tragic death of Ella Adu Kissa-Deborah in 2013, representing for the first time in the UK that air pollution was listed as a cause of death. And I applaud her mother, Rosamond, who relentlessly campaigns for clean air. But for far too long, governments in Westminster have failed to take seriously the dangers of air pollution, and I'm glad that this is no longer the case. However, thanks to vital work from the London Mayor, enormous progress has been made to clean up our air. The implementation of ULEZ, although popular with some and unpopular with others, has removed high-emission vehicles from our streets. And again, this is something to be applauded. This progress shows a Labour movement working together at a local and national level to change lives. As such, I congratulate the government for its acceptance of the carbon budget and emissions reduction target, and I look forward to continuing this work to support the work taking place in the UK and globally to tackle climate crisis. However, in relation to this, I ask the government to look further at the stripping of minerals from the seabed. As the Minister will know, deep-sea mining puts at risk genuinely irreplaceable biomins and may lead to the remobilisation of carbon emissions long held dormant on the seabed.
Davis. Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Owing to the 3-minute time limit, I will do my best to summarise my speech. I also apologise to those in Mid-Derbyshire who I said I'd raise specific things on behalf of that I might not be able to cover all the points I hoped to make. The last Labour government made huge strides forward when it came to climate change with the first legislation in 2008 and the first carbon budget. That was taken up by other countries across the world, and I pay tribute to previous Conservative governments as well. David Cameron and Theresa May took that work forward, and I hope that we can find a consensus across this House for the way forward. Climate change affects so many aspects of our life in the UK. We have made good progress cutting greenhouse gas emissions by around 50% by 1990, but the scale of the challenge is so great it is having a massive impact on the economy as we're on that fossil fuel roller coaster, as we are paying more to support people with their health, and we may see that today. And perhaps I should declare an interest as somebody who would get sunburn under a 40-watt light bulb. And we also have threats to our national security as access to natural resources change, and that will be a driver of conflict. So while we have a moral obligation to adapt, we also have a huge opportunity for our economy, because the green industries of the future are already creating growth here. They're creating some absolutely fantastic jobs. I think it's important to reflect briefly that the suggestions made by the Independent Climate Change Committee are just suggestions. It's up to the government of the day to take those forward. We've heard some talk in the discourse around this debate about banning meat and dairy, for example. I happen to know that the Secretary of State for Energy is very fond of a bacon sandwich, as is the chairman of the Environmental Audit Committee. So I don't think we're going to get ourselves into a situation where meat is banned. In terms of some of the opportunities that we have, the government's progression of the SMRs is absolutely fantastic news. With Rolls-Royce, we will be able to power getting on 1 million homes, so I understand, and that's also very good for jobs in this sector. Similarly, with the Warm Homes Plan, that is a measure that we've got to deal with the cost of living crisis, but it also means that people who heat their homes using gas, for example, will use less of that product. And I would just like to press upon the Minister the importance of nature-based solutions, particularly for flooding. Flooding is a huge economic burden on businesses and homes, and nature-based solutions have an opportunity for us there. And if there's one other area that I'd like her to bear in mind, is green hydrogen. That is a huge opportunity for the economy. They're doing some great work on that in Sweden. However, it does require a huge amount of electricity to do the electrolysis to get that green hydrogen. So if we can do more with the SMRs, then I do believe that we have a viable opportunity to deliver with green hydrogen. And it's a shame time is so tight. It's been such an important debate, so I will have to leave it there for today. Lola McAvoy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The temperature right now in London is about 35 degrees compared to a perfect 25 degrees in Darlington, so take me home. I want to put on record my thanks to all the staff working to support us today, especially the armed police and the doorkeepers in their three-piece suits. The effects of this heatwave will put huge pressure on public services and essential services, and we should all spare a thought for any woman giving birth today, the families living in overcrowded accommodation, and for anyone with medical vulnerabilities. This weather is deeply dangerous, and to propose inaction in the face of this climate emergency, parties opposite must be living on another planet. Now, I am no climate change expert, and my brother is a geography teacher, so I'm under serious pressure. I may not be a climate change expert, but I do know my regional economy, and I know that the Net Zero project has delivered incredible impact and huge investment in my area. The Climate Minister has shown excellent leadership on this issue, and while today's extreme weather makes her point for her, the government has been working hand in glove with industry to ensure that we reap the economic rewards of the transition to net zero. Just last week at the G7, the government secured 1.3 billion for battery energy storage systems so that we can end the ludicrous practice of curtailment with our wind farms. In recent weeks, we've seen the coordination and an effort by the party opposite, the once credible Conservative Party, to paint decarbonisation as anti-jobs, anti-growth and anti-industrial communities. Whilst I absolutely do back the calls from the trade unions to ensure proper, equitable career transition for the oil and gas industries, it is for the birds that this government's commitment to net zero is bad for our economy. In my region, the world-leading carbon capture project in the East Coast Cluster and the net zero Teesside power plant, which is powered by gas, will capture 2 million tonnes of CO2 annually and create enough power for 1.3 million homes. This technology will be globally significant, boosting our ability to support other countries looking for solutions to their transition, which we can sell. This technology is backed by a £22 billion investment alongside the green hydrogen in Teesside and many other innovations. Our region is powering ahead. We have huge innovation throughout the Northern Endurance Partnership, and the Low Carbon Materials, which is a local startup, was shortlisted for the Earthshot Prize. Net zero jobs are 40% more productive than the national average, with wages 15% higher than the UK norm. In other words, these aren't just more jobs, they're better jobs. These are the words from the CBI, not just from a Labour government. Whether it's electric trains being built at Hitachi or the Dogger Bank, soon to be the largest wind farm in the world, our region is not only home to the best people in England, it's home to the most net zero businesses per head in the country. So I say to the Minister, all clean power to your elbow. Industry are investing and innovating. The public support action and want subsidies, 2/3 wanting action on climate change just recently. Carbon-intensive industries are working and workers in these industries are calling for equitable alternatives and the same pay and progression as other sectors.
Amanda Martin.
Deputy Speaker, the effects of climate change cannot be ignored in my city of Portsmouth. We are an island city and rising sea levels pose a growing threat if we do not get a grip on the climate crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, the climate crisis is affecting my constituency every day. It is fitting that we are debating this motion during a record heat wave where people are struggling to cope in homes that are poorly equipped for increasing frequent extreme weathers. This is not about just about reducing emissions. It's about rewiring our economy for a more sustainable future. Climate action is already driving jobs, growth and investment across the UK, and we're already seeing it in Portsmouth. Earlier this year, I visited 4 constituents with Aurora Refit. They'd all received heat pumps through the government's Warmer Home Plan, to no cost to themselves. They told me these improvements have transformed their lives, keeping them warm through the winter, reducing their energy bill, and indeed giving them money back. And I don't know who the party opposite have been talking to when they say the public don't support transition to net zero, because 77 people surveyed by the government public attitudes tracker say that they were concerned about climate change and its impact, and 7 out of 10 voters say they want to support government action to reduce climate change. However, they know that there is an issue that we must address. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, at a recent climate community event, what is evident is that many people are afraid to discuss climate change and net zero, for fear of attack and pile-on from misinformation spread online by some politicians. So in my city, despite warmer homes pumps being available, only 4% of households in Portsmouth North have taken them up, making us 483 out of 650 for adoption. For some residents, the offer may simply sound too good to be true. Previous scams in clean energy sector have damaged trust. So in summing up, can the Minister consider how we rebuild confidence so more residents can benefit from what my constituent describes as kinder energy? As a proud naval city, Portsmouth understands how global events can affect the cost of fuel and energy and food. That is why we must continue to invest in renewables and nuclear energy to free Britain from the roller coaster of fuel prices. And as my honourable friend from Glasgow North notes, we must bring the country with us, and they must see it, hear it and feel it. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should reject the false choice between restoring nature and reaching net zero. We need both. Nature recovery and climate action are not competing objectives, they are mutually reinforceable. And one area of concern I'd like to highlight is the role of the shipping industry. Portsmouth International Port shore power infrastructure, supported by government funding, allows ships to connect to the electricity grid while berthed rather than running diesel, making the area cleaner around the city, meaning the income received from the municipal port is not costing local people's health. However, this port now faces serious challenges. The cost of electricity makes using this infrastructure more expensive than marine diesel, threatening to undermine the investment. So I urge the Minister to work with colleagues across government to find a solution. Our report wants to contribute to net zero, but the current system is holding it back. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we do nothing, we do not keep things as they are. We lock in more flooding, more extreme weather and greater energy. And in the words of our own national treasure, David Attenborough, if working apart we can force powerful enough to destabilise our planet, surely working together we are powerful enough to save it.
Yeah. Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The temperature outside the chamber, as many others have mentioned, has been climbing towards 40 degrees and a red heat health alert is in force. 50 years ago, the summer of 1976 left a mark that many people still remember. But we are living through that kind of summer again, except now we know it's not a freak, it is a pattern. And we're seeing the impact. Schools have closed, transport has been disrupted, hospitals have cancelled appointments. Indeed, we've already seen a critical incident declared at a hospital in Portsmouth. None of this is a forecast. It has already happened, and it is happening faster than we were told. But I don't believe that we need to trade in despair, because it is not warranted and it is not useful. We still have time to act, and we know what to do. And that is the whole point of the 7th carbon budget that we are debating today, and it is in that spirit that I support it. This is a thing that Britain is good at. We were the first major economy to write a binding climate framework into law. We have cut our emissions faster than almost any comparable nation. This is not a burden we should carry grudgingly, but a race that we are leading from the front, leading and joining and indeed bringing on other countries to act as well. A child starting school in my constituency this September will be in their 20s when this budget period ends. What we decide in this chamber writes the world that they grow up in. We must leave things better than we found them, and we cannot hand the next generation a wrecked inheritance and a bill and call it prudence. So do I say to those who cannot afford this, that we cannot afford this? The reverse is true. The party opposite rightly talks about scrutiny, but scrutiny works both ways. I heard very little about the costs of inaction, flooding, wildfires and heat waves, or the cost of not capturing the huge economic opportunities. Indeed, the impact assessment, as we discussed earlier, shows that transitioning away from fossil fuels will lead to a net increase. And secondly, it does talking about not being able to quantify post-2030 exactly the impact on jobs, but it very clearly says it's because of the context. It depends on things like automation and AI and, crucially, policy. And that's why I agreed with the Shadow Secretary of State in her speech in 2023, because she argued, rightly, I didn't agree with everything she said, but she made a central point, that she agreed with the target for net zero, but policy was crucial to shaping whether it worked for families and business. And rather than doing the hard work of designing policy to ensure that, the party opposite have abandoned the target completely. We still have time, we have the framework, we have the evidence, we have a national habit of leading when it counts. We should not duck this moment just because it has got difficult, and I urge the government to keep Britain leading from the front.
Minister, Katie White.
With leave of the House, the temperature has certainly gone up outside, and at times it's gone up a little bit in here. It's been a very passionate debate, which I really welcome. I'm going to try and go through all of the points, but we won't have time to go through all of them. I'm really happy to meet with anybody to discuss this. I think actually constructive engagement is really helpful in terms of this. And I think that most of our constituents want us to tackle climate change. They also want to bring bills down, and this is an opportunity for us to work together. I will reply initially to the Honourable Lady opposite. As she knows, this is around setting the trajectory towards 2050. It is not about the 2050, it is about the budget. And I do listen really carefully, and I think she makes some valid points. I was a little confused at times. She challenged us in terms of not having enough scrutiny, but this is the first time that we've actually had proper scrutiny on this budget. Under the last government, you never once voted on the carbon budgets on the floor of the House. You discredited, or you tried to discredit, the Committee on Climate Change.
Order. The Minister's better than that.
The Honourable Lady used the Committee on Climate Change to discredit some of the figures and questioned about food bills. But actually, the Honourable Lady knows that bills have already gone up by £361 as a response of food inflation. The Honourable Lady talked about planning and referred to China as having a better planning, got the response to innovation, but actually I would say their planning system is a little bit more forthright than ours. So the thing I was most unsure about of the Honourable Lady is that if she was so clear, why did she not do this when she was in office and she was in this place? But the Honourable Lady did take through this when she was in charge, and actually it's only when she's taken on the opposition that she's actually changed her position entirely. And as somebody from Yorkshire, we say it fairly directly. You know, I've spoken and my sort of advice has always been we want to save carbon and make cash. And I think that is a fairly blunt way of saying that actually this is around growth within the economy. Look, I want to pay tribute and thank you to the members for Chesterfield, Sheffield, Hallam, Derbyshire Dales, Mid Derbyshire, Brent West, Ellesmere Port and Broxburgh, Putney, Hitchin, Ashford, Darlington, Portsmouth North, Basingstoke. I'd also like to thank members from South Cambridgeshire, Chippenham, Horsham, Exeter, North East, Hertfordshire, South Devon, Honiton, Sidmouth, Taunton and Wellington, Gordon and Buckham, maybe Broxbourne, and Boston and Skegness. I do just refer to the member from Boston and Skegness. I understand he drives a Tesla, the Honourable Member drives a Tesla, but his party wants to scrap the electric car grant. I understand the Honourable Member put solar panels on properties owned by his former company, but Reform Councils are cancelling solar projects on public buildings. I understand his former company invested in EV chargers and solar power, but Reform says Britain should slow down the green energy transition. I understand he says he backs business and threatens to rip up green investment deals and send investors running for the exits. While 91% of properties in Boston and Skegness constituency face some level of flood risk, he talks about adapting to climate change, but he won't tackle what is causing this. And I ask the honourable members who've questioned today, what is the alternative? And I'm very happy to have those conversations. Should we be saying to black cab drivers to give up their electric taxis and go back to paying more at the pump? Should we be looking at constituents in flood-risk communities in the eye and tell them, sorry, we're not going to tackle the causes of this? Should I tell the gentleman I met in Makerfield, whose solar panels have helped reduce his energy debt by £800, he was better off without them? Should I tell the investors at the London Stock Exchange that Britain is not interested in its share of a $10 trillion global green economy? Because let's be clear, that is the choice. In the middle of a heat wave, an unprecedented heat wave, perhaps we should all try to take the temperature down. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. At its heart, the Carbon Budget 7 is a pro-business, pro-investment framework. So let us choose resilience over risk. Let us choose investment over stagnation. Let us choose the opportunities of the future over the comforts of the status quo. I hope I have provided the reassurance members require, and I urge colleagues across the House to support the orders and regulations before us today. I commend this to the House.
Yeah. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Division. Clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no.
No.
The tellers for the ayes are Mark Ferguson and Deirdre Costigan. The tellers for the noes, David Simmons and Paul Holmes.
Right, thank you very much.
Order.
The ayes to the right, 332. The noes to the left, 94.
The ayes to the right were 332, the noes to the left 94, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Order, order. Dr. Evans? Under the terms of the order of today, I must now put the questions necessary to bring proceedings to a conclusion. We now come to the motion on the Draft Climate Change Act 2008, International Aviation and International Shipping Regulations 2026. Minister to move formally.
Formally.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Richard. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Claire Hughes and Deirdre Costigan. The tellers for the noes, Paul Holmes and David Simmons. Order.
The ayes to the right, 329. The noes to the left, 94.
The ayes to the right were 329, the noes to the left 94, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion on the draft Climate Change Act 2008 credit limit, Order 2026. Minister to move formally. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Division. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Claire Hughes and Deirdre Costigan. The tellers for the noes, David Simmons and Paul Holmes.
Thank you very much.
Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 93.
The ayes to the right were 330, the noes to the left 93, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Motion number 4 on climate change levy. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 5 on employment tribunals. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Is deferred until Wednesday next. Motion number 6 on employment tribunals. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
The division is deferred until Wednesday next. Petition. Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I present today a petition from residents in my constituency of Arundel and South Downs in West Sussex. Hundreds of signatures have been gathered from local residents who see at first hand what feels like a constant attack on our countryside and country pursuits by this government. For example, just in the past couple of weeks alone, the removal of plans for fast broadband fibre to thousands of rural homes. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to bring forward measures to actively support rural areas, farming, traditional country sports including trail hunting and shooting, and the equestrian sector. And the petitioners remain.
Petition support for rural areas, farming, country sports and the equestrian sector.
Petition. Adam Jogi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On this hot day, the petition of residents of the constituency of Newcastle and Lyme declare that the land to the south-east of junction 16 of the M6 should not be released from its greenbelt status for development, as this would have a significantly detrimental impact on the residents of Audley. Further declares that the proposed employment site represents a loss of 6% of the parish's green belt, which would devastate the rural character of this wonderful area and its conservation area. Further declares that the proposed development would likely favour commuters over local people, increasing pressure on the A500 M6 roundabout and disrupting nearby rural lanes used by local people. Further declares that development is expected to cause poor air quality, noise, litter, 24-hour illumination and loss of habitat, whilst at the same time severely impacting the views across the Cheshire Plains and North Staffordshire. And further declares, as the local planning authority tasked with producing the local plan, Newcastle and Lyme Borough Council has a responsibility, Madam Deputy Speaker, to listen to the overwhelming concerns of our people and ensure that the long-term protection of the green belt by removing site allocation AB2. I should also like to draw to the House's attention the declaration of interest from the new council leader at Newcastle Lyme Borough Council at the Cabinet meeting yesterday. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to encourage Newcastle Lyme Borough Council to remove site allocation AB2 from its local plan and not to permit the release of greenbelt land for this development. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition proposed development of site AB2 in Newcastle under Lyme.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Tom Morrison.
Thank Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for attending this adjournment debate today. He may recall that I wrote to the department last July and outlined that Bramhall High School is a fantastic institution that provides not only an excellent education, but a wealth of wider opportunities for young people in Cheadle constituency. And despite the extremely poor state of its buildings, the school has continued to deliver for its pupils. I have seen firsthand the challenges that the school faces. The site is simply not fit for purpose. One of the blocks has no access to water and toilet facilities. The corridors are extremely narrow, meaning movement between classes is a constant battle for teachers, and pupils have been using temporary cabins since November 2023. So no one would be surprised to learn that the school was extremely pleased to be invited to be part of the school rebuilding programme. This has offered everyone a fresh start and an exciting opportunity to create something that matched the school's incredible ambitions. The school was presented with a number of options, which included a full rebuild. Now, this option would best serve the ambitions of the school and the wider community and avoid further costly and disruptive work in the future. And rightly, the school hoped that this would be the way forward. We all believe that Bramhall High School could become a flagship project for the rebuild programme, with a legacy where long-term thinking is prioritised, students and teachers are empowered, and true potential is invested in. When I met with the school's leadership team a few months ago, the head teacher, Mr. Williams, told me how proud he was that Bramhall High School provided a true, comprehensive education, where students' skills, passions and talents would be catered for, and everyone was given the chance to succeed. A new school would allow this to continue and enhance the fantastic offer that is already available. But sadly, the government has blocked Bramhall High School from receiving a full and complete rebuild, despite it being completely within the budget. I'd like to set out in detail the problems that Bramhall High School faces and the disappointing experience the school has had with the school rebuilding programme. Bramhall High School's buildings suffer from many significant design flaws, and large parts are unable to be used due to the risks of RAC. John Peckham is an ex-head teacher at Bramhall High School who now works for School Improvers UK. He says that Bramhall High currently rates as the least inspiring education building in the country. He says the design of the estate is poor and that repairing and refurbishing it simply would not help. John wrote to me and said generations of children have been deprived of the opportunities and inspiration that can be promoted through good school design, and that the day-to-day lives of teachers was also much more difficult because of this. The block with RAC is over 60 years old and was last significantly invested in by Cheshire County Council in 1974. The other block is ageing rapidly. Built in the early 2000s, it will soon need serious investment and, as I mentioned previously, has no running water, kitchen or toilet facilities. Money has been spent on rewiring, new heating, asbestos removal and disability access, but none have addressed the fundamental issues that the school faces. Madam Deputy Speaker, rebuild is more than 30 years overdue. We shouldn't be at this point. The teachers should not be at this point. The pupils in the building should not be at this point. The school eagerly completed the school-specific brief and associated work under the assumption it would get a complete rebuild due to the state for the whole school site. The appointed contractor agreed that a complete rebuild would meet the criteria of the school-specific brief and also meet the school's vision, all within the budget that was set. The contractor also emphasised reservations about a partial rebuild. But sadly, the government has pushed for a partial rebuild despite the evidence, specialist advice and budget showing that a full rebuild was the most sensible option. The leadership team and governors at Bramhall High School are dismayed and disappointed, and so am I. The partial rebuild does not meet the requirements of Bramhall High School's specific brief. It fails to meet the school's vision and will not meet the school's requirements or needs in the long term. And throughout this process, Bramhall High School was consistently told that funding would not be the main driver of the project. They were told that the project would be based on the needs of the school, its teachers and its students. But clearly, this is not the case, and funding is indeed the main driver behind the government's decision. So I asked the Minister, if effective use of the public purse is a driver behind the programme, why refrain from a full build when it will make the estate more sustainable, it will help the school evolve to meet future challenges, create an estate that can last for decades and save costs going forward? A partial rebuild will cost the public purse more in the long term. It will end up being a sticking plaster, covering up cracks that really need to be filled in. The government has a real opportunity to showcase how targeted, sensible capital investment can save money in the long term. whilst achieving incredible results for our young people. The government needs to take this opportunity. But instead, it has chosen minimal savings and a bigger cost down the line. It's short-sighted and will not achieve the goals of the rebuild programme. Another issue with the partial rebuild is that it will leave one block standing and this block without running water. Despite investment going into the school site, we will end up with one new fresh block fit for the modern world next to a block which is falling apart and unable to function. It will leave parents wondering why only half the school can be given the best chance. When parents see the plans, they will be disappointed. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just the buildings that are the issue. We now know that the government will not be providing essential equipment such as new technology, desks and chairs, despite the allocated budget allowing for this. Bramwell High School will now have to make up the shortfall of £650,000 to do this, and this does not include costs such as CCTV and other infrastructure. All members across this House know that schools are operating on extremely tight margins with no surplus. Years and years of underinvestment from the last government has led to this. We all know that. But like so many other schools, Mr. Williams told me that he has to think carefully about replacing staff if they leave, whilst also making cuts to department budgets to make sure they still function. How are they then supposed to pay over £500,000 for desks, chairs and teaching equipment? The school has no choice but to appeal to the community for help. We find ourselves in a position that despite promises of a new school and the opportunities it would bring, Bramwell High School is now having to go cap in hand to businesses and residents to source money so pupils can have a seat. It's ludicrous. The root cause of the problem is a lack of long-term thinking, planning and investment. The previous government oversaw a 48% decline in capital spending for education. The National Audit Office reported that as of October 2024, there is a £13.8 billion maintenance backlog in English schools. It's a real dire picture. The government is showing a lack of ambition. We should be celebrating the plans that saw a full rebuild of this magnificent school, that met the brief and importantly came within budget. But instead we find ourselves demoralised and trying to solve problems that did not exist until the government made the wrong decision. It really leaves a bitter taste. The school and I are saddened and deeply disappointed with the government's position. Bramwell High School had hoped that being part of this new approach to rebuilding schools would set the school up for the next 60 years at least. The head teacher told me it's about the message that it sends to teachers, those who must deal with a declining block and adjust their lessons accordingly, looking out the window at a better block, unsure of why only half the school deserve better. When I spoke to him before writing the speech, he said that he would like to ask the Minister, are you really, truly trying to rebuild our schools? Madam Deputy Speaker, we need a government that plans for the future, for 20, 30 and even 40 years down the line. As the Chancellor stated last June, it's about showing children that their education matters and their future matters. Changes in policy and legislation also need to be accounted for. The government's proposed SEND reforms are asking mainstream schools to do more, but if they are not given the investment to create more space and resources, it simply can't happen. For example, Bramwell High School is having to fund a SEND room for students. It will cost around £75,000, but they want to do it to meet the educational needs of their students now and in the future. This is a challenge they willingly accept. At the beginning of the speech, I talked about how proud the teachers were of the curriculum they offer. They want to provide classes and experiences for children of all passions and all skills. This includes technology, design, drama and music, the subjects that create a fully rounded education. Any new build needs to have this at its very core. And on top of this, any new school design must keep pace with new policies and legislation. Phone-free schools means there now must be phone storage on site. It feels like the Department for Education is not in lockstep with the school. It feels like this rebuild is now being done to the team at Bramwell High School and not with them. And this is a real shame and a real missed opportunity. The potential benefits are never ending. There is no shortage of research to confirm that investing in children's schooling and education makes for a better future for all. The Institute for Fiscal Studies reported that school spending can increase test scores and positive outcomes in the long run. And for Bramwell High School, I believe it's not too late. I believe that the department has the chance at this moment to reconsider. It's not too late to give Bramwell High School the full rebuild it needs. The case is clear and we know the budget is there. If the Minister cannot agree to reconsider this decision today, then I have 3 asks on behalf of Bramwell High School and schools across the country. Will he commit to improving the school rebuilding programme, to ensure decisions are done hand in hand with the schools and not done to them, as it seems to have been done with Bramall High School? Will he update building regulations and design so they keep pace with recent policy changes, whilst ensuring that facilities match the vision and aims of the school? And finally, will he meet with me and the school's leadership team to discuss financial support for Bramall High School in meeting the shortfall of equipment needed in the new proposed block, and to hear firsthand their experience of dealing with this programme? I look forward to the Minister's response.
Sir Josh McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by congratulating the Honourable Member for Cheadle on securing this debate and for his advocacy for Bramall High School. As a former teacher myself, who spent years standing in front of young people in Oldham and in Stockport, I know firsthand that spaces around lessons really do matter. The classroom environment speaks to children before any lesson begins. That's why tackling our crumbling school estate is imperative, to show children that their education matters and their future matters. Now, as a Minister in the Department for Education, I'm proud that we are calling time on RAC and rebuilding Bramall High School so that children and staff have the high-quality classrooms that they deserve. This government is doing things differently to fix the failures of the past. We published a 10-year infrastructure strategy, which, coupled with long-term capital budgets, the modern industrial strategy and a commitment to investing in skills and training, presents a lifetime of opportunities. Investing in infrastructure will drive growth and raise living standards in every part of the UK. Infrastructure will support our modern industrial strategy. It will improve public services through taking a long-term approach to improving the fabric of our country. That, of course, includes our schools and our colleges. We are maintaining public investment at the highest sustained level in 4 decades, supported by an increase in departmental capital spending of over £120 billion over this Parliament compared with previous plans. This was only made possible because of the decisions this government has taken around the fiscal rules, which have supported a necessary step change in investment. We will increase and prioritise investment where it is needed the most through maintenance, renewal and rebuilding programmes, and that is what we are doing for our schools. That is why we increased overall capital investment in education to £38 billion to 2029-30, the highest since 2010 when Labour were last in government. With over 22,000 schools and colleges in England, the education estate supports 10 million children. But we inherited from the previous government the RAC crisis and years of decline in the school estate. After years of underinvestment, too many children are learning in buildings that have already deteriorated and are in need of repair. For too long, schools have had to patch and mend buildings that have already deteriorated beyond repair instead of the rebuilds that they needed at an earlier point. We're turning the page on years of decline in the school estate, fixing a legacy of neglect and removing RAC for good. At the core of our strategy is a shift to more proactive management, long-term maintenance and more renewal of the existing estate. That is alongside rebuilding more schools and making sure that there are high-quality places from early years to post-16. Our 10-year plan for the school estate, which I published a few months ago, is backed by unprecedented long-term funding. We're investing almost £3 billion per year by 2034-35 in capital maintenance to improve the condition of the school and college estate, rising from £2.4 billion in 25-26. We're investing almost £20 billion through the school rebuilding programme. There are over 500 schools already in the programme, with well over half in delivery. 59 schools have been rebuilt through SRP already, with 47 of these completed under this government. We will select a further 250 for the next stage of the SRP at the start of 2027, and the renewal and retrofit programme, backed by £710 million to 2029-2030, will improve the condition of schools where they are coming towards the end of their life, but deeper renewal and retrofit can extend them considerably. RAC has been permanently removed from 80 schools and colleges, and we have set out a clear plan to finish the job. By 2029, every school and college in England that is not being fully or substantially rebuilt will be RAC-free, and every school with RAC needing to be rebuilt through the SRP will be in delivery by that point. That includes Bramall High School. As the Honourable Member has set out, Bramall High School has faced building challenges with parts of the estate dating back to the 1960s and the presence of RAC. But what stands out is the positive and determined way the school community has responded to that challenge. It was a major operational challenge, but the school, Stockport Council and the department worked together to keep pupils learning safely and minimise the disruption to pupils as much as possible. I want to recognise that achievement. Through excellent joint working between Stockport, the head teacher and the department, all RAC mitigations are in place. That means that pupils are able to use the spaces again safely while we get on with the job of rebuilding the school. This is not just about resolving a building condition issue. It is about delivering a lasting legacy for pupils, staff, families and the wider Bramall community. I'm pleased to say that delivery is underway with real momentum behind it. Wilmot Dixon is the appointed contractor and has worked closely with the school and the department to design an ambitious new build. We expect to have spades in the ground later this year. But this is more than just a construction project. The rebuilding work will also provide valuable T-levels, placement opportunities and support apprenticeships, creating local jobs. A new modern 3-storey building will give Bramall High School the facilities it needs for the decades ahead. Every building, apart from the maths block, will be replaced. This building was built post-2000 and has solar panels on the roof and other modern features. Detailed surveys that have been conducted show it is in good condition and does not warrant demolishing or rebuilding. We're working with schools to remodel it, to integrate it with the new buildings that are created. And I would add, in response to the Honourable Member's speech, that 90% of the school will be rebuilt. And I do understand that when there is a new school project like this, and I've visited a number of them, the desire is to have the whole shebang, the whole school completely rebuilt. But in the context of a school estate of 22,000 schools across the country, it is important that public funds are used not to replace buildings that are still well within their life cycle. And I regularly look, Madam Deputy Speaker, at lists of schools that are in the 60s and 70s that are not yet in any school rebuilding programme, are well beyond their life. And we are doing the job of clearing up that backlog, but it does mean that we need to prioritise where that investment is going, so that it goes into those buildings that absolutely do need to be replaced. Through the school rebuilding programme, Bramall High School will benefit from 25 general classrooms and a full range of specialist teaching spaces. That includes 10 science laboratories, computing and ICT rooms, workshops, a drama studio and an art and design classroom. The plans include a dedicated area for pupils with special educational needs. Sports and leisure provision will also be improved with a new 4-court sports hall, activity studio and changing facilities. This includes 2 multi-use games areas, 1 for school use and 1 intended for community use. This is a substantial and exciting investment, a school that is modern, energy efficient and designed to support excellent teaching, learning and sport. And on the matter of the fixtures and fittings of the school, which I thank the Honourable Member for mentioning, all fixed furniture, fixtures and equipment are provided in the school rebuilding project. This means that schools will receive a huge amount of money for new furniture and equipment. For example, it will get a new kitchen, all classrooms will be integrated with ICT equipment, drama will get the lighting rigs that they need, etc. But we do not normally provide new standard loose furniture like tables and changes, as schools should have an ongoing programme to replace them as they reach the end of their life. That's part of schools' normal management of capital. I would like to acknowledge the strong partnership that has driven the progress so far. I'd like to thank the head teacher, Paul Williams, and his staff, the chair of the school's governing body, Sarah Brown, Stockport Council and Wilmot Dixon for the work they have done together alongside the department's programme management team. I want to reassure the Honourable Member that this government remains absolutely committed to delivering a safe, modern and high-quality school in Bramall. Together, we have moved from the challenge of RAC and the fear about the future of the school building itself to delivering one of the most exciting school rebuilding programmes in the country, which the people of Stockport and his constituency rightly deserve. More important than anyone else is ensuring that pupils have the inspiring classroom facilities they need for the future. I'm sure there'll be matters that the Honourable Member wants to continue to raise with me, and I'll be glad to speak to him about it. But this is a good example of the sort of investment that we're making as a government and as a country because of the choices we have made.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.
we're going to see right here, you know, a young player, 19 years old, if I'm not wrong, to have this opportunity to have his first start in a World Cup, giving the chance of this manager, one of the greatest.
But, don't forget, Scotland,